Hey everyone, and welcome back to another Patreon video. Today's video is going to be a very special one. I've been really looking forward to doing this, and that is reviewing all your wonderful submissions. I just see so much good stuff here. I can't wait to get started. This year we've gotten plenty of submissions as well, so I'm very excited to take a very good look at all of them and just have fun. Hopefully dispense some feedback that you guys will find helpful. And not only that, I think most importantly, the purpose of this video is also to encourage you, I think, because, as the world kind of changes, we have various kinds of things coming out that can feel demoralizing for artists. Maybe the economy as a whole isn't too great. Wow, can't believe we're talking about that. And, like AI and all that kind of stuff that is pretty icky, especially when it comes to affecting, relevant to our topic here, especially how it relates to affecting artists. And I think it's something that is really a show of courage and bravery for all of you. And I really appreciate that, to just be like, hey, I know everything is changing. Sometimes things can feel pretty scary, but I'm still here for the art. I'm still here. I'm still going to make my own art. I'm still proud of it, and I love doing it, and therefore I'm going to do it. And I think that kind of spirit is something that I really admire. And so I think today's video, you don't really need to see it as someone just kind of dispensing advice, but really someone just appreciating their fellow artists. So I think that's a good way to see how I will look at your work for today, and rather how I have the privilege to look at your work for today, because all of this is hours of your life, or hours of your lives spent in concentration, in focus, in dedication, putting all your best ideas forward, putting your best effort to make the best thing you can. And I don't want to take this lightly. So as much as possible, I want to give everyone a very thorough review. Now, of course, in terms of the time limit, I can't quite feasibly make this 10 hours. But as much as possible, I would definitely want to give everyone the time of day, make sure to take a good look at each and every image, each and every submission, and just kind of read what you have to say as well. So I'll read out loud what you say. So for some of you who are just following along, via sound or not really looking at the video, because it's going to be a pretty long one. Hopefully I will be putting in the timestamps, for everyone's submissions later on. Later on as in you should see them right now. So yeah, it's going to be a pretty fun ride today. I'm really looking forward to it. I apologize if my voice doesn't sound quite like it. Physically I'm a little bit tired, but mentally I'm all here. So yeah, let's begin. So for today's order, we're going to be starting from the very first submission, as in the earliest submission, until the final submission, a later submission. And as you may have noticed, I actually kept the submissions open all the way, because I really haven't had time to record it much earlier than this. And I do apologize, so that, if someone sees it a bit later, I know how the social media can kind of work. Even Patreon is kind of like social media. Sometimes people just don't really get the message, not in a figurative sense, but quite literally, they just never come across the message. And so I just want to leave a little bit more time. It's not really a competition, so as much as I can, I want people to have time to submit their work. And now enough of the ranting, enough of the rambling, and let us begin. So our very first submission is by Sisoou. I once again, every year I have to say this, but I apologize if I mispronounce your name. Feel free to let me know in the comments if I have done so, and next time I'll pay extra attention. So yeah, first submission by Sisoou. So I'm doing this world building project, and it's my first time doing something like this, so I'm a little bit lost in all the different types of things I can do. Isn't that wonderful, right? But so far I'm having fun. If there are too many pieces, the main illustration is the one I'm more unsure with some feedback on it would specifically be awesome. Some overall feedback on composition, lighting, and design, the basics would really be nice. I would feel somewhat overwhelmed when I make a bigger piece. There's so much to think about. Anyways, thank you for your awesome artworks and videos. Keep it up and have a great day. And likewise to you, Sisoou, as well. Thank you so much for your wonderful submissions. And well, let's take a look at all of these characters here, the wonderful array of them. And let's just kind of begin with the characters, and then we'll end off with your world building image, right? The main illustration. So the first one is a lady character. Unfortunately, Discord nowadays is really bad with... Oh, it's not too bad. because just now the images really weren't loading. Maybe there was just too many. So Carissa Colin. Firstly, I really like the overall color scheme that you have chosen. The the very strong red, right? Really like the design of the costume as well, with the boots, with this kind of boot stockings and shoes, and with the blue scarf. I think it's a pretty cool design overall, and with the gold accents, makes it feel very military style in a way. I think that is probably what you intend, but also with a little bit more of a feminine charm, I think, with sort of this overcoat and the shoes. So overall, I think it's a very elegant design. I love to see more of this design. I love this kind of designs, right? I just feel like it just captures the nuance of a character very well. It's a very unique type of costume design compared to the more usual stuff you see on Twitter and stuff. So rather on social media and stuff. So I love the color combination as well, where you use blue for the scarf. I think that's a bit of nice color. In terms of feedback, how I think maybe you might want to take a bit of more of a look at is, I would say, in terms of the scarf, is one thing that stood out to me is that it feels like a scarf, excuse me. But it seems a little bit difficult to figure out how it's attached. Now that I'm looking closer, it seems to be attached via this epaulette. It's not quite an epaulette. It's like this holder thing on her shoulder. I think that's a pretty cool design, but one thing instinctively I would feel like is that the read here is a little bit difficult. Maybe you could try having it on two shoulders for a little bit more symmetry. But once again, it's a personal thing, personal design. I don't want to be like, hey, this design is wrong. I will never say that. But I think it's really good that you have an overall very attractive design. I'm really loving it. And just off of instinct, this is one thing that I noticed. Doesn't mean it's bad. Maybe it's a pretty good design element. And yeah, overall, loving it very much. And let's move on to the next character. So, Nick's Thorn, the next character, definitely a very different design from the previous one. Very different from Carissa. And I think this is really, really good because I can see that you're experimenting with multiple different types of design, right? Rather than just being like me, for example, all my characters are sort of in the same kind of style, right? Because I just really enjoyed doing it that way. I see that you created a character that feels very different, right? Definitely feels a little bit more of a, it's hard to put it, right? Definitely has a bit of a cowboy vibe. Maybe it's because of the Wild West type of vibe because of the big scarf. I know there's a name for it. It doesn't quite come to mind at the moment, but it definitely gives that kind of vibe, and I'm loving it very much. I also like this type of, I'm not sure what to call it. It's a steampunk element, right? Love this kind of steampunk element on her hand as well. Definitely a very big draw. And the shoes as well, I think is a pretty cool deviation from what you've shown previously. So I'm really kind of loving the overall steampunk kind of vibe that you have, right? Especially when I see the thumbnails of the two subsequent characters. I think that is very, very cool. So for this character, I would say the scarf is a very big part of her visual presence. And one thing that I may recommend is perhaps that it's one of those things that kind of gets slipped out, rather kind of slips our attention pretty often. And that is when we are drawing fabric. I'm not good at drawing fabric, so you know that I mean it when I say this. But fabric is something that's really hard to tackle. So when we are attempting things like a large area of fabric, especially, right, I would recommend using reference a little bit more thoroughly, right? Because, for example, sometimes how the fabric folds, especially when it occupies such a big part of the design, it can really affect how things are perceived, right? It can really affect how the character's level of finish is perceived. So I feel like that is something that you maybe want to look into a little bit more, right? Drawing the scarf a little bit more accurately, I think will improve the presentation of the character by quite a bit. Nonetheless, I think as a design, it's pretty wonderful, and I definitely am looking forward to seeing more of your work. And now let's take a look at the remaining three characters. Sullivan. Sometimes it takes a bit, I'm sure you guys can, it takes a bit for the image to fully load. Sullivan Gorbos, very unique character once again. This character has some pretty interesting proportions. I like how his arms are really beefy and really long. It kind of gives him a pretty unique feel. And I love that you have well, I don't want to superimpose my kind of apprehension and cowardice of drawing different types of male characters on other people, but I just want to say, really, really cool that you just decided, hey, I'm building a very complete world. I want to have all kinds of different characters because that's just the way I like it, and then that's just the way I'm going to draw it, and I really kind of admire that. So I think it's wonderful that you have also designed a character that's very different from the previous, our usual slim female femme fatales that we usually have here on the Guays Patreon and all the stuff, right? So really appreciate this design. And honestly, I'm not an expert at drawing characters like this, so all I can say is it's pretty wonderful, and his proportions feel very unique. If it's something that's intended, that's great. If it's something that I love the patterns here as well, right? Or rather, if it's something that you might feel like, actually, I want the character to have a slightly more, how do I quite put it? Have the proportions feel slightly more intuitive, feel slightly more natural, then I think the arms would be a little bit on the long side, right? Once again, it might be a creative decision. I'm not going to be like, hey, this is wrong. And honestly, right, I think sometimes you really just need to go out there and be like, I feel like this feels right to me, and this is what I'm going to stick with, right? So I know I'm going to make comments, I'm going to give feedback, but once again, right, I always want the overarching context to be that I want you to just do what you do and then enjoy the process in that way. And then we have our next character, Mr. Braggart or Brock or Bob. Well, that's a pretty cool way to name the character, firstly. And he is jacked. Well, he is really jacked. And he has a baby face, right? I'm pretty sure that is intended. So wonderful contrast here, very, very fun character to be looking at. And I think it's just fun to look at. All right. Once again, I love the folds on the pants as well. Definitely can see you put quite a bit of time into that. I think that is something that is done very well here. It definitely gives the character a very complete feel, right? And I think this is something that is sometimes a bit underrated in character design, because a lot of times we're talking about what kind of overarching silhouette, what kind of design elements, what kind of theme that we want. But at the end of the day, I feel like one of those things that kind of gets missed out a bit is also the need to sort of portray things in a way that is representative of what you're actually trying to draw. Because if you're trying to design a character with pants that feel a little bit loose, then you would need to indicate that cargo pants, baggy jeans, right? All these things you need kind of the folds to really convince the viewer that yes, this is indeed the case. So I overall love the designs over here. One thing that I would say maybe you could think about is, for example, the suspender. Usually suspenders are pretty tight, so you might want to consider how you might want to adjust the suspender so it feels tight, right? For example, the far suspender on here, if you can see my cursor, this one looks like it's tightened against the character's body, but this one feels like it gets a little bit loose, right? Because you can see the part where it arcs over his chest, and then here where it kind of just folds under, right? Following the contour. And then here where it bulges out again, indicating that it's pretty loose. Now, once again, it could be an artistic decision, but it's just one of the things that I noticed. And finally, we have this character over here. Once again, we have a very different design from the two previous one. I would say she's a bit more similar to Nick's over here with Carmine or Carmine. So Carmine's design is a lot more sci-fi, I think, and I think that is very cool. Love the sci-fi design. Feels like she's a little bit more, she has access to like more technologically advanced gear that compared to the characters we've seen so far. And then we also see she has some kind of powers that's emanating from her hands. Very cool effect here. I think that's pretty well done. And overall, definitely, I think, excellent piece of work here. One thing I would wait, her chest piece kind of looks like a canine, right? The nose and the eyes and the mouth. I'm not sure if that's intended, but if it is, I think that's pretty cool. Yeah, once again, in line with what I said before, I love that the designs are pretty unique from each other, and it's just very good work. Keep it up. Just one small thing to note is that sometimes we do have to pay more attention to sort of the structure of stuff, so that whatever idea you have, you can convey it a bit more clearly to your viewers as well. And next, we have the world building scene that Sisoou has mentioned. So here we have it. So we can see this is some kind of butcher shop. There's spices, there's grapes, I think, and there's like pumpkins and potatoes, and there's all kinds of different stuff for sale. It says this is a ship's wheel. This is really interesting. This is some kind of oven or machine. There's also fish. Could this be some kind of fishing boat? It's like, well, what is this? It's like, is it a sack of potatoes? Is it something more sinister? And this is kind of like a Yodi stove. So yeah, I really like. It's a puppy. It's kind of puppy peeping over all the stuff over there. So firstly, I think they have a wonderful imagination. I love the kind of setup of the scene. I love all the elements that you have used here. I think they kind of fit along in a very interesting way. So in terms of feedback, one thing I would say is that I have a good idea what this might be, but in terms of clarity, it feels like perhaps I want to see something that's a little bit more absolute, right? Because right now what I'm seeing is a lot of meat, a lot of fish. It definitely feels like some kind of butcher shop, right? It's also selling fruits, which is not wrong in a sense, but it does feel a tiny bit jarring, right? Because it feels like it muddles the identity of the place a little bit, and then it kind of and then we see bread here as well. So in terms of laying out everything, I feel like it could be a little bit better if it follows not so much a formula, but rather it allows the viewer to kind of absorb the information a little bit easier, right? Because right now I'm a little bit unclear of what's outside, right? It feels like it's on a ship, like this sort of blue tinted lighting. It feels like mainly because of the fish, perhaps. It kind of feels that way. And then we have a ship's wheel here as well, which kind of gives me that sense as well. So it could very well be a ship. So if let's say we were actually working with something like a ship, I would like to see something like portholes, perhaps. I would like to see more metallic, more rustic construction. I would like to see some things that indicate this is kind of like the mess hall in a ship. Because right now it definitely has a little bit of a store feel, right? We have price tags and stuff like this. So overall, I like the elements that you have used. Very cute puppy. I love the elements that you have used, but in a way, I would like to also see you develop a more cohesive way to sort of put all these elements together, so we can tell that, hey, okay, so this is a shop, or this is a mess hall, right? Sometimes there are elements here that feel a little bit off kilter, like there's a drying rack at the back, but it feels like this is the outside of the shop, right? Because we see these awnings here. So is it being dried outside, which I think is fine, of course, but what exactly is outside can it be a little bit difficult to identify. But one thing I really do like is the patterns and time you spend on the oven and the wood here, right? All these patterns here, I think, really give a good idea of what kind of construction this might be, and so I think that is pretty wonderful, right? Just that I love the centerpiece, right, which is this fish being kind of butchered. So yeah, I also like the giant cleaver being stuck into the wall. It's a very interesting design piece, but in a sense, right, we might also want to be a little bit careful on whether the design piece is something that is maybe misdirecting our audience a little bit, right? Because I don't think most chefs want to destroy, some nice the support pillar of their kitchen by sticking their cleaver into it. Maybe sticking it in the chopping board might be cool. But once again, right, just various small things I noticed. Overall, I think you have shown us some very wonderful work, and I'd love for you to keep it up. So thanks once again, Sisoou, for the submission, and let's go to the next person. So next we have KenjayArts. KenjayArts, definitely. I'm pretty sure Kenjay, you've participated before. So, well, once again, welcome back. No, I'm 100% sure you've participated before. And I remember you did a pretty cool, was it a sunset piece? It has to be, right? I'm so sorry if I remember wrongly, but sometimes I'm trying my best. I'm going to be like, if I remember anything, I'm going to say it. I'm not going to be like pretending that I just don't remember anyone. But, my memory isn't that great. So if I've submitted before, and I remember you or I remember you wrongly, I apologize in advance. But either way, I'm really appreciating all your submissions this time. So let's see what Kenji has to say. Hey everyone, I want to ask for advice on what to improve on. It feels like I've been stuck at the same level of artistic abilities for the past 5 months. I feel I'm not getting any better. I want to try and move past that. Please, any criticism is good criticism to me. Thank you, and you guys are amazing. So let's take a look at what Kenji has submitted. Well, firstly, I want to kind of address this, right? 5 months is a really short time. See, the thing is, if you're constantly trying to draw different things, you're not going to draw the same thing again and again, which means you're not really going to be able to see improvement, right? Because you're challenging yourself on different mediums. Well, medium might be the wrong word. You're challenging yourself on different environments, on different themes, on different compositions, with different lighting, with different characters. You're drawing different things, right? As far as I can see from the 3 images you have submitted, 3 artworks here, right? You've drawn a lady in a seated pose in a very like galactic sort of theme, extremely cool. You've drawn a character in a more sort of fantasy kind of theme, right? Once again, very different. And lastly, you've drawn something that has this blue and orange lighting, right? Character in this kind of once again, right? Kind of feels very Eastern type of feel, right? So you're drawing different things, and because you're drawing different things, you're kind of facing new challenges every time. So I don't think it's reasonable to be like, okay, so I'm going to draw this thing today, and tomorrow or the next week I'm going to draw something really different, but I want to see clear improvement. I think improvement is something that happens over the scales of years. So 5 months is really a short time, and I think I generally want to kind of convey that, because I don't think you should feel any pressure, be like, oh, I don't really notice anything in 5 months, so something is wrong. As long as you're constantly trying something new, as long as you're constantly trying to put yourself into situations where you're solving problems, where you're trying really hard to resolve things that feel a little bit off in a form, and all that kind of stuff, you're good to go. So firstly, I want to reassure you on that, and let's take a closer look at your artworks. So this first piece here, I really like the kind of galactic design. Very okay. So firstly, I want to say I barely recognize any characters from pop culture. Like frankly, I don't watch that many new movies nowadays. So if you're drawing a fan art of a character, that's perfectly fine. I don't want to be like we don't accept fan art here. That's perfectly fine. Just in case the fan art. Sometimes I'm just going to assume that it's your original character, so disclaimer. So this character reminds me of maybe something I've seen before, but I'm just going to assume it's original, right? So I'm just going to comment on how everything is laid out. I love the kind of planets in the back. I love the stars. It's very galactic feel. Love the swirls here. It's really, really cool. I love all this kind of texture that has set up the scene like this. And she's kind of sitting on a couch that's kind of floating in space, which I think is really cool. So overall, I love the idea for this piece. So you might feel like, what kind of criticism can I give? And I would say that it feels like I would want you to use reference a little bit more rigorously. Now, the thing about poses is that it's easy to be kind of capturing the gesture, because a lot of times we talk about capturing the gesture of poses. We talk a lot about just kind of capturing the big picture. But the thing about poses is that initially, right, to get the energy of the pose, which I think is great, right? The energy of the pose is excellent. But what I think is that once you have done that, right, once the gesture is done, you really need to be able to sort of focus in on not so much the minutia, but the structure, right? Overall structure, the proportions, the perspective, and all these things are things that may not be so fun, but they're essential to help you construct a piece that feels complete. So one of the issues here that you may be facing, and I'm just hazarding a guess, is that you feel like it's really difficult to complete a piece, right? Because some parts of the piece just feels a bit off. So for this particular illustration here, I think the upper body is drawn pretty completely, right? But one thing I would like to see a bit more of is a bit more rigor to the proportions, right? Because you can see that the shoulder area and the chest area is proportioned out well, but for the forearm and hand, right, it feels a little bit incomplete, right? It feels like the elbow is somewhere around here, right? And then it just kind of hops over to the wrist here, right? Like the forearm is really, really short, and that just kind of feels a little bit off, right? So this is one of those things that is not fun to talk about, because it's about rigor in how you're drawing every physical thing in the illustration, right? There's a certain rigor that is required for that. And I feel like I would like to see you sort of push yourself a bit more in this direction, because overall I love the direction of the piece. I think the color combination is excellent, right? so many good things, and I love the lighting. It's very consistent as well. You've decided I want the lighting to come from this side. I want the bluish lighting to come from this side. It's wonderful, right? I think that is excellent. You're using the purple to add accents to the character. I love that. The lighting, everything is set up really wonderfully. I just want to see you have a little bit more rigor, put in a little bit more rigor into just being like, okay, I know this is going to be really annoying. I know this is going to be, this is going to take up time. You know, this is not pleasant, but I really want to see you do more research. Not in terms of direction. I think the direction is wonderful, but do more research in terms of poses, right? Can you find reference images with poses close to this one that you want, right? And if you want to have a closer look, you can even superimpose the reference image on top of a character to kind of see like, oh, you know, I've been drawing the torso a little bit too big, the legs might be proportioned a little bit too small. And so these are things that as you try really hard to correct it, your mind will sort of subconsciously start to recognize these without using references. So your instinct kind of gets better and better and better. And so you're able to create things, or rather things become easier over time in terms of aligning things, right? Because I'm not going to be someone who stands out here and say, hey, I do everything perfectly, because plenty of times you're going to see proportion errors in my work as well. But each time what you can kind of mostly tell is that I'm trying really hard to fix as much of it as I can before I consider a piece finished. So that is kind of how you might want to force yourself to really just kind of hone in on that, right? So once again, amazing direction. I just like to see a little bit more of that rigor. Similar for this as well. Love the color scheme. Love the purplish, the purplish here, purplish use of colors here. That's a weird way to phrase it. Love the purplish tones here, right? The sort of snake spitting out venom from a bag. Well, then we have a giant snake here, right? Excellent direction in terms of the ideas being involved as well as the lighting, right? I like that you have a sense of rigor towards the lighting. You're very disciplined with that. The values were also controlled well, right? If you want the light to come from the right, the light comes from the right, including the snake, including the character, including everything in the scene. I think that kind of consistency is really good. So what I like to see more of, once again, is a little bit more rigor, right? For example, there are plenty of poses of characters sitting from the back here. May not be the exact same pose, but may not be the exact same character design. But I love to see you sort of put in more energy towards just being like, okay, I'm really going to try to get as close to that as possible. Because I know that when I was new, speed paints were a really big thing. I'm not sure if they are still big nowadays. I don't consume any kind of YouTube content on art or anything like that. So I'm not sure if they're still big. But I feel like one of those pitfalls about speed painting is that it helps in certain areas, right? It helps you grasp the big picture, which I think you're doing very well. But speed painting really kind of neglects the kind of rigor that I feel like, especially people who are starting out, artists who are trying to get a firmer grasp on their fundamentals. I feel like that is something that kind of gets left out in a speed paint context, because a lot of times, right, or rather back in my day, I have to say that now, back in my day, you know, a long time ago, not that long ago, but some time ago, right, it used to be like we had people who were already pretty good, and then they were speed painting really fast. And to newer artists who were just coming in, it felt like, oh, this is the right way to do things, right? I don't need to spend time, or rather, I shouldn't be spending time, because spending a lot of time on something feels wrong, right? Like, clearly, this person here, you know, my role model here is doing things really quickly. Surely, you know, that's the right way to do things. And the issue with that is that chances are the person doing a speed paint is really experienced. They're able to grasp proportions very intuitively. They're able to do things in a way that then it feels very quick. But the issue with people who are still learning is that they kind of miss out on that part where you're rigorously trying to elucidate the forms and the fundamental structures, the proportions, the perspective. All that kind of gets left out a little bit, right? Because in terms of speed painting ideas, they're really just talking about a lot of ideas. It's very ideas based. And they're like, okay, I want to use a bright color here. I want the colors to pop here, right? I like the scene, this part about the scene. And so this turned into a little bit of a mini rant on speed paints. It's not really a rant, but yeah, just something that I noticed that maybe you might want to look into is also, right, a little bit more rigor on the side of like I want to give it a good try in terms of making this look as complete as possible. I want the forms to be as accurate as possible, right? What can I do? So I think that is something that you may want to try, because overall I love the colors they're using, the control of the colors, right? How the light affects and what area the light affects. I think you have a very strong sense of that. I think that is excellent, right? You have a very good control of how the light comes across the character's cheeks. I think that is good, right? It's just some things to look out for is really how rigorous, right, the finish feels. I've repeated this 15 times. I'm sure you're getting tired of me of saying it, but I think you're doing really great. I just want to see you kind of be like, okay, I'm going to try really hard on this piece. I'm going to be like, okay, even for small details like how the lapels overlap, I'm not sure, I have no idea whether how to say in English, but how all these folds overlap, right? I want to add more rigor to it, right? For example, under the area under the chin, right? There are some line work here, right? Do I really want the line work there, right? If I don't, then remove it, right? Things like that, right? So I want to see you put more rigor into it. And I think you'll benefit very, very greatly from that. So, but otherwise, I think you're doing a really great job in terms of the color, choice and the overall direction. So keep it up, Kenjay. And thank you for your submission. So, okay, so before we move on to Inga, I just want to say that I'm not looking at the clock really for each of these submissions. Sometimes I will have more to say, sometimes I will have a bit less to say. Hopefully everyone can just take it as kind of like a collective kind of learning experience. Of course, right, for those of you who have submitted, you definitely want to look at what I've said about your own work. That's fine. But I just want to say that I'm not intentionally saying less or more. Sometimes I genuinely have more to say. Sometimes I go on a little bit of unrelated tangent. So yeah, so that is that. Now let's take a look at Inga. So Inga has Sakamoto fan art. I've definitely seen fan art of this character. Well, as Inga has explained, it's not OC, but it's a fan art I drew right away after watching the first few videos by me, and I'm so proud. I think you did really well, and yeah, and I really like how it turned out, and I think you should like how it turned out because I think it turned out pretty good. So really wonderful work, and you have put in a tag, so I'll give you a little bit of feedback. So I've seen a little bit of fan art floating around on Twitter of this character. I'm pretty sure it just becomes like after the first episode or something. And this is purely from just coming across fan art. He kind of gets really chubby and he has a dad bod like really soon. So it's really interesting that you draw like this very slim version, the slim version of him. So yeah, pretty cool. I love that you just kind of decided that, okay, this is the lighting I want, this is the kind of effect that I want, the smoke that I want, and all these things kind of come together. And I think that's really good work, and you should like how it turned out. So as for feedback, one thing I would just like to add, because once again, right, as you mentioned, you're just really kind of getting into the into my videos and how I like to teach things. So I won't want to ramble on too much about all the minute things, right? Because as far as I can see, you're doing pretty well. So one thing I do want to feel like you could immediately benefit from is to kind of identify where the bounce light is and where the reflection light is, right? Because here we have a reflection light. Well, what did I say? Okay, apologies. Let me say that again. I feel like you could definitely benefit from identifying your light sources, like for example, which is the main light, which is the reflected light. Because overall, I think that's a good idea, which is the main light and which is the reflected light. But for example, here on the left side on his hand here, it's a little bit ambiguous, right? Because we have a main light that feels equal in strength, almost weaker than the bounce light, which I think is something that's a little bit difficult to kind of pass, right? Furthermore, you can see the pinky here, right? The pinky here doesn't really have shadows on the top part, right? Which, I mean, physically, it's a little bit odd because, right, if you're bending your hand, right, you are having a part of your pinky that's facing upwards, ostensibly into the shadows, right, while the bottom part of the back of the hand here is receiving some bounce light. So this is this is a sort of situation where you might want to consider that, once again, right, kind of differentiate it a bit more. Maybe the bounce light's a little bit darker, right, or maybe the main light's a little bit stronger. You can have a little bit of light blue, kind of that soft light bleeding effect on this area here where the light hits really hard and all that, right? So I think that is something that I always like to say. So let me just take this chance to say it again. Otherwise, I think you've done a pretty good job of kind of just capturing the overall image, right? And once again, right, as you mentioned, you're still learning, and I think it's a great attempt. So yeah, just focus on that for now, and I love to see what you come up with next. Great effort, and thank you for your submission. So next we have some pretty heavy stuff. Not heavy in a bad way, but something that's really detailed by Hi. Whose name is not Hi, but Kylie. I'm just pronounce it as Kylie. Hey guys, my name is Kylie, and these are my recent works and unnamed OC. I just want to say I've been a huge fan of Gui's work for as long as I can remember. Thank you so much. When I first saw Gui's series of Bad Guys, I thought to myself, I want to convey a story just like this, and it inspired me to really work on my background and lighting. This helps me get a better understanding of how lighting and values works. If it wasn't for your series, I would have been lost to the direction of where my art is going. With that being said, thank you, Guis, for inspiring me and others to continue growing as an artist. And we have some very wonderful comments from Kevlar here below. So, firstly, you want to say wonderful effort here. So much detail has gone to this. I definitely want to appreciate bit by bit. I just want to take a really close look. So yeah, I think Kylie just wants to share their wonderful work. So they didn't use the feedback tag. So I'm not going to go excessively and be like, this is this and that is that, right? Once again, as I mentioned, I'm not going to give excessive or rather, I'm not going to give criticism unless it's asked for. I think that's something that is just basically a sign of basic respect, right? Sometimes people just want to showcase their stuff, and I'm very happy with that. So let's just kind of take a look at the first scene. Really wonderful setup with the two characters here, right? Drawing two characters at the same time just kind of feels really good because it gives you a sense of interaction, a sense of like, it makes a piece feels less like an illustration and makes it feel more like actual scene, right? Because normally when we have a solo character, there's a chance that it feels kind of like a photo shoot, whereas I don't know how to say it, whereas sometimes we draw two characters, it feels a little bit more candid. And I think this is exactly what we have here. Very wonderful setup here. Love the wooden architecture. Love how you've committed to that. This kind of wooden bench, wooden backing. Thematically, it feels very well aligned, right? We have the umbrella here. It's a rainy day. Everything kind of comes together. We have slightly wet hair. Just pretty wonderful stuff all over. And yeah, really good job. I think it sets the mood pretty well. And love that you put efforts into the signs in the background as well. I think that's pretty good. That's very, very nice. And let's take a look at the next one. I think these are different characters, right? Because this lady here has black hair. But once again, right, very nice, wonderful kind of night scene, very dark scene. As I definitely have a weakness for scenes like this, right? I don't need to say that. You all know already. But I really like that they've gone to the effort to draw the food. They've gone to draw effort of showing how much this character has already eaten. And how much the character still continues to eat. So that's a really nice touch of character design, of storytelling. Love the city in the background, right? All these bright lights in the back. And I think, and you have like very cute stuff here, like the keychain for the phone. Just kind of eating the noodles, sipping it from a nice little straw. And yeah, love the amount of detail put in, like all these menu items. We have like noodles, we have spicy stuff, meatballs, fish balls, egg rolls, and then we have like a drinks menu. So very, very nice effort that you've put in here. That's very wonderful. Love the signs in the back as well, right? They've gone to all this effort to set all this up, and I think it's just a wonderful effort here. Very, very inspiring, and yeah, just wonderful work all around. Love that a light is also being used here in a way to sort of highlight the foreground, right? We have sort of the bluish light coming from the left, and then we have a sort of a warm light inside the stall area. So very nice stuff. And then here we have a bit more of an interior scene. I think this is the character from the very first frame. Yep, a very nice interior scenes, kind of like a diner. Once again, right, we have lots of details. We have like bubbles coming out from a drink. This is like more detail that I've ever put into drawing a drink. So this is pretty cool. We have like a guitar case. I'm not sure if it's a guitar case, right? Might be a cello case. It's pretty big. We have the blinds. Like we even have like the background here where we have like a billboard being really, really bright. So really, I love the overall attention to detail and the designs that you're just kind of putting in. I think it's really, really nice, right? The characters. It feels like you really wanted to draw this character, and then you really wanted to showcase this world, which I think is something that's very admirable. I think that's amazing. It's just wonderful. So yeah, very very. Like my vocabulary is very limited, um, in terms of expressing admiration for things. So you have to excuse me for that. And we have a last one where the scene's a little bit darker. We're kind of like an indoor scene where this character is doing the dishes, something's in a microwave. We have some light coming from here, maybe from the corridor, right? Having this nice blue interior with a warm outside. I think that is just excellent layout of the lighting. We have Spider-Man. It's like an Easter egg or something like that. But yeah, once again, love the attention to detail. Love the layout of the scene. Love that the characters are being used to show depth. Right, sometimes characters are very strong elements of the composition, so you can make sure you can use them to show depth in a scene. I think that is really really good. So you have some plants with, once again, right, really enjoy the small details like the tiles being of alternating colors. Right, very wonderful stuff. Love the effort that you're putting in. And finally, I'm glad that I was able to help you kind of find some direction as to where you want to explore more. And I think you're definitely drawing in a very different way that I am, right? It's very distinct. So yeah, I love that what you're doing, and I love that you found a bit more direction. So that's very good, and that's wonderful. So next, let's move on to Kevlar. So I'm gonna take a little bit of a drink and just gonna stand up for a little bit and stretch. So we'll be right back. For you, it shouldn't be any time at all. It should be just cutting straight. Up next is Kevlar. So let's take a look at what Kevlar has to say. Hi everyone, here are some of my most recent pieces. Here are some of my most recent pieces that I personally love. So I've changed my style quite a lot since the last time we've had this, and I've gone for more of a semi-realism route, and I've enjoyed it quite a lot. I think the grayscale drawings I did were the most fun I've ever had with art. If you have feedback on those grayscale drawings, it would be much appreciated. And they also mentioned, I struggle a lot with rendering. It takes so much time and I don't know what I really am doing. How can I improve on it? What should I focus on? And also, I just finished this piece. This is my OC Ira. Okay, so let's take a look from the beginning and let's kind of just give some advice based on what Kevlar is asking. So in terms of rendering, I would say, see, the point of rendering, I feel like, isn't so much as to achieve a certain look or a certain style, but rather completing forms, right? What do I mean by completing forms? So let's say we want to draw, well, in this case, we have fingers, right? We have lots of fingers being drawn here. If we want to complete drawing a finger, what do we need to include, right? We need to include the forms on the knuckles, right? We need to complete or make precise the shapes, exact shapes of the knuckles, right? We need to make precise exact shape of the fingernails, right? How shadow falls on every element in, all these elements that you're drawing, right? The shape of the thumb, right? The knuckle of the thumb, right? Things like the hand guard, right? Things like the blade itself, right? All these things are things that when we say render, all we're trying to say isn't so much as to be like, we have to make it this style or that style, but rather we want to complete the drawing it, right? Or make it closer to a photo. Now, it sounds kind of strange, right? Like, we're not here to draw photos, but what do you mean making it close to a photo? So to make it close to a photo, when I say that, it means that we want to understand all the details that are available for us to draw, and then we want to very selectively choose a tier or a level of detail that we want to draw up till, right? So that is the kind of purpose of rendering, right? So for example, if you feel like, okay, one thing, let me just point out one thing, right? Since you're asking for more direct feedback, is that the sort of wrappings around the handle of the sword here, they're a little bit off in terms of form, right? Because the wrappings aren't just like one singular piece, right? I know I haven't drawn them properly for a long time. I know that, but that's not an excuse for that. So do as I say, not as I do. But just to give you more of a complete understanding, right? The wrappings on the blade are actually wrapped sort of, how do I quite put it? There are individual strips that kind of go around and around and around. So sometimes what you might have is, so rather it's an individual strip that goes around, gets twisted, I think, and then goes around the other side. So what you might want to show is the sort of twist in the middle here, and sort of the bulge and the presence of larger pieces of wrappings rather than everything being like microfiber, right? It feels like a very thin thread that goes around, and then the thread just kind of just kind of terminates a little bit abruptly, right? For example, here, right, it feels like the thread goes into nothing. So this is an example of rendering, right? We want to render something like this. You kind of want to complete it in that way. So that is one thing that I want to kind of tell you. So that's kind of what rendering is about, right? But otherwise, I think if you were drawing this from reference, which again, there's absolutely no shame from drawing anything from reference. As long as you're looking at the reference, you extract the information, you're thinking about it step by step. It's an excellent way to learn. It's also an excellent way to design your OCs, right? If you have a pose you love to draw, right? Look carefully at what the pose entails, what kind of shadows are present, why are certain things look a certain way, and then use that to form the base of your understanding, use that to learn. So if you were able to capture this from a photo, I think you have done a great job in terms of identifying various aspects of what separation is like, right? What certain things are like. So one more tip I like to give is that, let's say you were drawing, so sometimes photos are not the best source of, they're not perfect in a sense, right? Because sometimes in a photo, we might have a direct light and a bounce light that feel a little bit too similar, right? So I think this is one of those times where I feel like I want to draw a little bit of an example here. So I do apologize for sort of painting over your work, but let's say if we were to kind of redraw this part just a little bit, right? Let me just use my usual round brush. So if we have a sort of light source that's coming from above, right, which I think we have, right, because we see pretty sharp shadows formed by the hair here, what I would like to do is to kind of isolate this area here, right? This thumb area here. I would like to sort of isolate this area here, right, with a sharper shadow, right? Just allow it to sort of blend together, right? Just kind of allow it to blend together like this, right? Make sure your cast, this is a cast shadow, right? So basically cast shadows are shadows that are formed by light being directly blocked by an object that's above it. So if I make a little bit of changes in terms of the thumb itself as well, right? The shape of the thumb itself as well. Right, allow the knuckle of the thumb to stand out just a little bit. I'm looking at my own hand now, so it's a little bit awkward. But right, so kind of like separating out the knuckles of the thumbs out a little bit like this. Mm-hmm. So the thumb kind of has this sort of form, right? So if we kind of adjust it a little bit, because once again, right, as I mentioned, sometimes photos, right, indicate things in a pretty clear way, but sometimes they also leave things out just a tad bit, right? So sometimes you might want to be like, okay, I understand the form of this such that I want to make sure that it's presented a bit more clearly, right? So this is something that you might want to try, right? This is kind of my version of how it will look like. And this is what I'm doing is rendering, right? Rendering isn't always about adding detail. Sometimes it's just about kind of being like, oh, I like the way how this form looks this way, or I like the way how the form looks that way, and so I'm going to render it that way, or I'm going to render it this way, right? And then if you want to add a little bit more bounce light, you can do so, right? Once again. Something like this, right? Honestly, I think the one that you've done before is a little bit better here. Right, feels a little bit more natural this way, I think. Right, so I'm going to make my correction a bit here. Right, so I don't want to turn this into a painting video, but this is really just kind of, it's a pretty pertinent question, I think, because we're going to talk about rendering quite a bit. I'm sure many of you also have questions regarding to this. So this is kind of like a public service, thanks to Kevlar sacrificing his work for this. But yeah, so it's kind of like a public service announcement kind of thing where I just kind of want to showcase how, right, like we want to draw certain things, right, want to illustrate, right, actually this part is kind of, like when you want to render, right, sometimes it's all about taking a look at what you have, right, and kind of thinking about what part of it is you want to change a bit, what part of it feels complete, what part of it feels a little bit incomplete, right, and kind of go from there, right? So this is kind of my very rough presentation on it. If anything, I think there are some parts of the thumb anatomy that I need to improve on myself. So, right, would be, let's say if I were drawing this myself, what I would do now is to go and break out my hand model. I have like a plastic hand model. I'm going to take a very close look at it. I'm going to start drawing it very closely. I'm going to probably spend like half an hour to 1 hour here just figuring out how exactly I want this hand to look. So right, that's the event of, right, when I mentioned would be rendering, right? Similarly to this part here, right? Like let's say if a strong light coming down, then I would maybe recommend just kind of finishing this off like this, right? Once again, kind of separating out the bounce light like this. And then, you know, we have those sword patterns like this, right? You can just kind of add them in like this, right? Right. And you want to adjust the light to face up a little bit more as well, right? Something like this could be nice, right? We have the bounce light coming from below, so we have something like this, right? Also, like the shape of this handle here, right? We want to kind of solidify it a bit more, right? So the upper part is facing up. We have the shadows cast like this. We have a middle strip that's empty, something like this, right? Careful not to eat into the thumb, which I already have. So once again, right, you have to be very rigorous about things like perspective and form, right? Like you want to draw the shape of this very carefully, right? Similarly to this finger here, right? You kind of want to handle it very carefully, right? And this is what I would say is rendering. So rendering is really just about making things as correct as you can make it, and how correct it is depending on your definition as well. So it sounds kind of odd to say that, but actually it's really true because, of course, right, there's an element of, is it actually accurate? But there's also an element of how much do I want to stylize it, right? So here, this is kind of like my rendition on the hand area, right? Some parts here are still pretty rough. And in terms of this, what I mentioned was kind of like this, right? This is how usually the folds would go. And then kind of twist over the middle, so you can just kind of do X's in the middle first, because that's the part that kind of bulges out the most, right? And then you can form the shadows along the X, right? Along the X, and they kind of overlap, they kind of finish, and then you have, rather than lots of micro textures, you have something that's pretty even and readable, right? So I would say this is how I would start to approach rendering this piece, right? I like that you have these little strands of hair. They do represent, they add a very nice element here as well, right? So I think that's very well done. So I'm not going to edit this a little bit more. Don't want to derail from our sharing video, but I think this is a really good point. So this is kind of the before and after. Really not that much changed, but just in terms of kind of solidifying the lighting, kind of picking out small things like the basic structures, and all this is kind of just rendering, right? Rendering is all about this. Rendering is all about picking out all these small things and then just kind of putting your best effort into seeing what you can do to fix them in a sense, right? Right, even add scratches here, that will be rendering, that will be adding details, right? All this kind of stuff all falls under rendering. And yeah, so if you're trying to draw characters, if you're trying to finish a drawing, you want to render things out a bit more, right? This is the kind of thing that you should be looking for. Always trying to complete things, I think, is a good way to put it, right? So yeah, if I were to draw this fingernail, I would draw it a little bit like this. Right, so something like this, right? It, again, super rough, but I think it's a good example of just to showcase to everyone what it's like to, or what my definition of rendering is. And once again, thank you. Oh, sorry, I've been leaning away from the mic a little bit, so hopefully the volume hasn't gone too soft. But thank you once again, our dear friend Kevlar, for sacrificing his work for demonstration. So again, grayscale is pretty easy to demonstrate on, right? Similarly, rendering for this piece, I would say, is, as with before, kind of solidify your lighting, right? What I like about this one is that the lighting is pretty clear. You have very bright light. It blends well with the background. For this one, the lighting is a little bit more muddy. I love to see you use the maximum range of values. In a sense, I want to see a little bit of the brightest whites. Like, where would you put that? Would it be here? Right? So things like that I want you to consider. Like, for example, why is this part of the thumb really bright, but this side of the hand is really dark? Right? Like, is something cutting this area off from light? Right? What is the cause of this situation here? So all this is all about rendering, right? So unfortunately, you've got me talking about rendering. So I'm going to ramble on a lot about that. And yeah, hopefully the example just now and what I've just explained kind of elucidates the matter a little bit. The reality is that so much of rendering is about understanding the form, and not just understanding. It's like if I go into the drawing and I'm a little bit unsure of how exactly everything is supposed to go, that's fine, right? But as you draw, you want to not only pick up from your own experience, but continue learning, continue to use reference, find as many references as you can, use your own hand as a model, buy a plastic hand, because sometimes, right, I need to draw a right hand and I don't want to keep flipping my canvas. So I bought a hand model for my right hand. It's a right hand model, so I can just use it to keep drawing. Similarly, right, if you are using hotkeys as well, you can just flip your canvas and just use your right hand model, or change the left hand in your drawing to a right hand and draw it, right? So the idea is use lots of references, always keep trying to push it, right? It's like, does it feel perfect? Does it look exactly like how I feel it should look? If it doesn't, right, should I look at reference, right? Should I take a glance at something that is going to give me more information on what it should look like, right? And then when you have that information, you can do a bit of analysis, you can do a little bit more thinking. You can be like, okay, so this is how it should be in a sense, but how do I want to pursue this, right? How exactly do I want to complete this? And that is the kind of situation that you want to find yourself in. You want to find yourself in a situation where you're really always learning, you're always picking up more information about exactly what you're drawing, and then pushing things forward that way. But yeah, and the last image is a bit of a landscape. This one I think is a really good use of color. Love it. Love the gradation from this foreground of warmer tones to cooler tones in the back. But there's also a bit of contrast on the horizon with a nice sort of sunrise lighting, right? This is a very cool red. It's perfect for complementing the scene. I think it's a wonderful color demonstration here that you've done. If I have any feedback, I would say in terms of the far distance, right? So the thing about silhouettes is that they're really sensitive to small edge changes. So if you have an edge here, my mouse is a little bit laggy, forgive me. So if you have an edge here, right, you have something like this. So very small deviations in the edges here can kind of affect the image a lot, right? Because of the foreground, things are a bit closer, you expect more variation in the silhouette. Whereas in things very far away, right, they should almost be like a flat line, right? You don't really have these small gaps in between, right? So just small things to take note of. Once again, it's kind of like a review session. For those of you who have more technical questions, I think hopefully this advice helps everyone else as well. And let's take a look at their OC IRA. So once again, I love that you have definitely spent a good amount of time on this, like drawing the gun, trying to get the perspective in shape and all that. I think that is good effort. Very good effort on the hair as well. So again, right, I like how you have done the hair, because that's a lot of good effort here. A lot of time spent trying to figure out how exactly you want to do the hair. I just want you to keep expanding that effort. I think you're doing very well. I just want you to keep expanding your efforts to all aspects of the drawing, right? I know it's difficult to do it, especially when, let's say, you're really focused in on getting the portrait right. But sometimes as we learn, right, we want to keep developing and using reference and just kind of develop. For example, here, right, I would like to see you draw the hand in a more complete manner. Use reference if you have to, right? Love to see you draw this anatomy with a little bit more rigor, right? All these things, even though they seem a little bit insignificant, I think they can really, really, really help you as well. But overall, love the design. Very sexy design, that is. So yeah, very cool concept. And I think you'll do much, much better. And I think you're really doing pretty good. I think you'll do a lot much better if you kind of focus in and understand, start understanding and start really practicing what it feels like to just, well, it's a bit of an extreme, but what it feels like to torture yourself to render something out very precisely. So once again, a very long segment for Kevlar here, but hopefully the example is helpful for everyone. And let's move on to the next participant. vwan.arts. Hopefully it's the pronunciation is fine as always. So, and they say, I'd first like to say I'm super excited to take part in your fourth year submission, and congrats. Thank you very much. Your illustration walkthrough series has helped me build my own sustainable workflow for paintings, which I often lacked going to each piece, and I thank you for that. Once again, you're very, very welcome. I'm glad it was helpful. For the past year, I've been focused more on creating full character and background paintings, even though it has been one of my weaknesses, especially rendering color. The following pieces are my best illustration within 6 months. I managed to fit a recent one in, although it is still rough compared to the others. Any feedback or things to do better would be greatly appreciated, and I'd love to hear your thoughts on it. So, once again, thank you very much for your submission, and I'm glad you're showing us your works. So let's take a good look. Oh, yes, and we have a bit more of a polished version as well. So let's take a look at the first 4 submissions as well. First one, with a character in a lift, I think, with a glass window. I love that I was able to recognize that immediately, so I think you've done a very good job identifying things like, for example, right, railings, buttons, sort of this squarish box shape. We have like the rails on which the lift door glide on. So right, you've captured the essence of a lift very well, and at first glance I can recognize it, and we can see a character with a scythe, right, with warm light coming in from the left. Next, we have character in a grocery store, right? Dual wielding swords in a bookstore, I think it is, right? Looking very dangerous. Love the window at the back as well, right? Once again, capturing the essence of the environment very clearly. And you even have a reflection here, right? I believe this is a reflection, right? The bottom part is a mirror, kind of reflects all these bookshelves here, right? Excellent work. I like that you include so many different things, right? I feel like I don't mean at all to say this in any kind of negative manner. I feel like you might be relatively new to art, or you might be a younger member of the audience, but I think you're doing a really good job in just identifying what needs to be drawn in the scene, and you're just doing it very, very well, right? Of course, for example, ideally, let's say if I were to attempt a similar style, I would spend a lot more time on like drawing every single book, adding more details like push cards around, right? Lots of different elements. But ultimately, I think what you're doing really well is you're capturing the big picture well. You're capturing the essence of what each location is pretty well. And this one I think is kind of interesting. We have 2 statues here, and then we kind of have this chamber type of room. This one is a bit not instantly recognizable, but I appreciate the effort in trying to draw something that feels, kind of almost surreal, I would say. It feels like a very abnormal sort of situation here that we have. And then we have the characters and the design. Very interesting gun we have here that has a curvy barrel, wavy barrel. So very interesting design. Love to see it. And yeah. And lastly, we have a character here which you polished up later. So this character, I love the color scheme. You have a pretty simple one going on, right? We have the white with the whites for the hair and the pants. We have the dark colors for the shirt and the sleeves, and we have some gold accents here for the earrings and all that. So, and a little bit of purple to boot as well. So I think, yeah, pretty cool setup here. I love the use of lighting, right? I like that you went into this. I like that you went into this with ideas like, okay, I want the lighting, I want the midsection of the characters to be lit up, and the rest is going to be in shadow. And one thing I do like is that you're able to be decisive about what you want in the scene. So what you could do better, I think, is, and let's take a look at the polished version first, right? Yeah, definitely more polished. I love that you add in a little bit more space, right? The cast shadow of the character on the wall, right? Because for this one, it feels like the character was stuck against the wall and the light was directly coming from behind our eyeballs. So it's kind of like we're shining a torchlight at a character. Not really, but really rather the sun is directly coming from behind us. So we really have very little cast shadows. Whereas a polished version, right, we immediately have the cast shadows. It creates definitely a more 3D feeling scene. And I think that's pretty good. I have a little bit more textures on the walls as well. So yeah, I think that is very, very nice. And of course, the swords also get a bit more of that treatment. And one thing I like to see is, I think overall is very good. And definitely I can see you're pushing yourself, because when I was designing characters at the early stage, no way were they ever this detailed. So what I like to see, for example, saying that is, I just want to kind of highlight the point that sometimes it's pretty easy to miss out certain parts. Like for example here, right, the character's knees are brightly lit, so it is a little bit confusing because it's giving me the vibes of there being a very hard object, a very solid object that's cutting off the lighting from below the lower thigh. So this one is slightly confusing visually. So maybe you want to sort of cast one shadow flatly across. That might be some way to improve it. Another problem, well, problem is, I guess I could say that, I'll say a bit bluntly since you have directly asked for feedback, is that the shadow of the shoulder is a little bit high, I feel, because depending on where the light is coming in from, let's say you want the light to come in from the left side, right, which it seems to be what you want, right, seeing from the shadows here, that you rather want this part of the shoulder to be flat, right? Right, this portion here should be light because light comes from here and you want a larger area for the head. So that is how I feel about this particular area here. So really very small adjustments, but once again, right, these pieces of feedback are more so just me spotting out certain things for you in a more direct manner. In terms of the big picture, I love that you're able to decide what to draw and then kind of express it in a clear manner. So I love for you to keep working on that because I feel like there's a lot more room to mature here, to develop a greater sense of values, a greater sense of lighting. And I think you're well on the path, right? I like how you included a pose as well, right? So lots of good things here. I just want you to keep working on it. And if you mentioned rendering color, okay, apologies if I didn't quite touch on it earlier. So in terms of color, you see, I'm someone who plays it a bit safe when it comes to color. Usually my colors are more additive rather than just going in straight. There are scenes where I'm going straight, and that is only like in more recent years. In my early years, I've always been pretty conservative on color because I'm really just not that great with it. And one thing I really once again want to highlight is the use of reference. Using reference gives you not necessarily something just to copy from, but something to refer from, right? As the name, as quite literally is reference. So what I want you to do, if you would like to, is use references to draw. Well, let me put it this way. I would like you to do some studies, right? I'd like you to do some studies on characters or photos with costumes and designs that you like. That you look at it and say, hey, I love the scene. I love the look of this. I want you to do a study on that. I want you to get close to it in an organic manner, in a sense that I want you to observe different things. And I want you to transfer that bit by bit into a completed work. So I think that is something that's really good for color because in a way, in the long term, right, we can talk a lot about theories, we can talk a lot about local colors, lighting colors, we can talk about that so much. And what really happens is that you just kind of listen to it and forget about it. What I think works really well is that if you have that knowledge in mind, I want you to start practicing. I want you to start practicing. I want you to start using references, start doing studies to be able to sort of get your own feel, develop your own mental image of what a certain color should look like in a certain scene, what a harmonized type of lighting should look like in a certain scene. And it's just something that needs to be developed internally over time, right? So I think that is something that I would love for you to work on. But otherwise, I think you've done a really great job. Thank you so much for your submission. Once again, I want to highlight that we have all kinds of artists here of various different levels. There's absolutely I think there's absolutely no room for shame or disparaging others because I love that everyone is just trying hard. Everyone is just trying to express themselves in an as cool a way as they can. So I really respect everyone's effort from the bottom of my heart. And I just want to say, really appreciate all your work, and everyone has great potential to improve. And I would love to see that every year. So yeah, once again, moving on. Thank you once again, vwan.arts, vwan.arts for your submission. And yeah, let's move on to KurczakPower, who says, hi there, small series of painting from my side. I'm still working on a 4-piece portrait, but I'm almost there. The idea was quite simple, to show character walking an empty street in the rain, going back home, and in the end she faces something strange happening on the sky. Any feedback would be appreciated, as I'm pretty sure I'm not seeing a lot after this really long process. I'm not sure what you mean by that. Maybe that you're not seeing much to improve, perhaps. Best regards. So I love the series work. I do lots of these sets myself as well. So let's take a look. So firstly, we have the character walking down the street, right, with a bright street lamp. We kind of have the ivy dangling down from the building. We kind of have like a crosswalk. Next, we have a shot of the character from the side from a high angle. And lastly, we kind of have the character walking into a dark alleyway, right, confronting some unknown entity, right? One of those fog walls from Dark Souls. Like the boss room is just inside. So overall, very lovely set. I love the kind of transition from this image to this and to this, right? I love the architecture as well. It feels very deliberate, right? You want this overgrown place that feels almost ancient, I would say. It feels like it's ancient architecture that just never gets built over. It's just interesting. I'm not sure why, but it gives me a bit of a Taiwan vibe. It's interesting, right? Because in Taiwan, I think there are plenty of places where there are older buildings that just kind of gets repurposed. I've been to Taiwan before. Maybe this is where kind of my memory is coming from. Or maybe I've seen some Taiwanese media. I'm not sure where that's coming from. But I love the design of the buildings. I think there's a good direction of them. It feels like you know exactly what you wanted to draw and you kind of went for it, right? Because these aren't like generic buildings that I might draw. These aren't like generic apartment buildings. They are pretty precise as to what they are. Right, at the same time, there's also a little bit of modern infrastructure like sidewalks and the drainage pipe. So it's a pretty good combination. Really interesting combination. Once again, it feels like it's older buildings that did not get that kind of gets repurposed, but mostly sort of almost abandoned, right, from the ivy. So once again, love the lighting here. Always love myself a good, nice orange light. And one thing that I would say stands out here is that, in a sense, I would like you to maybe considering silhouetting the character a little bit more, like harmonizing and combining this value block here a little bit more, right? Because we have a strong light here coming down, right? This area is brightly lit. I would like to see, for example, this area here to be a bit darker. I know that you are using the warm light here to sort of bounce the light up onto the character's legs, which I think is great. But one thing that I am not too sure about is why the bottom of the plastic bag here is completely dark, right? So small inconsistencies like this can be debilitating to a piece, right? Especially when it's around the main character. I love the patterns on the umbrella and sort of the rain effect on the umbrella. I think that's super, super well done. Very, very good job. Just would love to see a bit more consistency in terms of rendering this area here. Love the way you did the trees as well, right? It's very painterly vibe, honestly. As someone who just uses a round brush, I'm kind of envious, right? It's a really nice painterly vibe on the tree. I think that's where the kind of very... It really gives me a very strong impression of this. I think I'll remember this piece for a while to come. So really like the trees. Yeah, and this second scene here, I think one thing that could be good to do is to kind of once again, right? Okay, so here's something I always notice with my own work as well, is that when it comes to drawing hands are really, really important. And I think the kind of joke or meme about hands being hard to draw isn't so much that it's difficult to draw 4 digits in the thumb, but rather it's really difficult to get the pose and gesture of the hand right. Because I would say posing a hand is almost as difficult as posing the rest of the character combined. And that's saying something, right? Because how a hand wraps around an object, how a hand grabs something, that is something that is really, really impactful. It gives a very strong translation as to what is going on in the scene, right? For example, here, right, is the character holding onto the umbrella very tightly? Is the character holding onto the umbrella very loosely? Right? These are things that kind of get that become critical, right? Because these are indicators of intention, right? With a character in a scene, these indicate intention, what a character is wanting to do, right? What force are they using on the things they're holding, right? All these things are really important. So definitely, I would like to see maybe a bit more focus on this. Perhaps the ring finger and the pinky could wrap around the umbrella's handle a little bit more tightly, because this feels a little bit completely too loose to me. It's just kind of my impression of it, right? In terms of first impressions. One other thing is that I feel like the perspective here is a little bit difficult to handle, which I think is perfectly fine. Perspective is never easy because I can tell that you're trying to showcase the character's face as well. So you can't rotate the camera up too much, otherwise she'll get blocked by the umbrella. But on the other hand, I feel like, for example, the legs here, I feel like they're a little bit out of perspective. So to explain this, right, sometimes I'm just going to do a little bit of paint over here. Once again, excuse me. For example, here, right, the legs, I will say the other pant leg is maybe about here, and this pants leg is about here. And then in terms of the jacket, I think we've got it in a closer place like this, right? In terms of this object, I'm not sure. Sometimes I just lose out on the names of different things, right? Something like this, right? And then we don't really want to kind of grab out. We want to show a bit of weight in the plastic bag, so kind of the hand kind of just goes down like this, right? Doesn't really splay out too much, right? Something like this. And with the thumb and the pinky, maybe we want to wrap it in just a little bit like this. Right, something like this, right? If you want the characters to kind of look cool, maybe you want to add a cigarette, right? This is too much for me, I apologize. But let's say you want it to look a bit cooler, I want to wrap in the fingers to make sure to show that they actually have a grip on it. And then for the head area as well, let's say you want to reduce the shoulder a little bit. And this area here, a little bit of perspective adjustment on the character's head as well. Right, if you want to darken the area, if you want to put something in shadow, you want to commit to it, you want to make it blend together a bit better, and then you can, let's say, add something like this, right? You can even lower this area here. Apologies for the rough paint over. You can lower this area here a bit more because, right, what you want to do is to sort of create this effect, right? This sort of high angle perspective. Right, kind of create something like this. I want to adjust the pant legs up even more. Right, so as you can see, the before and after is that, let me get a color out of the way. See, the before and after is kind of that, right, the perspective is a bit more adjusted, right? Once again, it's not drawn perfectly well, so I apologize. Right, that we feel like we're actually looking at a character from above. We can actually lighten this up a bit. And then we can make it darker. Yeah, so you can see this area a little bit clearer. Right, so you can see the before and after. This is the before, where the perspective feels just a little bit off, right? We're looking at the legs almost, we're only slightly above. Whereas if we correct the perspective just a tiny bit, right? I know you might be worried about covering details like this, but sometimes you just kind of have to go with it. You just have to cover details like this. And then it helps to make it look a little bit more accurate. I think that is the key, right? So before and after, I think you've done a very good job in composing the scene. I think it's a wonderful composition. Love the umbrella, love the overlapping leaves. Just like a small edit in terms of perspective to sort of really align it with the rest of the scene, right? Because we have these structures here, they are very, very clearly present. And if you're able to kind of align it this way, align the character as well, it will make the scene feel a lot more complete. So once again, I think you've still done a very good job. Just some really minor adjustments, really. And these are the kind of things that just come from practice, right? Because I'm very sure they've looked back at my older work. There are going to be plenty of moments where I make very similar mistakes in terms of perspective. But, you know, what's important is that rather than just being like, oh, you know, that's bad, but rather I want you to look at it and be like, okay, so this is something I need to pay attention to. And once again, it always goes back to that thing about fundamentals, right? And oh, she faces something strange in the sky. This is interesting. It kind of feels like it's on the ground, but I love the silhouette once again. And the umbrella being lit from the back is also interesting. It's an interesting choice. I feel like this gives a almost game-like vibe. It feels like a cutscene in a game. I think it's really good if that's what you're going from. I love the plants and in the background sort of blocking things out. One thing that I might want to consider is maybe we want to darken the plants in the foreground a little bit more. To really darken it down to kind of give this sense of space, because right now it feels almost like fog, right? And if you're looking closer, I can definitely tell that there's a clear overlap. So it's one thing that you might want to look out for. Once again, loving the architecture, loving the effects here. Very, very wonderful. And yeah, so yeah, almost like a game, right? I think it's really cool. And one thing that maybe if you might want to consider is when we're dealing with difficult lighting like this, because once again, right, you're trying to use light from one side as well, and you're trying to include a second really strong silhouetting light source here, it can make the scene a bit difficult to combine. So maybe what you might want to do is to kind of pick one, right? If you pick the source of light in the sky, then you might want to silhouette the entire character, right? And if you silhouette the entire character, you might once again want to use bounce light from below, warm bounce light from below to kind of highlight the character in a different way and allow the white light to kind of bleed out into these areas a little bit more and silhouette the character and let the bounce light from your original warm light from this angle kind of fill in a bit more of the detail. So that's how I would kind of approach it. But once again, right, these are all creative decisions that I cannot be like, this is the right way to do it, you got to do it this way, right? A couple of minutes ago, I demonstrated the perspective correction, and that one is just kind of helping myself kind of convey the point on what maybe you want to edit a little bit. But for this one, it's purely an artistic choice. I think it looks great as it is, right? But just for your consideration, I think is what I would like to put it as. So once again, thank you KurczakPower sharing this. I know lots of work went into this. It looks very, very cool. Amazing work. Once again, thank you for your submission. And let's move on to the next submitter. It's not quite the right. Next participant. Sleepisnice. Yes, Sleepy's indeed very nice. So let's see what they have to say. Hey guys and all, I'm super excited to share what I've been working on recently, and sorry for anyone about to read the wall of text below. No worries. I have been away from drawing for a couple of years. I only started drawing a lot since in late 2023, early 2024. So far, I've been mainly working on my own and then self-critiquing. That's perfectly fine. I had honed in on primarily trying to have a solid value composition so things pop in the way that I want. However, there are so many interlinking mechanics that I need to improve on that is overwhelming at times, such as character anatomy, lighting, colors, perspective, material texture, etc. I've come to realize how much lighting actually goes into describing materials. This is in addition to using my time efficiently. At this point, I will be spending time rendering things which will end up being covered by other strokes anyways. My main takeaway is that I'm just kind of really lazy. Well, I'm also kind of lazy, so no worries about that. That is eventually I get to a point where a piece will look good enough and my motivation plummets. This has been getting better though, and I will look at the pieces of lovely people here and there and get motivated just to do a little bit more, which inevitably leads to working for another couple hours, and I'm very thankful for that. Anyways, below is a couple of reflections of the work I've submitted. Chronologically, it is from newest to oldest. And here they are describing the pieces that they are currently doing. I'll just look at them and I'll read the thing, right? Newest to oldest. Is it the first one? Okay, the railing, right? It mentions the railing. So it should be this one. Ooh, very, very nice. Really like the use of perspective. Really like the use of, once again, having a dual, having two characters hanging out together. It adds a lot of good vibes to the image, right? Adds a lot of interaction, makes it feel a lot more real. So I think it's a great job. I think I've drawn a similar piece to this before, right? But once again, I love that you're able to make it your own, right? With different character designs, with a very different sort of exterior in these kind of streets here. Very different sort of exterior, and make the piece your own. Right? Very, very cool carpet here as well. Details of lawn chairs below. Wonderful, wonderful work. And let's see what they have to say. The piece I've literally just finished, I didn't think it would make it in time. A lot of time was spent drawing and redrawing the background, which I believe I can try optimizing in the future. Favorite part is probably the front figure's right hand, probably the best hand I've drawn from imagination, I think. A regret is the railing at the top of the building in the background is kind of blending together, and when I noticed, I just did not want to fix it. That's interesting. Okay, let's see. To right hand, yeah, this one, right? The one holding the one kind of doing this. Yeah, right. I think drawing hands is pretty challenging, and I think kind of getting in more knowledge, getting in more practice, and gaining confidence is a really good thing. So I'd love for you to keep working on that, right? It's very, very. I think it's definitely well drawn, right? It kind of it has its own gesture, it has its own pose, and I think you've done a very good job kind of representing it. So really good work. And yeah, and the building here, yeah, I kind of noticed it as well, right? It kind of feels like this thing is overlapping the railing just a little bit. I know it's tough to change because it feels like it takes a lot of effort to finish drawing a building, and you don't really want to change it. But I feel like one way to kind of break it up would be to add various elements here and allow this dark line here to be sort of broken up, right? So I think that is something that you might maybe want to try. And then the next one. Let's take a look at this one. Ooh, very nice portrait. Very moody as well. Love the details of the suspension bridge. Yeah, excellent direction, I think. It's a wonderful, wonderful direction. Very, very good direction here. Very unique. Loving it. So, originally, this was going to be the latest piece I would submit, but I finished it in time to spare, so I wanted to work on something else. And yeah, indeed, you worked on something quite a bit more. But I finished it in time. I wanted to make a clear value break from the figure and the background initially. However, they ended up less distinct later due to wanting a more moody atmosphere. And I think that's a pretty good. I think that's pretty good as well, right? Sometimes it's good to kind of combine the figure with the background. It does give a very unique type of look to it. Almost feels more like a classical painting rather than like a film composition. And I think that's perfectly fine, right? I think that's perfectly fine. So one thing I do want to mention is that I was just checking if they had added the feedback tag, right? So one thing I just do want to mention is that with close-ups like this, I love how you drew the hair. I think the hair is definitely on point. It's very well done, and the sort of lace, the shawl-like kind of thing here on her hat or headdress is very well drawn as well. So is the effort that has gone into the sweater. One thing I love to see here is a little bit more of the color bleed, I think, is something that kind of gets missed out on a little bit, right? Because since you mentioned that you want the scene to feel a little more moody, and you wanted the black background to blend in a little bit closer to the character, I love to see a bit more of the gray and the blues tint kind of bleed in, right? You have a little bit of it bleeding onto the neck here, but I would say that it actually has a little, it's actually a lot more stronger than that. I would say all the bright areas here where it's receiving light, I love you to give them a little bit more of a blue tint. So I think that could add quite a bit. So that is my feedback for that piece. So this one, ooh, very, very cool. Right, holding a sword, holding a takeout box, very, very brave angle to attempt. This is an excellent, excellent showcase of your skills here. I think you're doing very well. Of course, right, as you mentioned, right, there's still places to work on. But I think you've done a really, really good job. I think this is excellent work, and I can see you're really being very disciplined with how all the perspective lines should go, using things like the wall here to sort of complete the look. I think you've done an excellent job as well. So they say this one, I was trying to mainly work with an interesting perspective, like she was being seen through a security camera. It's probably the most difficult piece so far, as I'm not super comfortable with perspective, neither am I. So very, very good work here. And let's see. Wait, did the images? Oh no, it's here. This is the right order. I got a little bit confused by the ones on the left. So for an older piece I drew with some takeaways from the Colossal course, I feel it feels nostalgic remembering how much time I spent redrawing stuff from this piece and how you would do things differently. Ooh, definitely can see the effort that's gone into the background, right? Can see the rain. Ooh, very, very moody. I'm really liking this, right? The rain outside of a window is always so cozy. Actually, if you think about it, when was the last time I drew rain? It's been quite a while, hasn't it? Maybe I should get back to that. But yeah, right. Excellent setup for the tone and the mood. Love the brighter interior. Very cute characters as well. Cuter than I could ever draw my characters. My characters always end up looking like super intimidating and stuff like that. So I really appreciate it when someone draws their characters in this in their own style, and it just looks really, really cool. I think overall excellent work, right? Loved how you managed to control the lighting as well. The interior and exterior are very well split. Wonderful ideas here being implemented as well. Great imagination. And yeah, just wonderful work. Loved it. I'm gonna have to steal this idea, right? This staff pass is so cool. Like, I don't know how I never thought of it. I have never thought of it. I'm going to say it right here. Sleep is nice. I'm going to definitely have to borrow this idea from you. Or Puya, right? If you prefer, since you signed it off as Puya. So Puya, I'm going to officially credit you right now. If I ever draw a staff pass on my characters in the future, it's because of you. Thank you so much for the inspiration. But yeah, once again, right, very well designed costumes. Like, I think this just adds so much. And yeah, loving the overall scene setup. Excellent work. And last one, just going for a fun old piece from 2018. Going forward, I want to continue emphasizing the values and contrasts of works going ahead. I want to incorporate more dynamic colors into my stuff. I want to be able to make more abstract strokes with them being representative of the lighting and materials along with everything else. So that's everything, right? Once again, right, you can see so much improvement from 2018, right? Where here you can see you have ideas, right? But sometimes they're not quite expressed in the best way as you can, right? The colors were definitely a bit more, you know, disjointed, like this brown here, not really sure what it might be, right? The background here also is, I can tell that it's a city, but once again, painted very roughly. The character's coat is also done a little bit roughly. But once again, right, so much improvement, right? Here you can clearly tell it's just a great illustration. Just gets better every time. So wonderful, 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 wonderful progress. Really, really like how you're moving along with all this. Really like the progress you're making here. You're definitely on the right path. Just want you to keep going. I want you to keep drawing things that you enjoy. I want you to explore things that you want to draw as well, right? Because I think as artists, as we are growing, we always like to, well, like to is a wrong word, but we always take inspiration or references from visuals that we enjoy, right? It's not so much that I'm latching on to one artist or the other, but sometimes people genuinely enjoy a certain type of visual, and then they kind of like to incorporate that a bit more into their work. But I think you're doing on a really, really good path. I really like this one, right? It just feels like something that you genuinely wanted to express, right? All these small things, these are things that I would never think of. And I think this is how I think. I'm saying I think a lot, but yeah, it's really good that you're exploring what you want to draw as well, right? As compared to things that are a little bit more like maybe Guays would like to draw this, but again, it's a growth process. I think you're doing really well. I wouldn't say for you to change anything. I want you to keep doing what you're doing, and I think let these sort of organic learning take place as you improve, because you've been improving a lot over the years, and yeah, just keep going. And feedback is just keep going, right? I don't want to kind of be like, hey, do this or do that, because what you're working on is very well. You know what you want to work on, you know what you want to capture. So every piece, just put in an effort to do what you say you want to do, and I think you'll be doing very, very well very, very soon. So yeah, wonderful work, and thank you, Puya Puya, for your submission. And next we have Jopi submitting a work in progress. So a couple of different drafts here, and hey, Jopi has quite a bit to say as well. So I'm gonna take a sip of my water here. Hey there, hey guys, I've been working on my very first artwork since a long time. I've been learning and practicing a lot meanwhile. And I'm a bit perfectionist, so I struggle with the composition, values, etc. Even if I've had a pretty clear idea of what I wanted, once I get into it, things start to get not quite as what I was thinking of it. I very appreciate to see that you guys are sharing your process and your thoughts when you're making artworks, because I thought it was abnormal to have so much changes in the process. Like you, I'm constantly changing things, even if making thumbnails. At some point when defining part of the artwork, I realized it's not going to fit with some other part. To resume, the idea I was working on was a model waiting at a bar, kind of futuristic but classy, with an aquarium on one side, a window of the city in the foreground, and a neon lighter bar at the right. Then I realized there was lots of different lightings and colors, and I just don't know how to do that. In other words, maybe I was too ambitious. Knowing that, I changed the overall scene to a balcony where there's a city behind the character. Excuse me. So the diffuse light is much more easy, and the main light on the character will be reddish thanks to Chinese lamps, which will also be easier to apply on the character than a light blue or purple neon light. Also, the pose was no longer fitting, so, well, yeah, I guess probably into another artwork. Now, end of story, I'm running out of time for this special event, so I'll continue to update it. I would like a feedback on the composition and values. What would you have done here? By the way, I'm more confident with the balcony version. I just don't know yet what to put on the balcony or the wall, neither how I'll crop the scene. This one is really at an early stage, but I was very sure about the city, so I got further with it. Let's see. So, yeah, for coming back after a long time, I think I've done pretty well, right? I can see a direction of what you want, right? The neon bar and aquarium. I think it's definitely possible to execute this scene as well, right? But as you mentioned, it's not easy. You have to direct the lighting pretty carefully to make sure that the character is lit, but also you want to kind of control the silhouette. You want to control how much of the neon is being expressed versus how much of the character is being expressed. So it's a lot of things to work on. And then you decided on the balcony, which I think is a good idea as well, right? Love the sort of drafting you've got here, right? Love the sort of posing you've got as well. So, and I think this is the updated version. Thank you for submitting the update. So, how would I, like, your main question is here, right? On your main feedback. How would I have done this? Well, since they have an updated version, I'll give my feedback based on this. So I think it's really good what you have done here. I think you've chosen a pretty good way to set this up, right? You have lights in the corridor, right? Very, very clearly themed corridor, right? It's kind of like a balcony of like a Chinese, very Chinese style restaurant or establishment or building. Very, very lovely design. I might have to steal this as well. Semi-kidding only. Just kidding. Not entirely kidding. It's a really well-designed setup here. I really like how it's able to show not only just the corridor, but also a bit of the silhouette of the other architectural elements, other standout architectural elements of the building as well, right? Very, very cool. And I love the pose of the character. I think overall you have a very strong idea here, and I genuinely mean it. And one other thing is that I feel like the background is something that you might be struggling with a little bit more. So what I would do, once again, right, since you've asked quite literally what I would do is that I would like to do, once again, a little bit of a quick paint over. So it seems that you're a little bit hesitant on adding lighting to the character, which I kind of can understand because it's not easy, right, to sort of to really just kind of jump in and start doing the lighting. But for the purposes of demonstration, right, because since you have this sort of red light here, you did mention that you want to use Chinese lamps or red light, right? So red light is kind of dark, but it's still visible. So we kind of want to use the shadows here, right? Kind of want to use the shadows here a little bit more judiciously, right? Just kind of allow the lighting and the shadows to form on the character. Oh my goodness, my voice isn't holding out. It's been a while since I recorded, so my voice is just kind of going. And because the light is kind of above the character, right? Actually, you've drawn the light a little bit further away. But let's just say I would maybe have wanted to put a light a little bit here, so we can get a bit more of that top-down shadow effect, right, on the character. So if the light is above the character, then I would say maybe we can wrap the foreground in something like this, right? Something like this, right? This is the shadow, and this is sort of the ring around the character. I want the floor to be a bit darker because we are receiving light from outside, right? And the light kind of hits this wall, but not so much of the floor, so we can allow the floor to be a little bit darker as well, right? For the ceiling, you also kind of want to control where the light goes. Kind of want to make sure the light goes around these lamps rather than just everywhere, right? Otherwise, I think you're doing a good job of making this very nice effect along the corridor. For the background, what I would say is that it depends on what you want. If you want the foreground to be reddish light and you want the background to be bright, I would say it depends once again, right? It's a little bit of a tough choice. So I would say in this situation, I might want to consider darkening the background a little bit, allowing it to just kind of settle into the night. Allowing this to just kind of settle into the night a little bit more. Right, allowing the characters, because we're doing a little bit of complex lighting on the character, right, because we're doing complex lighting on the character, right, we kind of want to keep the silhouette a bit clean, because if you see the edits I made, right, kind of pops the character out a little bit more, right? So if you're using the red light here, this is how you might want to approach it. And then you also want to darken the lower area here a little bit, because red is not a very strong light, right? It doesn't light up the scene quite as well as brighter lights would. So it will be kind of dark. So red lights are not very bright. So that's one thing that you might want to be careful of. So if we have something like this, right, where it's just kind of reddish, right, once again, weaken the light a little bit. For the background, I'm not really even going to draw things in detail just yet. I'm just going to use perspective lines to kind of lay out how things might be. Oops, excuse me. How things might be. Right? Almost overriding. Apologize if I'm kind of like overriding things a bit. Kind of overriding. And then let's say if you want that really strong light to come out from behind, what you might want to do is to have like a cross section of a building here. Cross section of a building here, and this is kind of how the building will go. And then you can have kind of my voice is really kind of going. You can have really strong light on this building here, right? And silhouette it a bit. You can have strong light kind of bleed through in the background as well. And then if you want, you can have the light kind of hit the character as well, right? Compared to the red light, this white light will be really strong. And so it's kind of the secondary light that you were talking about. But either way, I think the light on the outside, I feel like is a bit more optional, because another method you can do is that, let's say you want to keep the red light really pristine here, we can also just make this building really tall. And if we cut the horizon line here, then there should be almost nothing above it. Right, and then you can have, excuse me, and then you can have kind of a city below like this, right? And then you can kind of have like small pinpricks of light in a city kind of like this. Right, so you can have this sort of light coming from below, right? This could be a cooler light coming from below. And then you can kind of the warmer reddish light coming from above. So this is how I might want to do this. Of course, right, it doesn't mean you always do it. You can have larger buildings that stand out. Let's say you want something to highlight. You can have larger buildings to stand out. You can have buildings form a certain shape like this as well, right? You can have more of these types of buildings with the Chinese roofs, right? You can explore a lot of different things here, right? So once again, I think one thing you might want to take note is to kind of centralize, focus on the red light, make it a priority, and allow this area to support it, right? Once again, as you can see, the detail I put into this area is a lot lower than what you have had. But because of how the direction is a little bit more concentrated, we're able to get something that feels, right, let me just kind of make sure the separation here is good. Right, because of how the direction is a bit more concentrated, we get a much better idea of how the overall scene is being laid out, right? So something like this versus like this. So yeah, that's pretty much it for how I would do it. Again, this is not perfect, right? So it's just kind of for reference. Once again, this delves into the territory of kind of like artistic choice. So you should always have your own artistic choice. So once again, just use this as a little bit of a reference, as a little bit of a how I might do it. So yeah, once again, thank you, Jopi, for submitting this and asking for very direct feedback what I would have done, forcing my hand to do a paint over. And yeah, we still have plenty more submissions to go through. Today, I'm not going to rush them all. I'm really going to do it very properly. So once again, thank you, Jopi, for your submission. And let's move on to DepressoSalmon. Salmon's art. Hey there, guys. Thank you for being my inspiration for the longest time and being the motivation to start my digital art journey. I'm so down for moody sceneries or something similar that conveys lots of emotion. Every piece to me requires a deeper layer that is to look beyond the standard aesthetic and what makes an art piece alive. Even though I'm nowhere close to my desire, there's only one way forward. Yep, that's right. The first 3 bluish paintings were my attempts to grasp something deeper, or maybe I was feeling down at the moment, and yet I felt I had to do this. Important to me, the next 2 drawings are fan arts of my favorite games, Mouthwashing and Slay the Princess, since they play significant roles in my emotional growth. I wanted to make every detail matter. The last piece of a girl sitting on the roof with a cat is one of the earliest sceneries paintings I've done. Although it lacks details and the technique is not as advanced as it currently is, there's something alive about it that keeps me coming back to it every now and then. So I think Selma here just wanted to share their work. So let's just do a bit of appreciation, right? So let's appreciate. Bluish. Yeah, I love the blue they are using. This is not a blue that I would usually use. And I don't mean that in a bad way. I think it's really cool how you're able to use this very bright blue that almost feels like it's artificial light in a way. And I think it works well. And we have this hexagonal halo here that I think also works really well. Love the red highlights and how you control them, right? Like this one. I really like how it's just this very solid red line, right? and this part here really draws my attention very well. I think that is extremely well done. There's a bit of chaos in the city. Perhaps once again, right, as you mentioned, artistic kind of emotional undertones is very important for you. So, rather than saying that you need to straighten this up or this is how I would draw it, I think I do appreciate the chaos as well, because especially from far, it works out really well, right? And especially like the bits of the broken railing, it's just drawn in a way that feels very raw. And then we have this very intentionally created hexagonal halo and the red highlights like that. I think that's just wonderful work. Similarly, we have the halo once again with the red lights forming almost this sort of perspective look. Once again, love the use of the blue here, especially. I think the blue is a really, really strong one. I'd like to try sometime, but honestly, I don't think I can pull it off. So really great job. Really, really great job that you have done here. And then we have this pink. Once again, you have a way with colors. This is really good. Like, I love the pink here that's being used, right? It's certainly not ordinary, but it's really, really good. It's like, I am very inspired by this, to be honest. Like, the pink is just... I don't really use these extreme neon colors, right? I'm just terrible with them. I tend to stick with more gray stuff, and when I do go into realistic stuff, I kind of stick to more desaturated tones even. Or rather, I tend to stick to warmer saturated tones, right? Cooler saturated tones are difficult for me, but you're just pulling it off so well, right? The pink, I think, absolutely lends an excellent quality to the work. Love how you silhouetted the character here. That really makes the halo pop out, right? And I think this is just wonderful stuff. Very, very good stuff here. Excellent work. And here is a fan art, I believe, that you have made. I apologize, I'm not too familiar with the series. It seems to be the same character kind of transitioning into insanity, right? I do apologize that I can't really appreciate the nuance of it all, but yeah, I loved how you've drawn the faces as well, right? Really putting effort into all the smaller details of the clothing and the design, right? As compared to the previous pieces where it definitely was more mood-based, right? Clearly showcasing your competence here on drawing more detailed stuff as well. So yeah, I think done a great job. And I love the proportions as well. I'm not sure if this was from the original designer character or your interpretation, but love that you kind of stuck with it through the 3 iterations. And I'm guessing this is from Slater Princess. Very princess looking like character here. With a devilish character in the background and holding a knife behind her back. Yeah, excellent pose and very cool concept once again. Very good work. And lastly, this was the older piece that you mentioned, right? And even though you said it lacks technique and detail, I still think it's really wonderful. I don't think it's really lacking technique and much detail at all, right? I think this is a perfect situation where very little does a lot of work for you, because we can have... I love the strokes of the sun here. It really is very good. The way you painted the clouds, like, my gosh, this is really good. Like, a little bit of blue that gets reflected as well, a little bit of red. Like, I don't see anything about this that says the technique is not as advanced. The technique is pretty damn good. It's like, I don't have this technique. I can't draw clouds this way. Like, look at my clouds. They're just like blobs. It's like, I don't even draw them. So yeah, really, really good work. I think you definitely have a very good knack for using brushstrokes and expressing color, right? Very, very talented, to be honest. And yeah, they're just capturing the reflection, right? This is sort of a scene where everything being in the dark is perfectly fine because you don't really need a lot of light to convey what you're trying to say. Now, I'm not saying that as you get better and let's say you were to revisit something of a similar theme, that you would not draw it much better and enjoy the process just as much, but I think this is really good, right? And the darkness really allows you to maybe tune back down the level of detail that is needed, and it's just a perfect combination. And I think this is one of those things that sometimes is just good to look back on, and hopefully I was able to help you understand why you feel like it's alive, right? Because just wonderful use of brushstrokes and wonderful use of low detail, to be honest, to kind of showcase this kind of darker scene. Very, very wonderful work. Once again, thank you, Salmon, for sharing your work with us today. Or rather, almost a month ago. I have been really slow. So yeah, once again, wonderful work. And let us take a look at our next participant, Ria. Hey Guays, congrats on your 4th anniversary. You've been my inspiration for many years and will be for many to come. Thank you so much. And they continue to say thank you for making such amazing artworks and inspiring many. In my submission, most of them are fan arts and some of them are my OCs. I'm looking forward to seeing your feedback. So let's take a look. Ooh, firstly, once again, right, I am not good at identifying what's fan art and what's not, so you're gonna have to excuse me. I'm just gonna comment on my kind of impression on it. Love this kind of love the sitting pose, very relaxed pose, and the light kind of spewing in from the side here. Very nice composition to kind of highlight exactly what's going on. And we have the character kind of sipping on this very fine glass of red wine. So I think overall a very cool pose and a good execution. Well, what I would like to see that you could continue working on is more details in terms of the character's form and anatomy, right? Because I can tell that, you know, like this fingernail is a little bit blurred. Not sure whether that's intentional, but small things like that I think will help you continue moving forwards, right? Love the pose on the hand as well. So love the overall direction. Love for you to keep working on things like anatomy and structure, and I think they will really go a long way in helping you just kind of add the extra punch to your work. Next, we have this very cute scene. Like, I almost think I can recognize this, but I'm not going to try because it's going to be embarrassing if I get it wrong. So we kind of have our characters here holding sparklers. Very cute scene as well. Love the kind of blur going on. Love the sparklers kind of popping off. I really struggle personally. I really struggle with effects, so I really admire it when people are just like, yeah, I'm going to draw the effect and I'm going to make it look cool, and it really does look cool. Very nice use of warm tones as well. Love the contrast of the eye color. So very well done here. Wonderful work. And next we have this one. This one I think it's a character from Chainsaw Man. There's a lot of fan art going around. I haven't read the series or watched the show myself, but either way, very sexy pose, very sexy clothing. And yeah, I think you captured the pose, the gesture of the pose pretty well. I think that's very commendable. Once again, love to see you add in more detail, and I think kind of delve in deep into the structures of all these folds or clothing you're drawing, and I think it'll make a big difference to how you'll be surprised at how much further you can push your art if you are willing to sort of spend the time really digging in deep to the details, really just kind of trying to understand the forms of everything. It really opens lots of opportunities for you, not only to continue enjoying drawing fan art, but to also develop your own OCs as well. So very good job. And then we have this sort of mirror scene. I'm not sure, this might be another character or a fan art. I'm not going to make a wild guess, but either way, really enjoy the use of lighting and reflections here. Yeah, really good job. One thing that I'm slightly confused on is the sort of light from the character's face here. I think if you have a really bright bathroom and the lights really do get reflected, you can get this kind of lighting. But for me personally, maybe I would have toned it down, right? Well, once again, this is just kind of my first impression. Overall, I think I've done a really good job in sort of capturing the mirror scene. Maybe you could add a bit more textures or scratches to the mirror to kind of demarcate it. But either way, I think you've done a very good job as well. So yeah, overall, I'd like your control of light and value. I think overall they have been very, very solid, right? The darker areas and the shadows, they occupy their own distinct layer, their value segment compared to, let's say, the light areas, and I think it's something that's very solid. So once again, thank you for your kind words, and you've done a very good job. Thank you, Ria, once again for your wonderful submissions. So yeah, just to recap, love for you to keep doing what you're doing. Focus on your strengths, and just want you to pick up a little bit more on their rigor. Once again, right? I know that I teach a lot of courses nowadays, so my advice always goes back to, I want you to add a little bit more rigor to it. I want you to add a little bit more effort to it. And I know it's difficult to be like, hey, just do more. It's like, it feels like terrible feedback, but in a way, I do want you to look at it and be like, is this really the maximum I can go, right? Am I finishing this off because of time, right? Am I finishing this off because I can't see anything more wrong with it? Wrong is maybe a wrong word. I can't see anything more I could develop, right? I want you to be able to ask these questions and kind of just push yourself to improve that way. So yeah, once again, thank you, Ria, for your submissions. Love for you to keep doing what you're doing. Focus on your strengths, and just want you to pick up a little bit more on their rigor. Once again, right? I know that I teach a lot of courses nowadays, so I yeah, wonderful, wonderful to see all your great work here. And next is grippens. I'm gonna have to take another drink. My throat has not been doing well. It's been a while since I recorded, and man, this kind of stuff really kind of gets away from you, huh? If you don't talk for 3 hours straight for a while, you'll be surprised at how scratchy your throat kind of gets. But yeah, next up is grippens, and I'll be taking a short break. Should be 0 seconds for you guys. Grippen says, "Hi Grace and everyone, I just managed to finish this drawing before the end of the month for the submissions, but fortunately I didn't need to rush it. The biggest issue I had with this drawing is the mask. I had references for this type of mask, so I had a pretty good idea what it would look like in a drawing. However, I struggled with rotating it to fit the face. So the right side of the mask, from our perspective, doesn't look quite right. Another point is that when I blurred the background, it started to fade at the edges of the character, which makes the character look highlighted. Lastly, I'm having trouble with the hair. I want to have it more of a dynamic flow, and I also like it to appear more fuller and textured because it looks flat at the moment. So yeah, and lastly says, I love the work you're doing, and I'm always excited for your next monthly work, and I'm looking forward to seeing you continue creating such amazing work. So thank you, Grippens. And since you have some really very specific questions that you ask, I like to help you kind of figure out what we're looking at here. So 3 things: the mask, the background, and the hair. So let's open it up right away. Just copy this image and paste it here. So firstly, the mask. So one thing about a mask is that you kind of have to consider the midpoint of the mask and how it fits to the nose. Because if we take a look at this, I know the resolution's a little bit low, but the nose kind of fits here, right? So I understand the mask is kind of big and it's obviously supposed to be a little bit bigger than your character's face. But what might be good is if we had kind of reduced the size a little bit. We have reduced the size a little bit to allow the other side of the mask to sort of show up as well, right? So it's something like this, similar to the mouth area of the character, right? Because we can kind of see the mouth area is kind of tilting downwards, whereas the actual face is kind of this way. So you kind of want to correct that a little bit as well. So I'm just using the warp tool here to kind of, let's see, yeah, to kind of do this, right? So we have the nose, and then we have the mask. I'm just going to make it a bit darker so it's easier to differentiate from the hair. Right, and if you want the character's eyes to look at us a bit more, we want to move that in just this way a little bit more as well. Yeah, so this is sort of kind of how the mask will show up, right? If you want the hair to be on the other side of the mask, which I would recommend, because symmetry is something that's very useful, right? It can allow the other sort of tooth on the mask to show up like this. It'll be pretty helpful as well, right? Allow the light to kind of differentiate different teeth from each other. Allow the bottom of the mask to also fit the bottom of the character's chin, which should be somewhere around here, right? And then kind of allow this to fade in like this. So this is how I would draw it. As you can see, this kind of rotation, right? Basically just kind of be aware of the aligning of perspective. If your eyes are going this way, then chances are the rest of your face are going to follow this line, right? So as compared to before, as you can see, the mouth of the mask is kind of rotated this way, right? It's rotated this way. And next you mentioned, let's see. Next you mentioned the background that gets blurred. So the background being blurred is, I understand how it kind of works. It's because you probably had like everything on one layer and then you just kind of selected the background and then blurred it. The problem with that is that it's because like this blank area here kind of gets blurred into the background as well. So it kind of ends up with this like white zone here because your background is white, right? The base layer of the entire thing here mine is black, but yours is probably white. So what happens is that this layer here kind of gets blurred out at the edges because your selection is until here only. And then what happens is that it kind of creates this effect because the underlying layer is missing. The solution for that is to simply, what I would do is to essentially grab the character, right? Since you're already grabbing the background, so essentially invert your selection and grab the character and then sort of paste the character above the whole thing. So you have like one layer of the character and one layer with like the background, but with like chunks missing. Then at that point in time, what you might want to do is sort of fill in the whole entire background, right? Just fill it in. Just draw the background completely, right? In this case, your background is pretty simplified, so it shouldn't be too difficult. So fill that in and then just blur it, right? So when you remove the character, there shouldn't be any empty spaces on the background. That's what I'm trying to say. So sometimes one layer can work against you, so you got to be careful about that. And yeah, so that's one thing that I find pretty important. And let's see, what else could I say? Yeah, and the last item is the hair, right? So if you have a top-down lighting like this, it's important to kind of enforce it, because right now I'm seeing a lot of bright light from above, right? And if anything, I would like to add a bit to the mask as well. The upper part of the mask as well, right? Areas where they could get light. And I would like to reinforce the lighting here as well, just a little bit. And then you kind of also want to enforce the shadows as well, right? So you want to make sure the bottom areas of the hair does not receive too much light. There are bits of hair that curl out. It's fine for them to receive a bit more light. But generally speaking, I want to be able to see a good differentiation between shadow and light, which you have in the coat, right? But unfortunately with the hair, the shadow and light is a little bit missing, right? You even have it on the horns here. So I want you to be able to add this in, right? I can cast a bit of shadows down, that's fine. And then something like this, right? Allow the shadows to take over like this. And then you have hair that's a little bit more solid, right? As compared to this. Obviously, it's a very rough setup. And let's say if you want to use a more desaturated color, that's fine as well, right? If you want a bit more whiter of a light, you can use a more desaturated color. And then you can have something like this, right? So either way, I think I would say the key here is to kind of be aware of the color differences that you're trying to use and then kind of apply them to your work evenly, right? And lastly, I think you did a good job on the coat. I think you used the reference on this, nothing wrong with that. So I want you to make closer observations as well. So far, I think you used the reference decently well. It may be you use the texture a bit more directly, right? I'm not going to hold that against you or anything, but I would definitely say if you're using textures a bit more directly, or if you're using a reference very literally, one thing you might want to be careful of is that sometimes you might create a bit of a contrast in the usage of texture versus the character themselves. I think it's fine. It's definitely fine for learning too, just something to take note of. But otherwise, I think you did a pretty good job. It's a very cool scene, a very cool selection of clothing, and a cool design as well. Just a couple of things to look out for. Once again, a bit of a recap for what we did. Right, basically adjusting the mask and the perspective lines to put them in line. Some very basic adjustments and some little bit of lighting to sort of match everything up. Right, if anything, if you want the top-down light to be a bit brighter, I would suggest darkening, let's say, the front of the character a bit more as well, like so. Right, allowing the light to really come from the top and only the top. And if a blue background, right, you might want to add some blue highlights to the character as well, like something like this. Right, something like this could be helpful to make your character pop as well, right? Depending on the setup that you have, depending on what you want with the piece. So just a couple of very simple pieces of answering, I guess. A couple of simple answers for you, and hopefully it has been helpful. Once again, thank you, Grippens, for submitting your work. Now let's move on to the next participant, Grihm. Grihm says, hello everyone, I just like to say a bit thank you to Grace for his beautiful illustrations. I'm a big fan of your work for many years. Congratulations on your 4th anniversary here on Patreon. I'm in the process of doing his OC illustrations. Oh my OC illustrations, that is amazing. Well, I am looking forward to that, and I will have some feedback which I haven't posted yet, and we'll have some feedback to improve them. So for now, let's take a look at the works that he have here. Looks very, very solid indeed. I would say he's definitely more of an experienced artist, so let's take a look. So first one here, loving the textures. Very, 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 very good use of textures here. Definitely a little bit reminiscent of Riot Games, sort of the Riot Games level of presentation and attention to detail, right? Very fine use of texture on metal, on fabric, right? Very, very good attention to detail here, as you can see, right? Like the metallic bits and the little bit of what do you call that? Embossing. Yeah, embossing on the clothing, embossing on all his equipment and all his clothing, all his design. Very solid design here. And yeah, just generally very strict use of texture. I think very good work. Next, we have a character that is using a little bit more of a different color scheme. This one, I think, is definitely, I would say, slightly less polished than the previous one. Obviously, you know, like, not always do we always draw everything the same level of polish. which is perfectly fine, right? So you can see, but still we can see lots of careful use of texture. We can see him being really, really good at these metallic designs, right? Just paying a lot of close attention to how these are laid out, right? Perhaps a little bit less attention to the pauldrons, which is fine, right? You look at my work, I'm a lot rougher than this. So overall, very excellent work as well. Excellent pose and very nice layout for the background. Definitely a very fierce battle, and it kind of gives that feeling straight away. Lastly, I think we have the character from the first scene. This one is more of a wider shot, bit of a wider shot with the light coming in from the right side. Once again, right, close attention to details and very judicious use of unsharp mask. Is that unsharp mask or sharpen? Right, sharpen kind of has that effect. I've used that quite a bit, quite a long time ago, to add a lot more texture. It's actually a really good tool if you know where to use it. And Grihm here has used it pretty well, right? Usually it's here where sort of the light intersects the shadow is where textures kind of get pretty wild. They kind of get pretty strong. So yeah, very good place to use it. And for example, darker areas here, it's not that visible, right? You can tell he's definitely extra sharp in this area, extra sharp in this area here. So there's a little bit of chromatic aberration. I think the amount here is just fine. I know too much is definitely really unbearable for me personally. I know I used to use it, and it used to be a pretty trendy thing too. But nowadays, it's pretty rare, but it's a cool effect. In moderation, I think. Once again, showing off that he's really good at these metallic details. Yeah, he's definitely very strong at this, and overall, excellent selection of works. I'm not sure if I really have any massive advice to give. I would say that. Yeah, I feel if anything, he's only limited by time because he's clearly very capable of understanding the forms of various shapes and all these kind of different things. I think it would be cool if he was able to spend more time. For example, on this character, on the shoulder area, since it also receives quite a bit of light, could have great potential. I also love how the blood texture sort of wrap around the knuckles, right? Clearly very intentional. And yeah, overall, I think he does an amazing job. And yeah, really congratulations on doing some excellent work. I don't really have too much feedback to say. I think you should just do you, and you're well on your way to being very, very, very good. So yeah, really great job. And let's move on to our next participant. This one's going to be a little bit difficult to pronounce. Can I just call you K9? All right, K9 says, is there a signature? Like, there's no real signature, so I guess I have to call you K9. So K9 says, I find myself struggling with creating a feeling of atmosphere and mood in my drawings. What can I do to add more of that? I'm still learning the fundamentals. Which one should I focus on more if I want to improve the feeling or mood / atmosphere of the drawings? Excuse me. Even if there's something else that you see that I can improve on, I'll appreciate it. I'll definitely be revisiting your tutorial videos for help. I'm very glad they're helpful. Thank you for reading this and this opportunity. You're my biggest inspirations, and I look forward to seeing more of your work. Fingers crossed I'm not too late. I couldn't finish the last drawing in time. And you learn that the deadline's a bit later. But it's fine, right? So, once again, thank you for your submissions. And your main question is, what should I focus on? Well, fundamentals, and which one should I focus on if I want to improve the feeling, mood, and atmosphere? So, feeling, mood, and atmosphere, I would say it's difficult to define it in very technically, right? Because each of us kind of get a different vibe from the drawing, from every different drawing, right? There's no one art style or one type of drawing style that everyone in the world loves. So it's difficult to say like, hey, do this and this will improve it based on your understanding of mood, right? But based on my personal understanding of mood, I feel like the biggest thing that sometimes holds us back is really managing lighting. Managing lighting and at the same time sort of managing the subject that you're actually drawing. So basically almost everything. Once again, right, as I mentioned, it's difficult to define it very strictly because a lot of things come together to create an overall mood. So let's take a look at your artworks. So first one here, right, like you clearly have no trouble describing a great mood. It's really nice, right? Goldfish swimming around this character, a little bit of an abstract concept. Right, love the folds on the clothing, done very well. I would like to perhaps see a little bit more volume on the hair. That's like on the tiniest nitpicky thing I could find, but otherwise also, excuse me, very well done, right? So you definitely know how to create a great atmosphere. This one has a great atmosphere. But of course, right, I do understand sometimes if we try to change it to a different scene, it's difficult to, let's say, maybe you're really good at capturing this type of lighting. Maybe another type of lighting is giving you a bit more difficulty. So I do understand where you're coming from. So yeah, for this one, right, you're using bright blue and a small orange. I think that is very, very cool. How would I improve this? I would say one of the difficulties about this particular scene is sometimes that there's a bit of a fight between the bright blue and the orange glow. Like overall, they look really great. I love the kind of feathery. Excuse me, my throat's getting a little bit scratchy here. The feathery look with like the veiny, feathery look of the wings on this character is really amazing. And then we have this small glowing flower here that's also very cool. So overall, I think the concept is great, and the reflections are also very good. So in terms of how to create a better atmosphere, perhaps this scene could use a little bit more context, right? Like, should a character be in a physical location, or would you prefer, the scene being as it is, right? Or in terms of composition, would it be better if the flower was here, or if the flower was a larger central motif, right? What about in terms of color, right? If you want one color to be a bit more dominant, would you consider tuning down the warmth and the yellowness of this particular area here? So sometimes it's a matter of color, sometimes it's a matter of concept. But overall, I think you're really close to creating some pretty good mood and atmosphere. So really improving upon that, there isn't really one thing that I feel like you need to fix immediately. I feel like it's more of a case of just constantly building on what you already know and getting a better grasp of what you feel like you enjoy. Because once again, as the very beginning I mentioned, at the very beginning I mentioned that we all have a different definition of what feels like a good atmosphere, what feels like a good mood. So really it's often not about satisfying others, but really just about what you think looks good. So I want you to experiment, and so far I think you're doing really well. I want you to experiment a bit more, and I think you'll definitely be doing very, very well. So let's take a look. Next one, excellent portraiture, right? Very good grasp of shapes of the face, right? Good attention to what areas reflect which bits of light. So almost a little bit of a study here, but that's very good, right? Having a personal work being sort of a little bit mixed up a study, that's excellent. That's not bad at all, because you're learning at the same time you're drawing something that you like to draw, so you're motivated to try your very best. And I really like how this one is turning out. So one thing, as you did mention about mood, is that for this particular setup here, right, when the background's a bit lighter, I can kind of tell that the mood feels a little bit weaker, right? So for scenes like this, I think it's better to start thinking of them in reality. That's one thing that I do want to add that you might want to consider, is that thinking about translating your characters into reality, because right now it kind of feels like we just have this very yellowish warm tones overall. Everything feels kind of combined. What I would like to perhaps try is for you to kind of try it for a blue sky, right? If there's a blue sky above the character, there'll be shades of blue added to her hair, to areas receiving light, right? It might even reflect in some of the gold. So it's a very good way to sort of add a bit of reality into your piece, right? Not necessarily do you have to draw the sky and the clouds very directly, but simply allowing for that to exist in the background, right? Perhaps you can also solidify and think about what you actually want in the background here, right? Small things like that, I think, can add so much to much to how atmospheric a drawing comes off. Because sometimes in my case, right, I tend to see scenes as if they were in real life. So oftentimes I have a sky, I have a ground, I have reflective things around the character. So accounting for all of that sort of naturally creates a scene where a character feels like they're actually in it. So perhaps you could try that out as well. So last one is a little bit unfinished, but that's perfectly fine. So I kind of get what you're going for here after seeing this one, right? This one's a little bit ambiguous. But here it seems they're going for a desert, right? Like these are like sand dunes or something, right? Like a desert. It feels like this is a desert right before a very heavy storm, because, right, this area here isn't receiving much light at all, despite it being a bright day. So it's kind of like that scene in like Mad Max Fury Road where they're trying to run into the storm, like a sandstorm, where the sky is super dark, but there's still like a really strong sunlight coming in very mono-directionally. So it kind of gives me that vibe. So if you want to kind of, for example, add on to this, right, I would like you to use a bit more of the yellow light that you're using here on the bottom corner, right? you're using this yellow light in the bottom corner here. I'd like you to use more of it, right? Like here, as you can see, your character skin tone here kind of just transitions to this very light tone. I'd rather that you continue using this yellow because there's no reason why these tones here are suddenly cooler than this one. They're all facing in the direction of that strong light where everything is really warm. So there's no reason for these areas here to be suddenly cool. So I'd like for you to add in some warmth to these areas, right? Or even add a bit more light to the side of her chest here, and the front of her neck here, where all these areas are light receiving. The hair as well, right? I know they are using a little bit of warm light here as well. So I also like for you to darken the rest of the hair here because it's important to really create that contrast between strong light and not strong light, right? That is the number one contrast in a scene where you want the light source to come across really powerfully. You want to make that a number one contrast, right? Everything else is not as important. That is a number one contrast, and allow that relation between light and non-light to permeate throughout the entire drawing. And then you can work on more subtle things within it, right? Like, for example, within the shadow area, which area is slightly brighter, which area is slightly darker, and there goes the hierarchy. So overall, that would be my advice for creating a more atmosphere in your works. But overall, thank you, K9, for submitting this. I think you're really very far along, some very interesting, very good designs. And I'd just like to see you keep working on it and sort of think of things from a more realistic way. That might be the prompt, or that might be the cue that you need to kind of push yourself just a little bit more. Overall, great job, man. Thanks again. Excuse me. Kind of getting congested here. Next, we have Bedhead by Bell. Bell says, I lost a lot of my work due to me having to reset my PC. Oh no. So the work for this feedback is lost. I, however, have my first OC here. Address straight out of it. Bedhead. Very nice and succinct description. And let's take a look. So straight up, we can tell that Bell here exactly knows what they want to draw, right? A very dangerous looking character that live with purple bullets, right? Excellent attention to the detail. Love that you painted this revolver as it would. I love the pose of the hand here as well, right? Suddenly drawn with a very sexy design in mind. Strangely, all the buttons on the elevator are pressed, so that's kind of interesting. So overall, a very interesting pose, very challenging angle to draw as well. So very good on you for attempting that. And yeah, but since you didn't quite request for direct feedback on this, I wouldn't give too much. I just give my first impressions. And yeah, I think it's very impactful work, and I would definitely love to see you, kind of work on this more. And honestly, I'm thinking of what was the work they actually wanted to show for the feedback. But either way, very cool OC. Very good first OC as well, right? Like usually, I think people draw their characters in a bit more of a simple pose. So very good attempt here. Very, very cool. So thanks again, Bell, for your submission. And let's move on to Sadzann, who says, these are recent studies that I've done. I really want to get into more complex illustrations, but quickly get overwhelmed by the amount of things to do. Is there any advice on how to keep things simple? And congrats on 4 years of Patreon. I'm new here, but I want to stay as long as I can. So thank you very much, Sadzann. And as always, right, I always kind of say this when a chance comes up, but the Patreon isn't like a way to wringe money out of people. I just really genuinely want to share my stuff here. And of course, right, like financials, money is part of reality. So I make a living from Patreon. So of course, I do want to make money from Patreon, but I also want to make it very clear that I also want Patreon to be a way to give back. So as many of you have probably noticed, the Patreon is not term limited. So the thing is, you can just pay. Let's say you're subscribed in January. Sorry for overriding the feedback section, but just to take note, if you, let's say you subscribe in January, and you feel like, hey, these couple of months finances are a bit tight, I'll maybe come back in May. So if you come back in May, you can actually do have everything from January all the way up to May, right? There's no such thing as like, oh, too bad, you have to buy it separately. It's like, no, I don't want. Firstly, I don't want to manage all that. It's way too nickel and dimey, and I don't want to do that to you guys who are like so kindly supporting me already. So I always want the Patreon to be a place that's very accessible and because we have a decent scale here, right, it allows me to make a living as well. So I think that's a very fine balance where everyone is comfortable. It's not like a nickel and dimey kind of place, and yeah, things are just kind of chill. So back to the feedback. So let's take a look at the studies you've done. Firstly, a gentleman in a suit. Love that you have kind of controlling the values here pretty tightly. Or some parts here, I'm a little bit interested in seeing the original reference. Sometimes when looking at studies, it's really good to show the original reference as well, so I can kind of do a bit of a comparison of what you are differing from. Because sometimes it's not completely reliable to just say it out loud straight away, right? Maybe the reference is additional light that you did not include or something like that. But either way, I think, where did it go? Okay, so either way, I think it's a pretty good study. I think it was focused on the face, right? One thing I do want to note is that sometimes when studying, we can get a bit carried away. I'm not saying this is the case, but sometimes when we're studying, we can get a little bit carried away with replicating every detail. So I liked a good example, not good example, but a good thing to remember is that let's say we are setting out to do a study. Our main objective isn't necessarily to capture every pixel, but rather to, let's say, well, at the beginning, what is our objective from this? Again, right, your objective can actually be, I want to replicate this as closely as I can, but it shouldn't be the default, is what I'm saying, right? Like you can have a different objective, like I just want to capture the lighting. I really want to focus on the folds in the clothing. I want to capture the material of this sort of suit jacket, right? It's a very velvety suit jacket. I want the reflections. I want the sort of texture. That could be a goal as well. So yeah, just kind of sharing my thoughts on studying and how it kind of works. Overall, I think a pretty good attempt. I'd love to see you develop it more. So one other thing about studies is that I see you've developed these a little bit more than this one. Maybe the subject matter is a bit more interesting here, but once again, right? I think you've done a pretty good job, right? Because so far I noticed that you're very focused on the main objectives here, right? The overarching lighting, the overarching shadows, and the forms are mostly captured. Of course, they could be sharper, but still, right? You're most of the way there, and you're capturing sort of the essentials of what I imagine the reference would show. So for this one, once again, right, another study. The light is pretty well arranged, although I would say that in this case, right, sometimes you might want to consider, do you want to add a bit of artistic liberty? Because here we have a light that's coming from the left and a little bit from behind the character, mostly from the left. And then we have a light source that's just coming from in front of the character, from our camera, and from a little bit below. So we kind of have two light sources here, which I think is perfectly fine. But one thing that I might want to one thing that we might want to consider is, in situations like this, do we want to create a little bit of a hierarchy, right? Allow one light to supersede the other, allow the other light to be a bit weaker. So sometimes there's also a bit of room for play, right? Because the reference gives you information on the forms, like where does light fall, let's say if it comes from a certain direction. And then you can also play with things like the strength of lighting and all that. So really just talking about areas where you can explore while studying as well. Sorry, my nose is really getting a bit congested. And one more thing is that I like that you separated the values pretty well. Now the value range for her skirt here is very controlled. So is the value range for her white top. So is the value range for the skin and the hair. So I like that you control the value ranges very tightly. It definitely adds a lot more order to this more grayscale type of illustration. Although it can take away very slightly from the realism, right? Because sometimes the darkest areas of, let's say, a red dress, I imagine this is a shrine maid, so her red dress would also reach values comparable to black. So sometimes values do kind of bleed over a little bit, but this is still a very good way to control value and shows that you understand your materials very well. So all overall, great job. So for this one, like they drew a very realistic face here. So I assume the face part and the pose is part of the study, or is this based on like a cosplay photo? I think I recognize the character, right? It's a pretty popular one recently from all the fan art I've been seeing. So yeah, for this one, I think one thing I think you might want to sort of take a little bit of a note of is sort of the value control, right? Previously, I just mentioned how you were able to control the values here really well. Here, I think, oops, not this one, but this one, right? For example, the eyeball here feels a little bit dark on this side compared to the eyelid. Usually that relationship we don't really get. So I think in sometimes, right, when the light hit just right, it's possible. But sometimes, as you showcased earlier, right, it might be possible to kind of rearrange the values a little bit so they kind of fit a bit better, right? For example, the dark values here, and how the skin tones sort of kind of take up a full range in this case, whereas in the previous one, the skin tones are very limited, right? they're each in their own lane, whereas this one, they kind of get mixed a bit more. If executed well, it can definitely give a bit more of a realistic feel, but what also happens is that if you're going for this sort of full range kind of expression, sometimes you'll find yourself going a little bit too far, right? I feel like this dark shadows here a teeny bit too dark. And that's just kind of my opinion on that. And otherwise, I think you've done a pretty good job, right? The hair kind of makes sense. Although this part here feels a little bit strange. I'm not sure what the read on the form is here. Feels like there's just like a tuft of hair popping out by a lot, right? So maybe you want to add a bit of shadow in this region as well. Yeah, but otherwise, I think, once again, it's a pretty well done job, right? There's a foreground being separated out. And yeah, so just a little bit of a comment on the value. And the last one, I think, is also very good. So the last one is one of the things I mentioned earlier, where you kind of want to have the difference between light and shadow be very abrupt. Like either it's light or not light, right? So here is a very good example straight away, showcased by our friend Sadzann here, right? What is light? This area is light. What is shadow? Everything else is shadow. But within this area, right? Within this area here, right, we have a little bit of reflected light. So I think this creates a very, very nice effect. This is a very good lighting setup as well. As you can see, within the shadow, there's a little bit of hint of what's going on here still, right? So it's a very good lighting setup. I definitely want to try it. This sort of setup a bit more. In recent years, I feel like I've been straying away from more extreme lighting. Maybe I should get back to it. So yeah, very, very good demonstration of the principles I just mentioned, right? Really identifying what is light, what is dark, and then doing a little bit of differentiation in areas between. So yeah. Once again, thank you, Sadzann, for submitting these studies. It's a good opportunity for us to kind of talk about how certain things come together and what kind of differences we can observe. So once again, thanks for your submissions and thanks for your efforts. Next, let's take a look at Ape. Ape says, I usually do environment design stuff with lots of 3D nonsense and paint overs, but I've been trying to get better at characters over the last half year or so. I still have a lot to learn and would love to get some pointers on what I should improve and what exercises you recommend. Also, thank you for setting up the events. It's been very cool to see all the art. Cheers, George. Okay, so I'll call you George, not Ape. All right, George. Or Jorg? George. Firstly, very, very good work. So let's take a closer look. So here's the character design you mentioned. Right, very expressive. Very, very expressive, right? Loving the pose here, right? Overall, so you have a pretty good grasp on anatomical structure, right? Everything is proportional, everything kind of makes sense, right? The bones of the character flow, and you even have your workings here, which I think is very good. Let's take a look at the next one. Here's a character design. Right, once again, right, you opted for a very interesting pose here, especially with sort of the design that kind of complements the pose, right? The character sort of peeping out from underneath the hat. Right, this one's where I think, as you mentioned, that you're struggling a little bit, trying to get better at characters. This is where kind of drawing the face becomes a little bit more important, right? Because whenever you show a character's face, people have like an upsized, kind of, they pay upsized amounts of attention to it. So this is the kind of case where, let's say, maybe you're not as experienced with drawing the face as compared to, let's say, designing the hat here. With the hat here is designed amazingly, right? You can definitely see your experience shining through. And so is the costume. Very good use of colors, very good use of designs. A lot of alternating white on blue and then a blue on white, right? I love the corset here that kind of just really defines the shape of the character very well, right? Again, right, can see lots of experience from George over here, who is clearly a veteran, right? But as you mentioned, he's getting better at characters. And in this case, right, perhaps the weak point, right, even though it was a very good drawing, the weak point might be the character's face here. So in situations like this, I think it might be, well, it's difficult for me to say, right? Because it feels like this pose just feels a tad bit unnatural, right? Because if we look at the previous pose, it's very grounded. It feels very dynamic, but it's very grounded in a sense that it can feel the forces against the character. Whereas in this one, it's a little bit loose, right? The character feels like they're floating. but the head being tilted this way where the rest of the body doesn't really follow, it's a little bit difficult, right? And furthermore, how she kind of peeks out from her hat. Um, Perhaps in this situation, I might recommend if the character was holding onto her hat, right, which allows her to take the weight of the hat off her hand, and then kind of allows her to hold up a big hat while her head is kind of like free to swivel, free to move, free to like lean over to the side a little bit, right? So now it feels like a little bit of a slightly odd mix of the hat being really big and heavy and kind of like pressing down on the side of her neck. So it creates a not necessarily a bad impression, but it creates something that gives a bit of pause, which may or may not be your intended, strategy. But otherwise, I really love the colors, love the design, right? Very good work on the textures, amazing work. Just a little bit of food for thought, right? But I do understand, right? Poses that are a bit more abstract, usually it's a bit difficult to do. And then here we have something very cool, with a traffic light man with a stop sign and a broken road underneath him. Very, very cool design here. Wonderful use of color. Once again, the experience showing through here, right? How he handles, I'm assuming George is a he. How he handles all these materials is really, really good, right? You can see the fundamentals coming through as well. Very good placement of light and shadow, right? Very clear on where the cast shadow should be. And just good work all around. Like excellent texture. Love the brushstrokes on the traffic lights. Yeah, and the paint splotches, the rebar under the concrete or asphalt, zebra crossing, just kind of great, wonderful work all around. And yeah, right. In this case, the reason isn't anything for me to comment on in that sense, because I think it's a really wonderful work. But maybe one thing that I might say, once again, I'm a little bit tentative on this, is that if we basically include every color except blue, right? If we could try out a little bit of blue, maybe that could create a full spectrum of color. It's just something off the top of my head, but otherwise, very well-rounded piece. Excellent work here. Like just straight up excellent. Good job. Amazing. Plenty of things for me to learn from you too. So, yeah, in terms of character, in terms of the nuance in pose, it's a bit difficult to just be like, hey, this is wrong. But in a way, we could see sort of the thigh and the back of the heel connecting. That would be a good way to show the transfer of force more directly, right? Here it shows almost as if it's a transitionary pose. So this might be one thing that you might want to consider. So that's pretty much it. Otherwise, really good job. And lastly, your usual environment stuff with the 3D and 2D. Honestly, in terms of technical execution, I cannot comment. I'm an absolute noob at 3D stuff, so I can only say, wow, this is amazing, and that's that. And yeah, I kind of appreciate how we have this like very magical, very out of theme shop out from the rest. It's just really good thematic work. And yeah, if anything, I would like this building to stand out even more, right? Like so far, it feels like they share a bit of architectural similarities. Like even though these buildings on the sides are clearly more modern, they are like office buildings, but the kind of detailing here, I know it's squarish versus the more curlish ornate designs, but the arches kind of give it a more of a Renaissance feel that brings it closer to the center. I know this key highlight here, right, which kind of muddles things a little bit. For me, that is. Otherwise, I think it's a really, really good job. And it's pretty amazing. Love the character design in the foreground as well, like a huge suitcase and that. Yeah, just great work. If I were to give some character specific feedback, perhaps I would say that we might want a little bit more attention on the character and a little bit less on the blue car, because this blue car is really popping out to me, right? It's really popping out to me. It's kind of drawing attention away, especially because the character seems to be slightly blurred. Although I would say for this kind of distance, I'm not sure if it's just me, but it does feel slightly blurred, right? It feels slightly out of focus. Feels like the character is not enough in the foreground enough to warrant that amount of blur. That's just kind of impression I get, right? So the values as well, right? The kind of character, I feel the character is a bit closer to the camera, but sort of the tires of the car really takes up the very large chunk of darker values. So, but overall, very minor nitpicks and amazing work. Thanks again, George, for sharing your work. Clearly a veteran here. So hopefully you'll find what little advice I had to give useful. Once again, thanks for participating. Really appreciated your time, here. So let's move on to the next participant, Amacookie. Nowadays, I have to check if they signed off with their real name or something like that. Nope, I guess it's just Amacookie. And they say, hi there, thank you for hosting the event and congratulations on our 4th year anniversary. Excuse me. Your artwork has always impressed me, and I'm grateful for all the drawing processes you've shared, as they've been incredibly helpful to my own development. I recently completed a piece that almost took a month to finish, my goodness. Although I try to incorporate numerous details, I'm not completely satisfied with the final result. I find it truly hard to balance details with overall composition. I struggle particularly with deciding which elements to include and how to arrange the composition effectively. Some feedback would be strongly appreciated. Wow, strongly appreciated, and thank you again for a chance to share. No, and yeah, rather thank you for sharing. So thanks a lot for participating, and I can't wait to take a look. So first impression here is that you've done a really good job. And overall, I can really see what you mean by it's difficult to sort of figure out details. And one of the things that is really difficult about drawing complex environments is that sometimes proportion gets a little bit difficult, right? So right now, one of the biggest things that I noticed with this particular scene is that, how do I quite put it? One of the biggest things I noticed with this scene is that some of the structures here do seem a little bit out of scale, just a tiny bit, right? Like, I would say this calendar should be a little bit more foreshortened. It feels like we're looking at it straight on rather than from the side. I love the posters on the back wall as well, right? A little bit of issue I would say would be the cushions here, right? How about I just do a little bit of a quick paint over once again, since it's a big image. Let's open a new one since it's a really big image here. Once again, I'm going to do a little bit of a rough paint over. So here you can see, right? What we're having here is warm orangish light. So is there a reason why this shows up so strongly here, but not here, right? So this is one of those things I want to kind of want you to think about as we move along. So if let me just create a new layer for this. So if we want to do this, what I would recommend is doing this. Just kind of allow the light to define it, to get its place in the drawing, right? You don't have to hold it back. Sometimes you don't want to respect the local color too much. You kind of want your lighting to override it, especially when you have this sort of sunset lighting, right? You kind of really want it to take precedence over your local colors. You want it to overpower things a bit more, right? Like here, you've done a good job. So here, I actually want to raise the brightness a little bit. I actually want to raise the brightness of these areas a little bit, and allow this area to be a bit darker because it's facing upwards and ostensibly against a ceiling that is a bit darker, right? But not too dark because there is a forward facing edge here, right? I like how you've allowed the rest of the areas to allow them to assume this sort of bluish tint, but once again, right, because it's a cast shadow, right? The bluish wall here is because it's the absence of orange. However, this wall here could receive a bit more orange, right, in terms of reflected lighting. So we kind of want to do this, right? And then we can just kind of erase it back like this. Right here, in fact, I will recommend that you actually allow this to just rest in shadow. Right? Just kind of allow this to rest in shadow, maybe allow the orange to spill over onto the whiteboard a little bit more. Okay, it's a calendar, right? Not quite a whiteboard, but just allow it to spill over a little bit more like this. And allow this area to be a bit darker because it's not directly getting any more light. Similar to this, I'd rather that you keep this area maybe a bit darker and allow the wall reflections to kind of take place here, right? Just allow the wall reflections to kind of creep in on these elements here, right? Because you really want this area being impacted by the light to be super strong. So you kind of want to allow this area here to just absorb a little bit of warmth, a little bit of warmth, a little bit of warmth here. And then you can kind of allow this area to be a lot cooler, right? As you can see here, right, you're casting, I can see that you're casting a shadow here, but the cast shadows really work when something is very strong and bright. So if you have something that's a bit very neutral and soft, it's difficult to use cast shadows. I get what you mean. I notice you use textures as well to try indicate certain things, but sometimes it's better to just kind of allow it to just kind of allow it to soften out, right? Just kind of allow this to soften out, right? Something like this. Just kind of allow this to soften out. Don't create an edge of light there, and allow the ceiling itself to do a bit of reflecting as well, right? And allow the wall to be a bit darker. So something like this, right? If you want, you can even add a little bit of that orange onto the light, onto the ceiling as well. Right, similarly, if you have added a ceiling fan here, I recommend why not just adding the shadow of the ceiling fan in as well, right? Because shadow has to go somewhere, right? Shadow of the ceiling fan here. For this area, I like to really spend a lot of effort on this. I'm going to be a little bit cruel and get rid of it. Once again, I'm not really getting rid of it. I'm just kind of showcasing what I would do, right? And I want to allow this area to sort of be clean, because I want the light to be really clear, right? You have a character here. The character is receiving lots of light. He is the center of the scene, right? He's the center of the scene, right? Again, right? Kind of enforce what you want. Enforce the orange, or the strength of the orange light here. Just enforce it. Be confident with it. Just go ham with it, right? Just go ham with it. This area here, right? Just kind of allow the, or give the pen some broad strokes, right? Allow the light to kind of shine straight up, right? Don't be shy, right? Just allow the light to come straight up to him. Cast shadows on his body, right? Give him some creases in the shirt, right? This area, right? Allow the creases to kind of form this way, right? Right? Allow the arm to cast a shadow as well. Allow the hair to cast. Allow the hair to also receive the light as well. And then the rest here, you want it to be a bit cooler, right? And then I want this overall setup to be yet even a bit stronger like this, right? No reason for this area to be too much in shadow. Once again, right, really just kind of fighting for that color. Allowing the lighting to sort of dominate here is a pretty good idea. Here, I think it might be good to push the cast shadow a little bit back. And then we have a lamp here, so you kind of want to cast the shadow of the lamp onto the wall here as well, right? Because our light is coming from this way. So I've shortened this thing here a little bit. Maybe if you want to create a bench like this, right? If you want to move our posters here a bit, something like small desk table like this could be good. And then what happens is that this also kind of, this is a bit confusing because I'm not exactly sure what this particular item is, right? So I can't really interpret it, but yeah, it's a little bit difficult to understand. So lastly is this chair. So the thing about this chair is that it feels really high up, because as you can see here, our eyesight is somewhere around here, right? We're looking at a room from above, so the chair feels kind of a little bit off in terms of perspective. And if we are to allow the chair to kind of sit back in darkness a little bit more as well. Allow the chair to kind of sit back in darkness. Maybe have the reflected light bounce up just a little bit. And then for the posters on the wall, I want you to allow the light to bleed over them a bit more as well. Right, just kind of allow that strong orange light to dominate the piece. Like, if you can take a look at it before and after, I would say that the lighting is a bit more focused, right? And then you can allow the rest of the scene to sort of exist around it. So I think what you said really resonates with me, right? You mentioned that it's very difficult to control the amount of detail. The thing is that sometimes when it's difficult to manage exactly what we're doing, because sometimes the issue might not be the details, but it might be the lighting, it might be the overall layout, it might be perspective issues, it might be scale issues, it can be a whole range of issues that be causing the drawing to look a little bit odd. So I would say that sometimes if it feels like a scene really isn't coming together well, I would say that you might want to consider other aspects first, right? You want to consider other aspects, for example, managing the lighting in a different way, or considering other things in a different way first before uh, worrying about what exact details you're drawing a bit too much, right? So kind of just this very general brighter area here, and then darker area all around, right? I would say this chair gets a bit darker as well. And then we have reflected light. Yeah, so something like this, right? If we kind of take a look at a big picture, right? Of course, we can respect the values on the character a bit more, right? The character's dark shirt a bit more. Right? Something like this, I think, might be what you're looking for. So in terms of detail, right? Again, one more thing that, since you did mention detail, right? Details like, for example, if this is scrap cardboard, like maybe you can include whatever packaging that it might be originally from, right? There's chances for details in a lot of different places. In terms of the wall, like, you can think about walls are like cabling, right? Like if you have like running cables across the wall, if you're running air conditioning trunks across the wall, if you have AC units here, like if you have an AC unit here, right, this is a good place to put it. You can put wires coming out. You can put light switches. You can put like you know, those what's it called, switchboards, fuse boxes, right? You can put fuse boxes, right? You can connect the fuse boxes up as well. You can do ceiling wires as well, right? You can do loose wires. There's so many things to do, right? There's so many things you can add to a room like this to kind of help it feel a bit more complete. But once again, right, the key is, as always, to sort of maintain this sort of integrity in the light, maintain this sort of integrity in the lighting, such that you're able to build on your scene. For example, here, right, allow the light to override things a little bit, and then we can see something like this. Right, once again, not a perfect example by me, by all means, but I think hopefully this kind of elucidates a little bit, helps you out just a tiny bit on what you might want to kind of pay more attention to. Excuse me, what you might want to pay more attention to next time you attempt a complex scene, right? It's all about using the lighting to sort of control the viewer's vision as well. It's just about that as much as it is about, let's say, you want to create some shadows here. If he has a potted plant, right, the shadows kind of lean like this, lean forward like this. So, right, lots of different ways to create the same effect, but I would say you can even like create, let's say he has a clothesline, he has like t-shirts hanging out to dry, stuff like that, right? Lots of details that can be added in terms of shadow as well. So once again, all this is just to say, focus on the lighting. Lighting really helps you organize a complex scene, and then just kind of use references, think about what you could add to the scene, all the kinds of different things you could add to the scene. You can even add a window here, right? You can add a window here if you want, show a bit of the outside. You can add a mirror to reflect more of the room, right? So many options are available to you. Once again, right? This isn't me. I know this. I have done a lot of overpainting for this particular example, but I really just want to say that it's something that gets built up over time, right? I have so much experience drawing complex scenes. For me, it's a bit more natural to go in and be able to identify what area needs more work. But I think you've done a really good job already. I just wanted to share a couple of things, as you mentioned, that because you spent a month on this, right? I really wanted to be sure to kind of reciprocate that effort a little bit, and as well as the fact that I have the actual things that I find hopefully helpful to share. So once again, Amacookie, thank you for your submission. Hopefully my example was able to review a little bit more about what direction you might want to give it a try in. So yeah, thanks once again for participating. And next, let's move on to LoBi, I guess, or Bleubbletea, who says, I'm catching up late, but here are some illustrations of my OC Brutus. I'm super inconsistent in my art quality, but I always manage to make him look cool. Rip my other OCs. Congratulations for the anniversary. Thank you, LoBi. Firstly, I love the confidence, right? You always manage to make him look cool. I think it just goes to show you have a very cool design, right? Firstly, riding a motorbike is always freaking cool. Love the design, love the bevel, the embossed design on the bike hub. Super interesting. Love the hairstyle as well. And the muscles. It's just a very from the soul kind of scene, right? Really loving it. Created by, I assume this is your specially designed signature. I'm not going to attempt to read it for fear of reading it wrong. Once again, very cool angle here. Loving the angle and the texture on the jeans. Very well done. Love how you're drawing the muscles as well. Great work, honestly. There's no wonder you always make him look cool, right? And then he has a companion as well, lady companion, I assume. So always looking cool. Indeed, you are definitely right about that. So yeah, what feedback do I have for you? Honestly, you're just doing really good. I'm not sure what I could say, right? I'm not good at drawing, muscly dudes, so I can't give any advice for fear of just giving terrible advice. But yeah, really, really appreciate this, right? Somehow it just feels like this really comes from the soul and you really love this character. So you're just always trying to put in cool poses and cool scenes. So yeah, really appreciate you sharing this. Yeah, for the bike, I would say I guess I do have some advice for the bike. For mechanical things like bikes, I know sometimes it's pretty tempting to just go and invent your own design. And I think that's cool as well, but I would personally recommend using a bit of reference for the first few times you draw a bike, because it gives you it allows you to get a lot closer to what you want, right? For example, here you can see the foot pedal is a little bit ambiguous, I would say, right? And as I'm sure you will know, because you're definitely very confident with drawing your OC, but for the things like the bike, I'll definitely recommend a bit more reference use, kind of being a bit tight and a bit strict with yourself on the shapes, because the mechanical object and these kind of things tend to have a pretty strong impact on how a drawing is perceived. So yeah, I think just really some small feedback here and there. But overall, loving the spirit here for your OC Brutus. Thanks for showcasing him. Oh, and then we have Amacookie with an alternate dump, I think, here, right? Oh, a second post. I think they posted twice. Oh, but it's a very similar image. And this one I think is different because, ooh, very spooky. Is it some kind of shadowy monster? Oh, very interesting. This has gotten a lot more interesting than before. Okay. Very interesting. And yeah, I think it's a repeat post. So my advice from my previous advice also applies. But I think it's a really good job. Honestly, I think what you've done is pretty good as well. It's just how I would do it, right? As you can see, how I would do it, it's just slightly different, I think. Obviously, once again, as I always keep mentioning in these review videos and today as well, right? There's just so much of it as artistic choice. There's so much of it that's just artistic choice that I don't really want to be like, this is right. But I'd rather just be like, hey, maybe consider this, right? Maybe this is the idea that you've been thinking of, but haven't been able to just materialize quite yet. So yeah, that's kind of how my angle is. But once again, right, thanks again to Amacookie, and of course, thanks again to Bleubbletea LoBi for sharing Brutus. And next, let's move on to our next participant, Sheebo. Sheebo, who says, congratulations for your 4th year anniversary. You've been my favorite artist since when I last started to learn to draw. Wow, that is some... I'm honored, honestly. So these are some works I've done. I love quiet, peaceful, subtle atmosphere artworks. Makes people wonder what the characters are thinking and what kind of story is happening. I didn't name any of the characters, but I did in my drawings. They're called Lunch Before Funeral. Whoa. The Jade Rabbit, Floating War, and Asparagus Party. In order. It's my first time joining an art community. I'm excited to find some feedback. Any feedback, as it's very hard to find a lot of those as a self-taught artist. Isn't that right? Thanks a lot for inspirations and amazing works. So yeah, you're right. It's pretty difficult to find feedback in general. I don't really get any feedback nowadays. So I honestly, I haven't really gotten any feedback for really, really, really long. And it's always been a case of like self-critiquing and just kind of being really hard on yourself. So that's the way I kind of do it. But now that I'm here and I'm able to share feedback with you guys, it's like a privilege for me to be able to kind of guide people along. Who are loving art so much, who have so much burning passion for it. I'm just honored to be here to be able to guide you guys along. So let's kind of take a bit of a closer look at the works. Firstly, Lunch Before Funeral. Wow, very, very cool piece. I love the TV. Like, I love that you drew stuff on the TV. It's like, I feel like this is a really good chance to showcase more stuff. Love the characters leaning on the bench here. Love their highlights. This is kind of interesting. There's lots of highlights. And the way you drew the room is pretty interesting. Feels like it's drawn in a very sort of orthographic manner. It's a very unique style, right? Like in terms of perspective, it's very unique styles, very interesting. It's a couple of monstera plants, I think, hanging around. Love the grayscale. It's interesting use of blue in the background here. I'm quite sure it's intentional. I'm just curious as to how, you wanted to use it. Very interesting piece. I'm not sure if I can really comment on it too much because it feels like a piece with lots of artistic intention. I'm the kind of person who looks at more the technical side of things. So with pieces where you could really tell what someone wants to draw in a very direct manner, as opposed to my own style, I feel I feel a little bit difficult. I feel it's a bit difficult coming up with the right words. So overall, I would like to see you polish it up a bit more. I think you definitely are able to. For example, like little bits of the railing here, a bit loose. Right, the city seems a little bit loose on the sides as well. Love to see you really complete it and give it your best shot. I think that would be really interesting to see. But otherwise, I love the concept. Love the posing of the duo, of the TV, of the room. Just a pretty good scene. And then we have this one named Jade Rabbit. Now, if I may be a bit bold, but I think this is also by one of my a style that is inspired by one of my favorite artists as well, Zine Chin, who definitely draws a lot of these very semi-surreal type of stuff. So I think you have captured that essence very well as well. Love how surreal it feels. Very, very amazing. Very cool. Although one thing I would like to say is that, well, once again, right, because there's a lot of artistic intention in here, it's difficult for me to comment directly. But I feel like if you want to draw the face, you might want to work on how the face is expressed a little bit more. I think that is something that will help you a lot, right? Furthermore, like the elbow here, the lighting seems a little bit strange because of how tucked in the elbow is to the leg. So it feels a bit odd that it's receiving that much light. So just very minor nitpicks here and there. I love that you attempted this in this manner as well. It's very cool. And then next we have something similar as well. Lots of monsters. Very, very nice depiction of these kind of architecture. Love the shape language here as well. And the sort of battle going on. So love the ideas here. Once again, right, as mentioned before, I love to see you finish it. I'll try to finish it a bit more. I think it could be really interesting to see what you could come up with, right? I also like that you've went for this little bit more of a neutral lighting. So one small thing I could perhaps say is that you might want to centralize or group together different elements at different distances, right? For example, this closed building, I feel like I feel like you might want to group it with the banners and the character, right? Just put them all in a foreground in a bit of a darker tone and allow the background to kind of silhouette them in that sense. And last but not least, I think this one is definitely more original. Very, very interesting with giant asparagus. This one, once again, right, like Sheebo, you are full of creativity. These are kind of stuff that I will never think of, right? It's just so cool. It's very abstract. I have like a stone lion. We have a balloon with teeth. We have a giant asparagus. We have like bags of like this is like beyond my pay grade, man. This is really cool. Like I mean it. It's really cool. Like, I love the combination of concepts here. If anything, it feels like you really want to express certain things, and you're expressing them so well that I'm kind of being drawn towards overlooking things that I otherwise critique, right? So something that's really cool. I really love this one. It's really, really nice. I'm very honest about that. So yeah, great job. And then with some smaller drawings, right? This one, once again, right? Kind of love your interpretation on things, right? Like clearly, obviously you draw faces different from me, but I love kind of the exaggeration of it. Like I love how you exaggerate the light and shadows on this character's face. Like you purposefully enlarge the eyes, but kept the detail on the nose. It's a very unique style, I think. You're definitely onto something. It's very good. I love the use of blues as well. And this one, lab animal. Wow, like the rabbit feet. Are these rabbit feet? Yeah, that is very cool. Right. Once again, right, if I may, right, I feel like in terms of expressing your work through concepts, you're doing really well. That's very cool. But in terms of perhaps using color and some of the more specific forms, you seem to still be developing in the area. And all I would say is please continue to develop in these areas. I look forward to seeing what you really have to share next time. So overall, very, very good work. Very, very creative as well. Just wonderful, right? Thank you for the inspiration. It's very cool. And yeah, so to address what you wrote, I think you really shouldn't need to worry about not really getting any feedback in a sense, because a lot of the times, how do I quite put it? It's important to develop you based on what you want, right? As long as you're self-critical, and I don't mean that, well, to put it a bit more brutally, right? Sometimes you do need to almost put yourself down a bit in order to have the drive to keep pushing forward, right? Everyone works in a bit of a different way. I understand that. But in my own experience, right, I personally am very critical of my own work, right? Rarely do I ever say, hey, I really like this one. It's just kind of perfect, right? Sometimes it kind of gets close. I really do like certain works I finish, but a lot of times I'm always looking out for flaws, what areas that don't quite feel right, what areas I feel could be improved, all that kind of stuff. So I know that it feels sometimes a bit difficult if you're just working by yourself without like an art community and all that. But I wouldn't say to worry about it too much, right? Because ultimately, I'm of the view that art is, at the very end, a bit of a solitary activity. Excuse me. Especially the painting part, right? You really can't get someone else to kind of hop in and do it for you. So it's just kind of difficult in that sense. But yeah, once again, thanks again, Sheebo, for sharing your work. Very creative, very amazing. And now let's move on to Dog Devourer. Wow, that's a pretty interesting name. Dog Devourer says, hey there, I've submitted a few pieces here as well as a work in progress that I'm currently trying to finish. The first two illustrations, that being the Chainsaw Man and Code Geass ones, were done a little less than a year ago. They are the second and third illustrations I've ever done using Photoshop. The third one is from Solo Leveling and is the most recent finished piece I've done. Completed about 1 month ago, and it's the fifth illustration I've done using Photoshop. I'm giving you this timeline because I'm hoping you could shed some light on my progress and what I should work on. I recently started using digital 3D models, which I manipulate into the poses that I like, and I have found that it makes the anatomy of my drawings much better as well as the perspective. Let me know what you think. Thank you and happy 4th anniversary. So thank you for sharing. So the focus seems that you want me to really focus on your progress. So let's take a look at that. And the order is a little bit confusing. First two illustrations. So I'm going to guess this is going to be the first one. And then this is the second, third, and the latest. Right, I think that's the order, right? Hopefully I'm not wrong. Wait, am I wrong? Like, I think this is a Chainsaw Man character, right? I'm kind of confused. I'm not. I think from the fan art I've seen, this one's called Geass. Okay, so it's in reverse order, I think. So this is the first two, and then okay, it's in reverse. So let's go from the back. So they started here, came here, and finally here. So in terms of progress, I'm assuming this is the right order I'm talking about things in. Hopefully I'm not too wrong. I would say that you're definitely attempting more difficult poses. You're definitely attempting more difficult poses in a way, right? This one is kind of simple. This one is also a bit more contained of a pose, right? So you're attempting more difficult poses where the hand kind of goes, where the pose of the hand is a little bit more complex. You're doing a bit more foreshortening. And then this one is, right, a more complex, like almost like a fighting pose. We're using lots of light and lots of folds in the cloth. So I can see where you're going from. Hopefully I'm not wrong. I'm still a little bit unsure because I really don't know any of these characters by name other than Lelouch from Code Geass. I think that kind of shows my age by this point. So yeah. And is there a fifth illustration? Oh yeah, this one's more recent, right? So I think the progress is, well, I'm going to be honest here, right? So I think the progress is difficult to tell at a point because each of these are drawn in very different mediums. It's kind of like people showing gym progress, right? Because the lighting is really different, and some photos are taken at different times of the day. It's difficult to tell very obvious progress, and also there's a bit of a personal bias. But I really like this one because I just kind of like peaceful poses and women in suits. So that's my bias, kind of, I guess. So I really like this one. I like the use of color in this as well. The whites kind of really stand out against the other hues. So I think it's really nice. This one, I like the expression that you drew, like that you managed the purple and the yellows pretty well. It's a good color combination. This one is definitely you going up. I can tell that it's definitely a bit more past your comfort zone, right? Because there's lots of foreshortening. There are definitely some issues with drawing the fingers because of the length of the fingers. I know it's foreshortened, so it's a bit difficult, right? Compare the size of the thumb to the fingers, it's definitely a bit more difficult. Similar to this hand as well, right? The pinky and the ring finger seem to be in a little bit of odd position. I think the ring finger is supposed to go under the middle finger, but the presentation here is a tiny bit off, so is the lighting. So it's difficult, right? I'm not sitting here saying that it's easy, but I have to kind of comment because I guess you're moving towards more difficult poses, and naturally it's going to be a little bit difficult to be like, hey, I'm going to draw, let's say, a more contained portrait at this level, and then I'm going to draw an entire human body at the same level, right? It's just not going to happen because, as you mentioned, these are early drawings. So in terms of early drawings, I think it's very good that you're exploring more complex foreshortening stuff like this. You're exploring things like this, right? Here, I think I like the energy of the pose. I like that you're attempting something that is more complex. However, I would say one of the issues here is with a little bit with anatomy, right? For example, the seam of the pants and the waist don't quite line up, right? The folds are a little bit too strong. They kind of break up any natural semblance. Sorry if I'm sounding really harsh. I think I just want to give some very direct feedback. Since you're being very specific about what areas do you think you need to work on. So the proportions here also feel a little bit off. Like it feels like his shirt is being pulled really hard down towards his stomach, but then it just kind of flies out towards the side due to the wind. So it creates a pretty unnatural kind of feeling here, right? So it kind of feels like you're just going along and painting the creases a little bit too intuitively. So I would say a lot of issue here, I think, is with the creases and the foreshortening hair here as well, right? Because this upper arm is not really foreshortened, neither is this forearm, so it kind of looks a little bit out of proportion as well. Once again, right, it's not easy to jump into a full body pose, especially as this is one of your earlier drawings. So definitely it's no shade on you at all. I think it's really good that you're attempting difficult stuff as soon as possible. And when I started, I definitely did not attempt anything this complex at the beginning. So I think you're doing pretty well for yourself. So I'd just like to share some feedback. It's a little bit direct, right? Hopefully, it's not too bad and it doesn't come across too mean. And so you have something more recent from Death Note, right? I definitely know Death Note. I'm an old man. So yeah, this one's pretty good. I think you've got a pretty good handle on things. The fingers here are a little bit odd. It's like you have an extra finger here? Here as well. It's a little bit odd as well. Like, what is this? I'm gonna put off any AI accusations because I know it's kind of tough and it looks a little bit it looks very sketch like. So I know you're just trying to put in like the shape. Sometimes you leave out a little bit of stuff here and there. It's fine. It's just something to take note of. You have an extra finger here and a strange piece of flesh here as well. So, I don't think it's AI at all, right? Not to worry, right? Before anyone jumps on this poor person here, it's not AI at all. Just like, I know it kind of becomes a meme when people have extra fingers, but it's a pretty common mistake sometimes. We're just trying to grab the shape of the hand and all that, right? Because I can see all the brush strokes he's made. He's used that semi-edge brush and duplicated it with an underlayer to create this effect. Stuff like that. I can tell that it's definitely manually painted. Yeah, just some small details here. But otherwise, I think the sense of color is pretty nice, right? Like there's very harmonious color, with a red being the one that's standing out. So very nice. warm earthen tones. Very cool. And then this one, I like the background design. That's pretty cool. A good combination of very striking visuals. Something I wish I could do. As you can see, the character, as we mentioned, is a bit unrendered. Honestly, I would encourage you to try your best to finish it, because that's where the improvement really comes in from. I know sometimes it kind of feels like you don't really want to do it, but the thing is that, like, getting better is pretty torturous. So, yeah, unfortunately, I will have to kind of give you that hard pill to swallow, is that sometimes even if you don't feel like rendering it to the finish, I will still recommend really just giving it a go, because sometimes you just learn things that you won't learn unless you just really struggle with it. So yeah, that's going to be my unfortunate advice. I'm sure you did not want to hear, but overall, I do like the visual design, right? I think that is very cool. Yeah, I think you've got a good sense of color. I just love to see you keep working on focusing on anatomy, as you mentioned, right? 3D models, have you started using them already? If you have, I would just like to kind of give you a little bit of caution, because 3D models are very good in a sense that they give you a good skeleton to work off from. However, the issue is that sometimes the proportions you actually want to draw are different from the 3D model. So let's say if you just make changes on the fly, which is possible, you might end up with very disproportionate body shapes, because the 3D model is designed for, let's say, one type of style or proportion slash physique, stylized physique. But if your personal preference is different from that, chances are what's going to happen is that you might run into something that feels really difficult to control, right? And then you feel like this part, I'll change it a bit, that part, I'll change it a little bit, and after a bit more, you feel like you kind of lost control of the whole thing. So I just want to be clear that it's a good tool, but I feel like you want to be cautious about using it, because the less you think, the worse it is for learning. Once again, the less you think, the worse it is for learning, right? So if you're already at an accomplished level, you're already very familiar with anatomy, 3D models can really help speed up the process, because you already know what certain muscles should look like, what certain forms should look like, how perspective should be used. 3D models speed up their process, because even though you're just absorbing the image information from the 3D model directly, you kind of know exactly what level of foreshortening each area has. Whereas the same 3D model may be misleading people who are a bit newer. So apologies if I'm sounding like I'm pouring cold water here, but this is really not my intention. But sometimes I do want to be able to kind of highlight certain things that I might be concerned about, right? Because I know we generally I'm very positive, but sometimes I think it's a good chance to be like, hey, this thing is really good, and overall I think you're doing great work. I just want you to kind of take note of a couple of things. But once again, Dog Devourer, thank you for submitting all these fan arts. I know you still work really hard on them, and I really appreciate the effort. And certainly, there are areas I think you're really doing well in. The graphic design portions I think is very striking. It's very, very good, and I just enjoy that very much. So keep at it, right? Of course, it's not in any way an indictment of your progress. Generally, drawing is a difficult thing, and it takes time to get better. So just don't give up, and prepare to torture yourself, I guess. Thanks again. Next, we have Han Ming, who says, Hi guys, I'm aspiring to be an illustrator. I've been learning to draw roughly for 3 years now. I picked up digital a little bit less than a year ago. I've been trying my best to learn it through doing some digital studies and other stuff like that. I'm hoping you'll be able to review them, as I'm doing my best to learn as quick as I can and to love to get advice, because I really adore your art. Additionally, they've been ordered from when I first started until now, so the armor is the earliest, and the latest one are the more recent ones. Okay, so let's take a look. Ooh, that's quite a lot. So let's just kind of go. Because there's so many, I'm not going to go through them very one by one, like super detailed one by one, but I'm going to kind of go overall, kind of just capture the process as a whole, right? So first one is a chest piece from medieval European armor. Very clearly a study, right? Capturing some light, capturing some reflections. Same here. Cloth folds, very difficult stuff. I'm surprised you're tackling it that early. Can definitely see that at the beginning you were a bit more focused on um, capturing the pixels and values rather than focusing on the pull and push of the cloth, which I think is common. But you know, once again, right, I'm heartened to see that you really started off with some of these studies. So here we go into portraits, right? Portraits. Of course, these are early works, right? So my critiques here don't really matter. So I'm just kind of going to go through them. More portrait studies. This one is a pretty popular photo. I think I've seen it floating around quite a bit on Pinterest and various places. So, yep, study from Pinterest. Very striking colors in the original reference as well. So you capture that. The hair is a little bit messy, but once again, it's an old study, so not going to comment too much on that. And another black and white study. This one is of my character, I believe. Right, so once again, right, as you can see, the thing about studies is that sometimes it's a bit easier to, well, I don't want to sound like a negative Nancy, but sometimes studies kind of lure you into a false sense of confidence. And I don't want to say that it's a bad thing, right? Studies can really help boost your confidence. I've done a lot of studies in the past myself. And sometimes I feel pretty good after I do a study, and it's like, yeah, you know, I can draw this, but sometimes it depends on how you extract the information, right? Whether you manage to learn the information fully, or whether you only manage to learn half of it, or maybe a quarter of it, or maybe you were just copying the study, right? So these are kind of things that I always want to keep a lookout for from other people who are asking for advice, because yeah, you know, studies are really is a really great tool, but you really have to also be careful about transferring them actively to your own work, right? Which I think we'll see pretty soon. So this is, I suppose, one of the earlier works where he is trying to explore more on his own, right? Borrowing a bit of a pose here, but as you can see, right, like things feel a little bit awkward, right? Things are a little bit rough, right? This can see a bit of uncertainty in how certain things should be positioned, and it's all natural, right? I think it's all natural. It's nothing that is it's not a crime or it's nothing wrong, but can definitely see some weaknesses kind of show up here, right? This one I think is doing much better already, right? Seems to be a kind of a fan art, or it's OC, I'm not sure, but once again, right, we can see that he's trying to get the light, kind of get it light bouncing off the back and at the front as well, right? A little bit more control. However, also with its own sort of stylized proportion, right? Which I think is good. This one might be a study as well. Once again, they're not all labeled exactly, so I'm not too sure which one's a study, which one's completely on more freeform. So study, I can see this one's based a bit more on the facial area, right? Highlights on the hair is interesting as well. I'll say that once again, right, the colors here are a bit use a bit more freeform, right? There's a little bit lack of discipline here in terms of using the color, right? Either that or I'm just really bad at looking at color, but the focus is definitely around the face area, right? And then we can see later works. Guess these are more of studies, right? Very cool composition here. Really liking this one, right? How the ring kind of coincides with a star in the sky. Bit of a landscape study as well. And then we can see something here that is a little bit more stylized, a little bit more blue. Well, to be honest, it's a little bit difficult to comment on studies without the study reference material, because I can't really draw a contrast to tell you what you're capturing well and what you're not capturing just yet. A haystack in the snow and some oranges. So, and here is this one. Last one's a work in progress. In your own perspective of how I could improve it or how I would finish the piece. So this one, I think they're really working on their own. So, and they've asked for how I would finish this piece. So yeah, let's just do a very quick paint over and let's see how I would orient this. Let's open up a new one. Okay, so one of the things I noticed immediately is that you want the light to come in from this angle. And that's all fine and dandy, but the thing is you also want to sort of reorient the the lighting on the character's face as well, if you really want the light to come in from that angle, right? Because right now, what it seems like is the character is what it seems like is the lighting is coming in from a bit of an odd angle. It's a bit too neutral, and the face is also sort of pointing towards us a little bit, while her right shoulder is really hunched upwards. Overall, it makes for a pose that I don't quite understand from my perspective. So if I were to have to finish it right now, as you asked, I think what I would want to do is to sort of start adjusting the features of the face first, right? Like something like this, right? And because we're kind of looking at the character from above, the nose would be slightly adjusted to look like this. Right, with the lighting from above like this. Tone back down the light here. Tone back everything here, right? There shouldn't be any light here as well. Hopefully my voice is not too soft. And the shoulder being high is it's a little bit of a strange angle, I have to say. So if I were to do this, maybe I will lower the shoulder a bit. Once again, the sort of angle is confusing me a little bit. Like the pose is a little bit difficult to sort of see exactly what your intention is, right? So what I've done really so far isn't that much. All I'm doing is kind of rearranging the lighting for you just a little bit, because the lighting did feel a little bit too messy. Right, so it's kind of that sort of difference, excuse me. Is this kind of difference here. It's not a really big one, but again, right, I'm a little bit unsure of your intentions for this piece, so it's a little bit difficult to be like 100% sure as to your intent here. So maybe this is how I would arrange it if you want the lighting to come in from the opposite angle. Right, you can still do the shoulder pose a little bit, but it feels like she's kind of tilting forward a bit from my point of view. I guess this is sort of the changes I will make. Obviously, it's very rough. So something like this, right? This is the before, this is the after. Really, I didn't do too much. I just kind of adjusted the lighting such that you will have the light coming from above here and then go down this way, right? If you want to have a little bit of that counterbalance warmth light, you want to do this a little bit. Want to have a little bit of light from below. That's up to you as well. Right, in the background, I think we just keep it a little bit simpler as well. No need for it to be too complex. And a couple of strands of hair here. And make sure the shoulders are a bit more even. yeah, I guess this is how I would do it. Is the before and this is the after. Really not too much of a difference. Really just some small adjustments to how the lighting and the facial structure is laid out. Really minor adjustments here. So yeah, just to give you an idea of how I would finish it. If you're struggling with it, this is how I would do it. Once again, right, a lot of things here I'm just changing a little bit haphazardly because I don't really know your intent for this piece. And of course, right, as you mentioned, how I would finish it, and this would be about it. So yeah, hopefully this one was helpful. Like hopefully you can take some cues from what I did if it's what you wanted to see. If not, like feel perfectly free to ignore this completely because it's just kind of like how I would adapt this particular situation, right? Like if you want the light to come in from the windows or something like that. That's not quite it, right? Right, something a little bit rough like that. I think, yeah, something like that. I think might be what you're looking for. Once again, right, it's a very loose sort of translation, and hopefully it just provides a little bit of cue as to what you might want to do with the lighting and stuff like this. So it's a bit difficult to paint too much given our short amount of time here, but hopefully what I've shared is somewhat helpful. If not, right, just feel free, completely free to ignore it. It was just my attempt at sort of rearranging the lighting a little bit. Hopefully that was helpful, but otherwise, as always, feel free to kind of enjoy your own process, right? Yeah, but once again, thank you for submitting all this. Hopefully my comments were a little bit helpful. But let's move on to Iona. Iona says, "Hi guys, big fan of your art. Here are some recent artworks of mine. I'm studying design right now. Would love some feedback." So pretty short and sweet. Let's take a look. Very interesting costume here, right? With the white sleeves and the turtleneck singlet. Is that a turtleneck singlet? Yeah, I guess it is. Of the blue hair, very lovely blue. Ooh, this one's pretty interesting, right? A nice use of red here. The red even spills into the eyes, which I think is a little bit interesting. Normally, usually, right, we kind of see people draw the eyelashes and they kind of differentiate the eyelash area a bit clearly. So interesting use of a darker tone here. Once again, right, this definitely falls into a little bit of an abstract realm of things. So in terms of feedback, I would say you might want to consider sort of retouching the eyes a little bit and allowing the darkest values to be reserved for parts of the image that you find the most important. I think that is something that I would say. But otherwise, I love the little bit use of textures here and there. It's very brave, I think is the best way I can put it. Because for myself, you can probably tell that I don't really use much texture at all unless it's really like necessary. So yeah. Oh, this one's pretty interesting as well, right? With the wings and the character. I like that you done the light. I like to pay quite a bit of attention to the lighting here, right? Like you make sure the nose area and the jaw area, the mouth area, kind of has divided. Glad to see that good reference is being used here. A little bit of correction on the forearm here, right? The forearm shouldn't be bulging on here. The bulge should be very much near the crease, right? Exactly where arm bends. And if anything, the bulge is only lessened by the fact that it has to sort of kind of get squished together with the upper arm. In terms of the feathers, I would say that it's difficult to draw wings because they're so inspired by real birds. You can't really get away from it unless you can't really get away from using real birds as references. So on the other hand, right, it's a bit of a hassle because you can't really freeform it. But if you want to do it really well, but on the other hand, right, there are ready references of birds. So I would recommend, let's say, if you're drawing feathery stuff, just look at birds. They are really good references for feathers and they're really good references for wing anatomy as well. So they feel very natural and they look really good. Like natural bird feathered wings look really good. Like in terms of the size of the feathers, how large and small feathers kind of play together, right? All those are freely available information of the beauty of nature, right? So definitely I would recommend taking more inspiration and reference from nature as well. This one's a little bit more of a simple portrait. I really like the gray silver hair. I love the blue light. I think blue being used in conjunction with pure white is a really, really good thing because it just gives that very strong light feel, right? It adds a little bit of sunniness to the light. It can sound a bit unintuitive. Like, shouldn't sunny light be that yellow? Excuse me, why is it blue. So the thing about a sunny day is that generally speaking, on sunny days you have clear skies. Clear skies means the skies are pretty blue, and pretty blue skies means areas that are not in direct light but receive a lot of light from above, right? The sky in general is going to receive a bit of a blue tint, and that blue tint is going to show up here, right? And then you have the very strong green contrast that kind of shows up here. Really like the use of colors here. Very wonderful. Good job. Here, maybe a bit more attention could be paid to the shoulder and the clavicle area. You can see the forms here are a little bit too loose. I love the little feather, the little blue feathers as well. So overall, I like the creativity and the use of colors. Very nice. A little bit of attention to anatomy will be good. For this one, I can see that you're using a lot of texture in the background. Very lovely. Very lovely piece of foliage here. So in terms of foliage, it's one of those things that's difficult to draw because normally, right, we commonly use foliage brushes. And the good thing about foliage brushes is that they really allow you to draw leaves very quickly. Like you want to indicate a pile of bright leaves, you got it straight away, right? And stuff like that. The issue with foliage brushes is that sometimes they can be a bit too dense. So sometimes, let's say you are drawing in this slightly more semi-realistic style, I want to be a little bit careful about using foliage brushes a bit too heavily. Of course, right, this could just be artistic intention, in which case, right, you know, I don't have any right to comment on whether that is right or wrong, but simply based on my perspective is one thing that you may want to pay attention to. Alternatively, right, you can always up the level of detail on your character to sort of match the kind of background, which I think is a challenge on its own as well, but either way, I think it's something that is pretty fun. But I like the concept here as well, right, character just kind of sitting down in this, in a pose that is that seems pretty complex to draw, right? With a sword. Yeah, overall, I definitely like the ideas in the pieces that you have shown. So just would like you to use more references and, you know, keep working on the smaller things, the smaller details. But otherwise, I think as long as you're enjoying the process and creating things that you genuinely think are fun, then I think all's right in the world, right? There's nothing too critical, I can say. So once again, Iona, thanks so much for submitting your artwork. It's great work. I like for you to keep it up. And next we have Engine ABC424. I'm not sure if you can tell that my voice is starting to go a little bit. You know, it's just kind of how it is. Hopefully my words are still legible. I do apologize. We have an extraordinarily large amount of submissions this year. So, you know, we've got to get through them as best I can. And let's take a look at this one. Excuse me. By Engine ABC, some small story about a robot and a girl selling crystals at a morning market and got ambushed by robots. The series might continue. Anyways, thank you guys for holding the event. Okay, so we can see the girl and the robot, I assume, selling crystals. And so there it is, right? The robot is selling crystals to the storekeep and being ambushed by robots. I'm not sure. Oh, here are the other robots, right? I think I can see them in the foreground. Yeah, pretty cool. Thanks for showcasing it. There's no feedback tag, so I just want to say very cool. Well, I hope to see more of this series next year. Maybe by next year it'll be finished already. So thanks again, Engine, for your submission. Really like the sense of story really like the deliberate storytelling that you've got going on. I think it takes quite a bit of effort and a little bit of bravery to be like, okay, I'm just going to want to tell the story I want to tell, and I'm just going to go with it, right? I always respect that a lot, and yeah, I really appreciate that you're putting in effort to create a scene, set up lighting, set up the street as a whole, yeah, just to tell this particular story that you will like. Very admirable indeed. Next, we have Cerbee, who says in the title, "Hi guys, sharing my fan art. I follow your most recent walkthrough. I'm learning a lot here." Well, firstly, I'm very glad that you're learning a lot here. That's always my intention for Patreon, is to just kind of have a way to share what I've learned over the years in a bit of a casual format. I don't really want it to become like, you know, come here and I will make your skills times 100. Join my class and it will be amazing. It's like we have the colossal classes for that. But for Patreon, I genuinely want it to be a pretty chill place. So I'm always glad to hear that it's helped people out because the format is pretty laid back. Right? I just kind of share bits of stuff here and there. So yeah. So let's take a look. Overall, I do like the fact that you use both blue and orange, right? Love the orange light on the left side here. Exactly how I would have used it myself. One thing that I may want to implore you to consider is perhaps you might want to consider orange light on the hand as well, right? But I noticed that you wanted to contain the light pretty sharply as well. So in this situation, right, like let's say you wanted to contain the light sharply. Well, my nose is starting to get a bit sniffly. My apologies. So if you want to contain the warm light sharply, I would say to take this entire area here. I would say to take this entire area here and kind of give it that effect, right? Allow the warmth just a little bit more room like this, right? Allow the blue light to sort of take precedence over this area here, right? Just use the blue. Just allow the blue light to kind of take precedence over this area here. And then if you want a little bit of warmth, you want a little bit of warmth from this side, you can add it in like this, right? And apple, right? The apple is sort of in this sort of situation. So you want the highlights not to be the center, but rather on the opposite sides. And you want a little bit of yellow below, right? So something like this. Previously is this, rather previously it was this, right? Now it's this. So some things are a little bit more contained and some things are a little bit more controlled, right? Like for example, if we want some of the warmth to be on this part of the clothing as well, right? And some cool parts to be here as well, right? And we can throw in some creases in for good measure as well, right? Like something like this, right? Something like this. Can even add in a little bit of highlights to the hair, right? Something like this. Yeah, before and after. Really just a very simple change to sort of rearrange things a little bit, right? Because if you wanted this slice of bright light to be very contained, then that's the way that I think it could be done pretty well. So yeah, some simple feedback for you. Hopefully you've enjoyed it as well, and hopefully you've learned a bit more. And let's move on to our next participant, Cinnamon. Cinemimi submission. So is that the title of the series? But Cinnamon says it's more artwork than OCs. Hope it still works. I'm planning to become better at character-based illustrations. Feedback is very much appreciated on what I could improve. Okay, so let's take a look. A dual character setup. I love it as always. So pretty cool. I love the contrast as well, right? This character on the left is dressed a little bit more formally, and this character on the right is dressed more sporty-like, right? Next, we have a more of a standard sailor uniform setup here. Very interesting visually as well. I think the blues and the reds here are being used pretty well in combination. The skin tone definitely stands out a bit, so it could be intentional. But just in case that if you want, let's say you want the skin tone to look a bit more natural, I would say you want to vary up the hues a little bit between the light and the shadows, because right now the balance is pretty straight. Let's say you want the light to be warm. What I'll recommend is having the areas in shadow be a little bit cooler, right? Allowing for some areas where skin is very close together, like the neck area, to retain a little bit more of the red, but otherwise introduce a couple more cooler tones to the skin tone where you can. And kind of, yeah, as you can see here, right, you use some of these darker lighter bluish colors on the stockings here as well. Just want to be a little bit more directional with that, and I think we can do very well. Right, for example, here you used a bit of orange. This might be a reflection from the ground, but if it's not, I would say that you want to keep things consistent as well, right? Like keep the blue light flowing, keep the blue light flowing. If you want orange light, allow it to be a light that comes down from below. So stuff like that, right? Really small things in terms of managing the light sources. So in terms of character illustrations, just as with any other type of illustration, managing light source is very important. And here you can see is a good example of where you're very, very clearly demarcating where the blue is and where the pink is. So this is a pretty good example, right? With the pink light coming in from the right side from above and the blue light kind of being on the left side. So one thing about the pink light on the right side is that they're all equally pink, right? Even though there are areas where the pink light hits a bit less. So in those areas, you can consider maybe reverting it to a bit more of a warmer red and allowing the highlighted areas to be a bit of that cooler pink. So just really small things like that. But otherwise, right, this is a very good example of what I was just talking about, right? Using colors to sort of differentiate different light sources, and that's going to help out very much as well in terms of even more backgroundless character illustrations, where let's say you have bright light bouncing from the floor, but then you have some cool light coming from above to represent the sky and stuff like that, right? Depending on the scene that you want to set up. And last but not least, we have this one, which is also a more of a close-up shot, where the light is also done in a similar way, right? Where you can see how the shadows are being cast by the nose. So I would say a good understanding that you have on overall, like the big picture. So what I would recommend that you go from now on is to sort of hone in a little bit more on the smaller things, right? For example, the highlight area on the chin perhaps does not extend that far, right? As the other side, the right side of her chin, kind of starts turning in, right? Sort of starts forming a bit of a circular shape. So it's more so of a ball at the bottom than a flat plane. So in terms of it being a ball and the light coming from this our right, our left should be a little bit darker. So some small things like that, I think can be slowly worked on over time. But overall, I think, right, you have a very good grasp of what character drawing entails. I feel like you just need to continue practicing and keep working on what you love. So yeah, if you're planning to become better at character-based illustrations, really it's just about practice. And the biggest tip I can give is that focus on lighting and managing color as well. Not necessarily, once again, it's nothing fancy, it's nothing like complex formulas, you must use this color at this time. Rather, it's just a case of, hey, if the main light source is sort of warm, let's have the warmth sort of bounce off the ground a little bit, and then let's have cool light maybe come in from the other side or from above as maybe representing the sky. Also just to give the lighting a little bit of variety and to make the drawing come to life just a little bit more, right? So really small things like that, I think, will help you a long way, as well as just continuing to practice what you enjoy doing, which I think you're really doing very well, right? Honestly, I think when I was maybe a bit earlier in my drawing life, I was really just not impressive at all, and you guys are just way more impressive than me already. So I'm glad that in some ways I was able to help you guys learn more. So once again, great job, Cinnamon. Hope you keep at it. Very nice submissions here. Just kind of a couple things to take note, right? Great work. And next we have Harstor. Harstor says, "Hello, Guays. Before I start, I want to thank you for your art. It inspires and motivates me." Oh, thank you for your kind words. I've been painting for over 2 years now, and for the last year, I feel I'm stagnating and not developing. My work looks the same. I don't see any development in skills. So I decided to spend more time on my latest work. I would like to get more feedback on this piece and find out what mistakes I made in this work or in my other pieces. Unfortunately, I didn't finish the work on time as I wanted. I didn't have time to draw others and inscriptions and a background that was supposed to be there. And here are some old works. Well, firstly, I can definitely see a lot of improvement from your old works if we take a look at them first, right? Right, definitely in the old works, right? As you can see, the line works in terms of the nose is much more simplified, right? It's a lot more simplified. And right, the mouth here is also a bit too simplified as well. Whereas with your latest one, you seem to have a much better idea of what kind of facial structure you want, how you want to cast the light source, right? You want a light source from the left, and you're stuck with it all the way. I think that's really good. So I think this is something that's pretty well done. So overall, I think it's really good that you're trying to draw a full scene with lots of detail. This is the kind of thing that I feel like helps out with practice a lot, because it gives you a good idea of what kind of how the scene could feel, right? If you really try and work towards completion. And excuse me, and I'm glad that you got your light sources really clear. You have a bright light coming in from the right side, right? Cast on the character, cast on the wall. And you have a warm red light, not so much warm, but a bit of a cool red light as well coming in from our near left, right? Coming from our side left. So I think this one is really nice because it has a very clear demarcation on color. One thing that is difficult is when you're drawing character scenes like this, right? I'm going to just kind of give it a little bit of a try. When you're drawing character scenes like this, the difficulty often lies in anatomy, because when you're very close up of a character, right? Small things like anatomy can become really, really difficult to handle especially if you're not completely clear on what you're drawing. So in this case, right, for example, here I feel like you could have emphasized a little bit more on the elbow of the character, right? Like previously, let me just kind of like previously, right, you have the arm kind of extending down straight, like you've placed the elbow here, which I think should be a little bit lower, right? I think the elbow should be kind of like here, right? You can even allow the you can even allow this part to be a little bit foreshortened, right? Reaching forwards a bit, and then you can kind of have this bicep area that's receiving the light, more of the light. Sorry if I'm getting a bit sniffly. Allergies, my bad. But hopefully you can still hear me, right? So immediately we can see a big difference from this arm once you foreshorten it. And in terms of her hip area as well, I want you to allow her to sort of sit on the floor a bit more, because the hand is a little bit oversized compared to this box, right? So the hand should stop somewhere around here, right? The thumb should stop somewhere around here. And then our character should be sitting on something that's pretty far back, and then allowing the character to kind of come forward in this sort of motion, right? Sort of flow. You want to sort of push this back as well, because you want the thumb and hand being as large and in the foreground as it is to dominate the foreground. So you want this separation from the midground here, right? This is still part of the hand, I think. Yeah. So you want the separation from the midground here, right? You want this sort of separation going out, right? So once you have this separation, right, as you can tell from the before and after, it feels a lot more natural. It feels like the hand is actually extending forwards. And then one other thing is, a small thing here is a bit of scale issue, right? Because this box feels really small compared to the character. It's not a big deal, but it might be one thing you want to look up, want to sort of check in with. The thing about scale is also that you want to draw things that will give you the right scale, right? So let's say we have a character here, so maybe you can draw a drink can, right? It's just a very rough example. Like, let's say you want to draw a drink can. So you know a drink can is about this size. And so what other things that you might have? Like, you might have a gun, right? If it's like a battle scene, you might have a gun. So a gun's about this size. And then if you kind of translate leftwards, you might realize the railings here are a little bit too small, right? So railing should at least be like this high, right? The railing should at least be this high. So yeah, kind of like this, right? Right, so the railing should kind of be like this high if you want to bring in your bright light from the other side. Yeah, so the railing should be about this high, right? Then it feels a lot better than here and than this before, right? It feels the character is more in proportion. And then for this part, right, you also want to indicate the character's knee. I know you indicated it with this like armor piece, but the thing about the armor piece is that you also need to sort of complement it. So maybe give the character some knee wraps around it, right, to really indicate it. You want to define the calf area as well, rather than just allowing it to keep flowing. Kind of define the calf area as well. Allow some folds and creases in this area. Right, so it kind of looks something like this, right? It's a bit awkward for me because I'm painting it super roughly compared to the polish that you have achieved. But maybe it's something like this, right? You kind of see the before and after. Really, the main changes I made are just on the knee, indicating the knee, adjusting the elbow a little bit, and then playing with the scale here just a tiny little bit, right? Right, just playing the scale here just a tiny little bit, right? It really allows you to sort of set the scene up a bit more. So once again, right, it's all about being a bit more, it's also about being as careful as you can be for stuff like this, because it really makes a big difference as to how the drawing, how the perspective, and how everything kind of lines up together, right? How everything lines up together is really, really important in a big illustration like this. So yeah. And for the other arm, I would say maybe if you want to adjust the pose a little bit, we can lower it down a little bit more. We can lower it down a little bit more like this. So once again, right, these demonstrations are not just for the person who submitted, but for other people as well, right? For everyone to kind of see like, okay, so what are some of the pitfalls here that perhaps this participant, I hate to use negative words like that, but what are some of the areas that they asked for help on, and what are some of the areas that I was able to help on, right? So stuff like this, right? Stuff like this, right? Don't forget the back area here. Don't forget that as well, right? And then stuff like this. So you can look at it before and after. It's still pretty similar. I think it's still pretty faithful to the original, but right? Indicating the knee, indicating the elbow, right? I think has been a pretty good addition to the piece, I would say. But otherwise, I love the background you have done. Lots of very nice details. And yeah, so big changes are the bicep here, an elbow, and the knee, as well as some of the proportion issues here as well. So that is kind of my feedback for Harstor. Really good work. Lots of improvement, honestly. So just keep going, right? Because you're trying so hard on doing this. I can tell so much effort went into this. So I just offered a little bit of a paint over. Hopefully it was helpful to you. And yeah, just kind of consider these things, because these things like joints are rather than joints, things like anatomy kind of get super sensitive when you're drawing character-oriented pieces. So sometimes a piece just needs that one little tweak to start moving a lot closer into place. So hopefully this has been helpful. And yeah, once again, thank you for submitting this. This is really good work. It's really, really good. And I'm not joking. I'm not fooling around. It's really good work. And yeah, and also don't worry about improving. Like, I don't care about that. Like, sometimes you are just drawing different things, right? How can you tell whether you're improving if you're, or rather, how about this, right? As long as you're improving, you always see your work as then the reason is because your eyes are improving, right? Your vision is improving. Your ability to discern quality is improving. And so if you don't feel like things are getting worse, or even if sometimes you feel like things are getting worse, it just means that you're learning to see what is better. And sometimes you don't really see it because it takes a little bit for your hands to catch up. But the vision usually kind of climbs first, right? So you can kind of see mistakes in your work, and that's good, right? Always be trying to see mistakes in your work, and that's how you improve, right? Because from what I can tell, you improve a lot since before. So yeah, really good job. Just kind of pay a bit more attention to the proportions and stuff like that, and I think you'll be very good to go. And next, let's take a look from FGW Satana. Maybe it's a fan art. Once again, right? I am not well versed in various fandoms, but wow, this is really well drawn. I love the expression. It's a wonderful expression, very well drawn. Pose on the hand as well, just a very expressive pose, and the little dragon coming out. Once again, I all the names of these characters completely elude me, so I do apologize. I love the kind of transparent effect. It's just very well done. Love the use of purples and yellows as a combination. Here's the one without the text. Yeah, just great job all around. Right, very good use of texture, drawn very sharply as well. Yeah, just excellent work. Thanks for your submission. So in terms of feedback, I really don't have too much to say. I think you're really expressed what you wanted to express. There's a very consistent use of shapes, right? Love the swirl that carries over to a jacket, right? All these sort of shapes. This sort of like the edge glow, the edge glowing shape is very consistent across it. Love how the glove is being drawn. Overall, I just think you did a wonderful job here. How would I improve it? Honestly, I have no idea. Maybe I would say that if you could allow the yellow light to strike the character a bit more, that could be a bit more expressive compared to this slightly more conservative sort of lighting from above, right? Allow the yellow light to shine a bit more towards her. This could be interesting. Yeah, that's about it. Otherwise, really, really good job. Thanks again for your submission, FGW. And let's move on to Do.Ma.Nick. Do.Ma.Nick, is that how I should say it? Here are some recent paintings I did. Any feedback or critiques would be much appreciated. It sort of felt as if I hit a roadblock lately. Thanks. So we have number one. Actually, the first thing that strikes me is that I think you have a pretty good sense of color. I think you have an interesting sense of proportion when it comes to drawing characters' faces. And I think this is honestly more unique rather than something I feel I need to correct, because it just feels really unique. I just feel like the color use is really nice. I love how the blues are being managed. I like how the black colors are being managed with this bluish tint in the light and a reddish tint in the darker areas. It's very, very good. Yeah, the colors here are wonderful. They're excellent. I would say that maybe if you want to develop your stylized way of drawing faces a bit more, it could become very unique and appealing. Now, I think it's definitely unique. It's not, you definitely have a bit more of a wider face. Like, I think this is just simply your preference when it comes to drawing faces. And I think that's really cool. I think should just follow this, right? Like, if other people tell you draw faces too wide, just ignore them, because I really feel like you're onto something here. I like the expression of how this it goes really well with the way you draw eyes as well. So I think it's really nice, honestly. So yeah, I'd like for you to keep developing your own visual style. I think there are some great things to come. Um, if you feel like you hit a roadblock lately, I honestly wouldn't worry about it too much, because a lot of times I get, and as we have seen in this video, that plenty of people kind of get a little bit bummed out when they feel like they're not making huge leaps. But the reality is that we're always drawing new things, right? There are no repeats here as far as I can see. So you're always challenging yourself to draw new things. Sometimes things are a bit difficult. Sometimes when you draw a complex scene like this, there's a lot more to consider, so it's difficult to sort of grasp exactly what needs to be done. For example, the foreshortening here is definitely something that I noticed that has challenged you a bit, right? So these are the things that sort of come up, right? It's not so much you've hit a roadblock and you're not progressing, but it's just that as you kind of expand your repertoire, as you're kind of expanding your levels, right? It's like, to use a generic game analogy, right? As you level up, chances are you're going to go off to a different area, and then it's going to feel a bit difficult again for a while, because you're just challenging new things, right? The amount of difficulty you're facing is going to be pretty consistent, but that does not mean you're not progressing. It just means you're progressing. If anything, it means the opposite, right? It means that you're really progressing well, right? You're challenging yourself to do new things, and you're still feeling the same amount of difficulty. You're still rising up to the challenge. It's a difficult challenge, but you're still rising up to it. So I think that is really cool. I think that's really good. So Do.Ma.Nick, don't worry about it at all. I think you're doing really well. I really like the way you draw the face here, I think. Yeah, I think it's just the way you draw eyes and way you draw faces. It's something that's very unique, I think. Yeah, I would love for you to keep at it. And yeah, just continue working on areas that maybe you feel like, oh, I'm struggling with this. What about if I try another piece and I don't give up on, let's say, drawing foreshortening, right? How would that feel? And these are all kinds of areas where I think there's a lot to explore, and there's a lot to kind of develop on, if you will. Once again, thanks, Do.Ma.Nick, for your submissions. Really good work here. I was surprised myself, right? It's like, I think it's a really appealing kind of look here. Of course, right? It's unfinished, right? Your style hasn't finished developing, but I would love to see where you go with this. So next we have King Pendragon, with one fan art that I recognize and the other two that I don't really recognize. I'm a big Hollow Knight fan, so the fact that I'm not sure when Silksong is coming to PC is pretty worrying. But otherwise, love the simple fan art that you have done here. Right, lovely use of shapes as well. Really lovely use of shapes as well. But yeah, thanks for sharing. What feedback do I have? Well, I'm glad you're drawing the things that you love, and I hope that you can keep doing it. Yeah, honestly, that's the kind of most important feedback I can really give, right? Because sometimes, sometimes when people are a bit more generic, they don't really say much. I can't give pointed feedback in a way, so I can only say things like, yeah, it's pretty cool. I'm glad you're doing the things you love, and that's why we're all here. So yeah, great work, keep it up. And then next we have Kai. So Kai, with apologies for the extremely late submission. I hope it's still valid. Unfortunately, I do not have any finished works to submit. About 1.5 years ago, I had a massive burnout from art, making me to this day extremely unsatisfied with anything I make. Classic fate of someone deemed a gifted kid, I suppose. Therefore, I have not managed to finish any pieces during this long period of time, feeling that anything short of the best was a failure and disappointment to all those who once believed in me. Excuse me, my nose is really acting up. However, during this time of burnout, your amazing art and tutorial has been one of the only things that's been making me keep trying to not give up completely and hopefully once again find my passion for art. So for that, I thank you deeply. I've gathered the courage to submit one of my unfinished works, one that I am, of course, rather unsatisfied with. I first started all the way back in August of 2024, back when I first became a patron. Since I quite like the core idea of it, I've tried to continue this piece many times since then, but have always felt stuck and uncertain how to fix this mess, or if it's even possible to fix it at all. If possible, I would greatly appreciate a suggestion or comment on what I should do to fix or continue this piece, or if I should simply start anew and find a new way to present this idea. I thank you and I eagerly look forward to seeing more of your works in the upcoming year. P.S. Due to my frequent ravings throughout the years about your wonderful art, my whole family has become your fans of your work, so this is greeting from them as well. So Kai, firstly, I just want to respond to what you wrote. You see, I am also extremely unsatisfied with most things I make. it's just the reality of things, right? I think you shouldn't feel like you're an outcast or it's abnormal to be unsatisfied. It's just kind of the reality of how it is. But how do I move forward from that? Is to not to say that, okay, I'm not happy with this, so I'm just gonna stop, right? My way of dealing with it is rather than just saying, I don't want to have to deal with this, I would just say, hey, there's always the next drawing. There's always the next drawing. There's always the next drawing. So allow this one to be mediocre, allow this one to be meh, but there is always the next drawing, right? So focus towards that. Keep your eye towards the next one, right? Allow yourself to be like, hey, this one isn't so great, but there's always the next drawing to improve. So this is something that I find really helpful. And even if I'm unsatisfied with it, it just means there's more room to grow. So, right, once again, I don't think there's anything wrong with feeling very unsatisfied. Ultimately, it just means that you have more to give. And I would love to see you continue doing good work, because that's just the nature of creating stuff, right? If you're ever satisfied, right, then it's pretty much the end, right? Why create? You're done. What's the reason for making the next work, right? You're satisfied. Like we've all gotten what we wanted. That's the end of the road, right? That's like a nightmare, right? To me, it's a nightmare if I'm actually satisfied with something completely. Sometimes you're happier with a work than other times, but either way, right? It shouldn't be a feeling that makes you feel wrong. It's not wrong at all. But, as you mentioned, burnout is pretty real. Sometimes you do spend physically and mentally a bit too much energy from it, and it feels kind of tough. So I do understand that as well. And takes time to recover. Everyone moves at their own pace. So yeah, just to respond to what you wrote, I think it's something that you can not be too worried about, but also take time to recover, take time to help yourself recover from it, right? So you asked about how would you like to continue this piece. So I'll do you one better and give you a bit of a paint over, as I've done. So for this one of the biggest issues here isn't so much of the perspective. I think it's pretty good. One of the issues here I feel like is the usage of value, right? The usage of value here is a little bit off. So what I want to do here is basically to showcase how you could, with a couple of simple steps, really restore this sort of value control over your piece, right? Because previously, in the state that you showed me just a couple of moments ago, like this, right? It feels like everything kind of gets too compressed, right? When everything gets too compressed, nothing really shows up. And so therein lies the issue of the scene feeling like everything is squished together. You don't really get any, anything out of it. So if I were to kind of give you a hand at controlling this, firstly, I will start with working on the silhouettes of this entire setup here, right? Allow signs. I know sometimes when you draw stuff like signs, it's very tempting to make it as prominent as possible because, right, we spend a lot of work on it, right? Why shouldn't it be prominent? But other times I feel like it could be good to really allow the sign to sort of speak for itself. Or what am I talking about? I'm losing my train of thought. I think it could be good to allow the sign to sort of fade a little bit into the background. You don't always need to have it in maximum contrast. Sometimes it's okay to allow it to fade a little bit more into the background, right? I know you spend a lot of effort drawing this character in the background here. It looks really good. But because of how this is a sort of a luminescent signboard, it could be good to just allow it to glow, right? Just allow it to glow. Allow the darker areas to be darker. Right? You can just allow the darker areas to be darker. Allow the bright areas to glow. Allow this character to be surrounded by light, and allow the foreground here to fade into a little bit more simplicity, right? Allow the foreground to be simple. Allow the foreground to be simple, and maybe if we want, we can also extend. We can extend a couple of structures over here. Kind of make this area feel more complete as well. You know, like those construction scaffolds you see a lot in like Hong Kong photography, right? Stuff like this, right? If you want, you can also allow the background of the city to come to light, right? Use some very small pinpricks of light here to indicate a faraway city, right? Stuff like that, or you can just keep it as it is, entirely optional, up to you. But really, this is a really small change that I made. And if we can take a look at the difference, right? So this is the kind of difference, right? So previously, everything felt a little bit too compressed, but it's okay to allow bright parts of the image to become brighter and allow darker parts of the image to become darker, right? So you kind of want to generally let the image breathe a little bit. It's okay that the main character is not super silhouetted, right? But rather we want this kind of effect to be going on, right? And if we want the brightest lights to be the brightest, right, we can even do this and then switch it to luminosity. Yeah, and then we can kind of have this effect, right? Depending on how much of it you want, we can tune it down a little bit. Stuff like this, right? So this is the before and this is the after. It's really just about organizing the scene a bit, right? Because I noticed that you definitely follow some of the perspective here pretty strictly. That's a very good thing. So just need a little bit more organization in terms of what's in front and what's behind. And then you can have a pretty nice effect, right? Pretty cool poster effect. If you look at it from a distance, I think you've done a really good job, right? If you look at it from a distance, it's a very cool poster effect. If anything, you can even continue the character's braids. You can add a bit more to the character. You can add a bit more to the logo, right? It's entirely up to you. You can add like maybe some sort of design on the character, a triangle on the character's forehead, right? Again, this is just me messing around, but really, I think you've done really well to get to this point, and we can use some highlights on some parts of the character, right? And yeah, if you look at this as a poster, I think it looks very cinematic, and I think you've done a really good job. Just a couple of small tweaks in terms of controlling the lighting and the values to allow the background and foreground to sort of separate from each other. So just a very small contribution on my end. And yeah, hopefully this has been helpful to you as well. You know what? Actually, I'm going to kind of not sure if this is going to work. I'm going to do it for the rest of you as well. For those who have submitted their works, I'm just going to send in the slightly edited image to kind of give you an idea for those of you who wrote a lot and requested paint overs. For the ones that we have already passed, I'll go back and do it a bit later. But for now, let's keep going. So next, we have a submission from Hollywood who says, "Happy 4th anniversary. Thank you for being a huge source of inspiration for artists worldwide. My art goals moving forward are storytelling through a single illustration and color theory. What exercises would you recommend to accomplish the goals above?" So his showcase is a One Piece fan art. I love the lines here, right? You really have some good confidence on the lines you're doing, especially when it comes to the knuckles and the facial features, right? Look at that brow, right? Really good control on the line work, I think. Yeah, same thing with the knuckles, right? I think you're doing really well in those aspects, right? Yeah, genuinely impressive, right? The sharpness of the knee, the lines here, they're all really, really good. They're genuinely really good. So as you mentioned, your goals are storytelling through a single illustration and color theory. So once again, storytelling is a bit of a vague term because I think the two drawings, or rather this one here, right? There's plenty of storytelling to be done in this sort of format. But if you're referring to the way I tend to do things, you might want to consider moving towards drawing complex scenes, right? Using the world as a whole, as well as characters, in a more of a candid manner to do storytelling in a single illustration. You can look at my older works as well, where I also do more single illustration stuff. So if you're looking for that, I would recommend starting with reality. I think reality is a starting point which you can never go wrong with, because it just lends itself to so many different applications. You want a moody day, you want a rainy day, plenty of references for that in reality, right? You want something that's a bit warmer, very bright, sunny, evokes a feeling of warmth, you have that as well. If you want very abstract moods that you rarely see, plenty of films have that as well, right? Of course, films are also part of reality that, in a sense, as compared to illustrated art. But there's so much to draw from here that I would definitely recommend starting with studying from reality. So if you're just beginning, right, let's say you're usually doing lots of ink work and you're only just beginning on color, I'll recommend you to look at films that you love and do a couple of studies on scenes that you think are really good for storytelling. Doesn't have to be a perfect one-to-one study. You don't have to draw pixel by pixel, but I want you to kind of get a feel of what it's like. Just get a little bit of a feel of what it's like to, how do I quite put it? I want you to get a bit of a feel of what it's like to have to put in all the time to construct the scene as a whole, and what makes the scene feel complete. I think it's important to first get a feel of that in order to move towards that goal. Because right now, if you're starting at a starting point with zero personal experience, it's difficult for you to direct yourself. So I would like you to step forward and just kind of start picking away at parts of things that you would like to emulate, that you would like to be able to do, and allow that to guide your perspective going forward. I think that is that is how I would recommend you to do things. Yeah, so once again, great work you've already submitted. I think you have a pretty strong base in terms of illustrating and drawing. So yeah, just like for you to keep up your good work and just start stepping foot into what you want to do without worrying too much about it. Because what you experience will really inform your own judgment as you move forward. So that is my advice on that. And once again, thank you for the submission. And next, we have Felix. And Felix says, I made this piece just for this event. I spent the last day and a half rushing to try and get it done, so hopefully it doesn't look super rushed. I wanted to say, Guays, you have been a massive inspiration to me. I almost gave up art at the start of this year, but through the art community and you, found my way back. Your Patreon courses and colossal tutorials have been so incredibly helpful to me. They are the best tutorials. They are the best art tutorials I've ever seen. And they are so easily digestible. I can truly say that without you, I wouldn't be even close to where I am today. It means so much to me that you make them, and I hope to keep watching your videos and looking at your amazing art for a long time to come. So this is a really touching message. Thank you so much for such kind words. I'm really pleased that I'm able to kind of not only share, my art, but also share the way I draw and just kind of be open about all these kind of things. I just find it really rewarding. At the same time, it's tiring, don't get me wrong. It's really tiring, and to be perfectly honest, it's also a little tiny bit annoying to do tutorials. Not because I hate the part where I'm able to help other people, but rather I really just prefer drawing and kind of challenging myself on the spot. So kind of narrating and describing a drawing process and maximizing how it's digestible is something that's really challenging and a little bit tough, right? But that's why I'm especially glad to hear your kind words and how that you have found them very helpful. So firstly, thank you so much. And secondly, let's take a look at the work you've submitted. And firstly, I just want to say it's really, really good. I really like it. So you may have used a bit of reference for this, and I want to say absolutely no shade at all on this, right? I use so many references to my own works, right? You've probably seen it in all my explanation videos, right? And my courses. References are really good, and I think you've made great use of whichever reference that you may have drawn upon for this one, because the thing about references is that they just give you so much information, and not only do they give you that for this one drawing, but they also give you really good continuity. So the next time you draw it, you're going to have that bit of knowledge stuck in your mind. May not be 100%, but if you're going to refresh yourself again and again, you're going to get better and better at drawing things like folds, drawing things like creases in clothing, stuff like that. You're really going to get very good at it. And here I can tell that you definitely you were definitely able to capture this mood, capture this character in a very personal way, right? The mood here is very gloomy. You can tell that yeah, it's just a great combination of greens, of reds, and of this dark shade of gray with a little bit of skin tone here as well. So I think overall you've done an amazing job. Does it look rushed? Not at all. I think you've done a really good job in capturing this particular pose, this particular angle, right, without even drawing the face. I think it's really good. So since you're asking for a little bit of feedback, let's get right to it. So you can see, oh, there's a time lapse as well. Let's take a look at that as well, right? You can see we started with a little bit more of a solidified sketch and then kind of work things in, right? I like how you started experimenting with colors. I know you mentioned here that you tried to add orange side light, but it didn't work too well. I think that's fine as well, right? Because sometimes the orange side light works well if you're very specific. Like if this guy was indoors, right? Like if it was like an assassin, ninja type character, and it was indoors, he was doing something a bit more shady, right? That lower angle orange light, let me see where it is. Yeah, this kind of lower angle orange light works well in that sense, right? But when they're outdoors, it feels kind of weird. It doesn't really fit into the rainy mood. But I can also tell that you really did a good job here. You were very clear on where and how the light should hit. So you've definitely learned well from my tutorials. Just a small thing here. Probably the top of this knuckle wouldn't get much of that lower light. All right, just one thing. But the rest, I think you definitely captured it well. If you were to add orange light, right, that is how exactly I would have added it. So amazing, amazing work, right? I think this is a really good example of a work that you created. It belongs to you, but you were able to use reference well without just taking from it. How do I call it? You analyzed it well, you understood the forms that you were drawing, so you learned a lot as you created this piece. And I think that is the most important thing. When we create a piece, the value isn't in how necessarily entirely in how popular it is, or how pop it is, or how relatable it is, but how much you learn from it, how much personal value it has to you as well. So I think you did really well here. It's a really amazing work. I like the right throughout the process, you were able to control your values very tightly, right? In a very systematic manner, as you can see, right? Dividing it by a simple set of local values first, adding in the first layer of value differences, and then adding some highlights in only later, right? Very systematic, very controlled, right? Trying out various different lighting setups. I think just excellent work in general. I think you've done really well for yourself. And I'm just super glad that you didn't give up, because I'm sure you'll be moving on to do even greater things. And I'm glad I'm able to help with that in any way. So yeah, just really good work. I just don't have too much to comment, other than one small thing that I noticed is that this is a highlight, right? This hand here holding up his belt is a bit of a highlight. One thing that you might want to consider is allowing the pinch to be a bit more obvious, like how he's pinching this part of his dress. Create some sharp crease lines along the hands, a really fine crease lines, right? Generally, the crease lines are pretty broad because it's not that sharply pulled, but since he's actually pulling up these areas here, you might want to consider adding a little bit more of a sharper crease kind of leading out from the fingers, right? Allowing the fingers to really pinch onto it, right? And maybe you might also want to draw the knuckles, spend a little bit more time on the knuckles. I know that you mentioned it was a little bit rushed, but if you're able to spend a little bit more time on the knuckles, I think they will look really good as well, because they are kind of like the main highlight here, right? So the gesture on the fingers becomes surprisingly important. So the centerpiece would be the hand, I think, in this case. And hands are notoriously difficult to draw. So yeah. And one thing is the shadow that I think you placed under the sword here. I don't think the shadow should quite be there. I think the shadow should really be along here if you want to have a shadow at all, because the sword kind of goes across the body, right? Rather than kind of alongside the side of the body. So in terms of just, or rather in terms of how it reads now, it seems as if the cast shadow is created by the sword this way, where instead the sword should kind of be extending away from the side of the body. So the shadow should directly be below the contact point and maybe not so much here. So some very minor feedback points. I'm glad that you learned a lot from this piece. I'm sure you have. And the more rendering on the top, I think, slightly muddy, perhaps, but I think if you were to keep practicing, keep at it, because right now I think you've really grasped the overall gist of it. Just that I want you to visualize a bit more of, each of the pinching motions, how the pinching motions come together, how cloth kind of pinches together. It's something I am working on myself as well, so let's just work on it together. Something that's just challenging is genuinely challenging. So yeah, I think you've done a really great job. And let's take a look at this additional one, older finished projects. And I think you really like drawing hands, right? Like most people kind of avoid hands, but you're avoiding faces and just drawing hands, which I think is kind of cool as well. So yeah, very nice use of yellow here. Very interesting to use the transparency of the fingers almost a little bit for that. I think that's pretty cool. For some reason, you're really unhappy with it. I think it might be because of these two fingers, because they seem to be bent a little bit too oddly. Like, are they bending downwards? Are they extending towards the camera? Right? These are the kind of things that you really want to sort out before you can really move on with it, right? So this is one of those things that kind of can be a little bit deceptive, especially when you're not paying attention to the right thing. So maybe something here needs to be changed, right? These two fingers here. Otherwise, I think the concept is very interesting. If you were able to finish it one day, I'd love to see it. right? Once again, thanks a lot, Felix, for your very kind words. I hope you keep on keeping up, right? I'm sure there's a lot greater things you'll be able to accomplish in the future. So yeah. And next we have Yobbit, who says, I hope it isn't too late. If it is, then just ignore this. Right. It's not too late. I've decided basically to not have a deadline. The deadline is kind of verbally set to be a lot earlier, but the real deadline is whenever I record this, right? Today's the 27th, so it's not late at all. And it's not a hard and fast rule. Once again, right, we're pretty chill here. The deadline is really just to kind of get people to remind people to submit their stuff. We kind of have to have a deadline sometime, right? So yeah, no worries at all. So they say the first one's a character I wanted to design. I tried to make the outline really thick and chunky because I thought it looked cool, and the high contrast one comes from me simping Seiman Doman so hard. The watercolor painting is something I saw in my dream, not sure what it means. Wow, that is interesting. So, very interesting character design here. Love the shapes, right? Love the shapes. The calves and the knees and the thighs. Very stylized design. So, I think you're right. The outlines being thick and chunky definitely does work for this particular style. I think you did a pretty good job there, right? Love the proportions on the shoes as well. It's just something that I always find pretty cool when people do things a bit do things a bit more, how do I quite put it? Do things a bit more stylized, right? Something I'm not really able to do, surprisingly. So this one's pretty interesting. Unfortunately, I'm not sure of the reference. I do apologize. I'm culturally uncultured. So, high contrast coming. It all refers to this, right? So once again, I still don't know the reference here. I apologize. This one's pretty interesting as well. Something you saw in a dream. Wow, that is cool, right? Martian space explorer from Finland. Are you from Finland too? That's pretty interesting. I love to see stuff like this, right? It's just so kind of unique to the person. Wow, it's wow. Like, that's all I can say. It's really impressive. I appreciate you sharing it with us. I appreciate you sharing it with us quite a bit. It's always cool to see stuff like this, right? We have something that's maybe a little bit more mainstream, and we have something that is very personal to you. So yeah, thanks for sharing, Yobbit. And next, let's take a look at Inari, who says, hello guys, and congratulations for 4th year anniversary here on Patreon. At first I cannot use English well, so please forgive me if I say something rude. I've been a big fan since I first saw your art. Last year I also visited an exhibition in Tokyo. Did you meet me there? I'm pretty sure I was there, right? And the tarot cards I bought there are also now on display in my room. I drew illustration for over 10 years. Sometimes I cannot draw. I really like and respect your art style. I want to get closer to it. So I study your videos on Colossal and Patreon every day. The illustration I drew recently is fan art of Gundam UC. It's still in progress, but I work on a 3-dimensional feel of the face and hands. It's one of my favorite recent drawings, but I think there are some issues with it. How to express the texture and smoothness of skin, key points, tips for drawing the details of hair, eyes, and skin. As the painting process progresses, I lose track of the light source I set at the beginning. There are many other issues that to be addressed, so I'll be very grateful. Or if you could give me some advice. So I really like that you kind of broke down what you feel like is lacking from your illustration. Firstly, thank you for visiting me at Tokyo. Really appreciate it. Hopefully I said hi to you. And yeah, importantly, let's take a look at what you asked about, how to express the texture and smoothness of skin. I think the thing about the way I draw skin is really simple. Rather than focusing on texture, I simply just use the simple flat round brush, and then I use a smooth brush to cover over any unwanted brush marks. However, the situation here is that I know it's one of the things that you notice, and you also wanted a little bit more about hair, eyes, and skin. And next, you lost track of the light source. So I'm going to try and do a little bit of a paint over for you. I'm going to try to do a little bit of a paint over for you over here, and then as always I'll paste it in. So as you mentioned, you wanted to use a light source like this, right? So the thing about red light is that red light is not a very bright light. So if you have something to compete with it, like this top-down really strong bluish light, right, it can get a little bit difficult. I really like the way you drew the hands. I think you drew the hands really, really well. But the issue here, once again, is with the red light, it's difficult in a way to it becomes a little bit more difficult to yeah, you know what I mean? It's difficult to highlight it out in a scene like this. So if I were to adjust it a little bit for you, what I would do is to maybe darken the scene just a tad bit. Like so. Just a tiny bit, right? Allow the reds to kind of pop out on their own. And then forgive me for being rough, but if you want to think about character's head, right? A character's head is like this, and the light comes from here. Usually you will almost hit half the face with all the light. So you want to have the hair being bright, right? The issue here isn't so much of the texture of the hair, but that you want more of the hair to be lit up like this, right? Once again, I'm using a very rough brush, so I do apologize. So you want the hair to be lit up like this. You want it to be very bright because it's going to go across half the face, right? Similarly, with the nose here, you also want a little bit of a sharper highlight, right? This is so that you don't lose track of it, right? As you mentioned. Losing track of it is because sometimes colors and layers become a little bit too well blended together, and then it becomes a bit easy to sort of lose track of it. I have a hand here, so this area should be dark. Right, this area should be bright. And then for the shoulders, right, we kind of want the shoulders to flow down like this. So if we want the background to be a little bit grayer, we can let this pop a little bit more. Right, I like how you're squishing the skin of the character. So the upper part here, right, is a squish. So you have this sort of soft, very soft fade, whereas the bottom half is more of a cast shadow. So you can allow it to kind of push in a little bit deeper like this, right? Allow the lines to be a bit tighter like this. And then you kind of want to allow the shadow to continue downwards like this. Something like this, right? You kind of want the lighting to carry through. You don't want it to stop, right? Plus the face is kind of going downwards like this. So something like this. Make sure you kind of focus in on the shape of the nose as well. And if you want the top light to be this way, you want to allow for this area here to be in a consistent shadow, right? And then you can kind of allow this area to be in shadow as well. So you mentioned asking for tips on how to paint things like the eye and the hair. If you want to kind of make a more cinematic look, it might look something like this, right? If you wanted a red light. At the same time, right, it's not the be-all and end-all. Let's say you wanted to adjust a little bit. You can take the blues and swing them a little bit towards gray, and then you can add something like this, right? Can lighten the whole thing up a little bit as well. And this really depends on how you would like to approach it. So something like this becomes something like this. Alternatively, let's say if you want to add a little bit of bright light because the red feels a little bit too suffocating, you can experiment with more light sources like this as well, right? Right. I'm pretty sure I think I did a drawing with this lighting, so I kind of gravitated towards it very naturally. But yeah, stuff like this. Stuff like this, I think it really depends on how you want to execute it. Right, there's so many ways to do this, and if we have some curtains in the back, if we just allowed it to be curtains in the back, right, you can have a bit more of a cinematic scene like this. I didn't try to change the facial structure of the character too much because I think that is a more of a personal choice, so I don't want to mess with that I don't want to mess with that too much. But in terms of hair drawing technique, once again, I want you to think of hair as a blob as a whole rather than allowing this part to cut you off. So if you want to draw the character with a bit more of a stronger hairstyle, you want to draw the full head of the character, right? And then go from there. And then you want to draw using, okay, let's say you've got an overall form down, then you want to use thinner strokes, right? You want to use thinner strokes to illustrate smaller details. And then when we talk about skin tone and stuff like, as you mentioned, the smoothness of skin, I wouldn't worry too much about it. I would say, for example, I'm sure my brushes are already accessible, so you can use like the soft brush to clean up parts where you feel like the shadows are a bit too strong, or you feel like things are a little bit too strong, right? You can use the brushes to clean up like this. Or you can even use it to add a little bit more lighting if you feel like the situation calls for it. So it's a very flexible brush. And it's something like this, right? Deepen the shadows here just a tad bit more for you. And then we can lighten the shadows in the neck just a little bit. So if we take a look at original and the edited version, right, there's a lot more sense of light. It's a lot more cinematic, but of course, because I'm the one doing the edit, it also looks a lot darker. So once again, right, this is just a very rough guide on how you might want to do this, right? This is not like compulsory, please do this or you're wrong, right? There's so many ways you can achieve the effect you want. So I definitely want you to keep experimenting. And importantly, I want you to keep it up, right? Because I think drawing the way that I do is really not something that is easy in terms of time. It takes a lot of time. It's pretty tiring to draw all the details in the way that I kind of torture myself doing it. So please don't worry if sometimes things feel like it's a little bit slower or it's a bit harder. Just keep at it. But I think overall, I think you've done a really good job with the hands here. I think it's really just a matter of controlling the lighting a little bit better. And I think you're able to do a very good job from here on out. So I'm going to copy this. And then I'm going to drop it here. So this is sort of my paint over for you. It's not perfect, but these are some of the things that I really notice, right? Rather than the very minute details, I think I think your focus should perhaps be more on the overarching stuff. I think if you're able to tackle the overarching stuff a bit better, the details will definitely come very naturally later on. So hopefully what I've shared here is a little bit helpful. But otherwise, you know, I genuinely hope that it's something that kind of helps you see a bit more of what needs to be addressed. But either way, I think you're doing really well. I love how you drew the hands and overall the structure of the face. I think it's just something that you should keep practicing at and try to allow yourself the space to grab onto differences more boldly, right? Rather than just making very small adjustments to light, you want to allow the light to shine a bit brighter. And I think this is sort of the way that you can try and do it. So yeah, that is kind of my advice for you. Once again, thank you, Inari, for your submission. And yeah, thanks a lot. And next we have Neslo Ais. Neslo Ais with 4 illustrations here. Let's take a look. They last minute submission, did not say much. So this is pretty cool. Love the design here. Reminds me a little bit of Persona, to be honest. But not really a Persona character I recognize. Well, but it's really interesting, right? Kind of love the background as well. It's a portrait, but background like, ooh, it's very cool. Love it very much. Love the yellow and purple combinations. It's always a very nice combination, these two colors. Purple goes really well with yellow, but I always struggle to use it. Maybe one day I'll learn how to use it well myself. But yeah, very, very nice work here. And nice heterochromia, I think it is. Once again, this may be an OC, this may be a fan art, I'm not too sure. But very cool drawing either way. Yeah, love how bright it seems. I think in terms of lighting, you've picked one and you're stuck with it pretty tightly, so that's very nice. Oh, this one's where the lighting gets a little bit slightly more abstract. We have light coming in from the side as well, right? Lighting from the side is interesting. I'm maybe it's because of me, right? But I'm kind of glad I'm starting to get people to draw faces more realistically. And I don't mean this in any way that like I am the one who teach people to draw realistic faces. It's not what I mean at all, but rather because this is like kind of on our Patreon and stuff like that. I'm just kind of glad that people are seeing maybe through my works that, hey, you know, like even drawing faces realistically, not necessarily in a super stylized manner, like this is pretty realistic, can still produce some really nice results. So yeah, I'm glad I'm able to spread the belief in semi-realistic painting styles. So that's all I have to say. So this one, love the hair, love the color choices on the hair. That's really nice, and the detail. I really don't have the patience myself to draw hair this nice. Usually I kind of get very haphazard with it. But yeah, love the red lighting like this. I would love to see you I would love to see you use the bright white light a little bit more on the beach, or allow the red to take a bit of a stronger position. Otherwise, I love how the red plays across the character's face, right? Maybe a little bit on the back of the jawline and ear will be nice as well. Or maybe not, right? But either way, I think some really good work here. So once again, thanks again, Neslo Ais. Neslo Ais for your submission. And next we have Jianyu. Well, I can pronounce it, so I'm just going to pronounce it the way it's written. And here, you know, nothing written, but lots of works here. Quite a few of them I think maybe are inspired by me. So I'm always glad to see that. I'm always very proud to see that. So let's take a look. Ooh, first one we have the very complex city in the background here. And then we have crows, we have our characters. Back views are pretty cool. So glad that you also discovered that as well. Yeah, some loving the color palette, which I always do. The blue and yellows are always a fine color combination. And then we have this one that is also interesting as well. A bit more of a piece that feels more like a bit of a sketch, but I also like that they added in lots of details as much as they could, right? Like on the walls, emojis, exit signs, stuff like that. And the two of them feel almost like clones, which is kind of interesting. It's an interesting take. And then here we have something that is, I believe, more Wallop. I have never learned how to pronounce his name, but definitely one of the OG guys who was already a big deal by the time I started. I learned a lot from him myself too, just by looking. So pretty cool tribute here. This one I think is a little bit more inspired by me. Very nice. I love train carriages, especially when they get kind of bloody, and somehow this wall is bleeding too. It's like really interesting. But I love the pose. And this is a massive like instrument case. So yeah, but I really like the effort that goes into everything here. I'd love for you to keep doing this, and I think you'll do really fine. Oh, this one's more of an original design, it feels. Or is it a fan art? I don't want to like just say this is a fan art. But really cool depiction of armor. Love to see the flaming effects. Very cool design of the head as well. And so the heart with the ring seared in. Very cool design. And yeah, we have a couple more. This one's also pretty cool with like a single gray wing or two gray wings. Wow, that is really cool, right? I think that's interesting. Maybe I want to draw that someday. That could be interesting. That could be pretty fun, right? An angel version of my characters, like just for fun. Yeah, it's very inspiring to me as well. And last one is definitely, yep, very cool. Nice battle themed image here with my usual, well, my once upon a time plenty used color palette, the nice darkish yellow tone, which is like so hard to use, but somehow at that time I really liked using it for some reason, so it kind of stuck. So I'm glad that people like it, and yeah, thanks a lot for putting all this together. There's quite a few submissions. They didn't say anything, so I'm not sure how to respond, and yeah, but just thanks. And next we have HappyFlipFlop, who says, "Hi Guays, I'd like to say thank you for hosting the event again this year. I would like to get feedback on my recent piece. I focus mainly on the shapes for the light and shadow on this one. I'm wondering if you can give some advice making it more polished and refined, since I always struggle with that. I feel like I make it messier the more I work on it. Any feedback would be appreciated, and thanks for everything." So this one is one of those things where I get what you mean perfectly. It does get more messy as you work on it, precisely because you start to tune the scene in, right? Because at the very beginning, you have a scene where everything is rough, so you're not really looking at the pixels, you're looking at the meaning. And so when you look at the meaning of everything, right, everything sort of checks out because you'll think, like, okay, I'm going to draw this area this way, I'm going to draw that area that way. But as you start finishing things up, what you're going to realize is that, well, certain areas are, how do I quite put it? They're already semi-finished, right? So you start looking at them as finished drawings. And when you start looking at them as finished drawings, that is where things start to get a bit more challenging, right? Because of the fact that you're seeing them as finished stuff, and then you're gonna start to see the roughness coming out. And then that's where things become like, wow, this is starting to get hard. So yeah, so let me do a quick little bit of paint over for you, because the reason behind stuff like this starting to feel very awkward and wrong isn't so much of the fact that you're completely on the wrong foot, but rather, as I just mentioned, you've reached a stage where your mind starts to be a little bit more stringent with what you're actually looking at. So you can't really get away with loose corners anymore, right? Like, for example, the stack of books, it's pretty high, so you want to make sure the shadows follow the books up to a certain level, right? Not allow them to get off too easily. This area here, you want to let the stacks of papers have a bit more mass, so you want to allow the shadows to go over a little bit, right? Like, for example, this area wants to use a bit of a grayish shadow because the light is warm. We want to keep our shadows gray, right? Push the shadows across this teapot, right, onto the wall, right? And because of some of the surface areas facing upwards, you really want to use this bluish color, because not all areas are touched by the bright light, right? So something like this, I think is good, right? Allowing yourself to just kind of, as you can see, the ink, right? The ink bottle also casts a bit of a shadow, right? Stuff like that is really important to helping you complete the scene in a way that feels satisfactory. Similarly to here, right? Like, this one's a bit odd because your light is coming in from this way. I think you can allow the wall to be illuminated to a certain degree, right? Because the wall comes in this way, right? And you can continue your bookcase or your bookshelves here. You can add a bit more paper here if you feel like this thing is a bit too low. You can add a box here. You can add whatever you want, right? To kind of control this area here a bit more, right? But otherwise, I would like this area to be bright because that maintains a bit of consistency with what we've seen. We can add a bit of wall texture here as well, right? Nothing too sharp on my part, but just a little bit of wall texture if you want, right? If you don't, I'm just going to leave it blank. For this area here, right, the character's face is pretty important area to control as well, right? For example, the character's eyebrows and eyelashes are usually darker in color, so you want to be careful when you're coloring to not let the red really completely override it, and then you want to allow the shadows to kind of take place naturally. You don't want to force it in any way. So this is how I would imagine this area. The shadow would fall over this area. How the shadows will fall over this area here. How the shadows will fall over this character's face. And then I noticed that you added a wall here. What I would recommend is just allowing yourself to maybe finish this off as a shadow area, right? Allowing this whole area to be dark, right? Just allowing this whole area to be dark, right? Casting the light on the character this way. That doesn't mean you can't have some bounce light coming in from this angle, right? You have some bounce light coming in from this angle here, right? While allowing the rest to be a little bit darker. And then it's about kind of managing your shadows, right? Because you want it to be pretty clear. For the bright areas, you really want it to be bright. And for the dark areas, you really want it to be dark. So a little bit more decisiveness, I think, will go a long way. Right, so this area, if it's bright, just give it a bright touch. If you want it to be golden and a bright thing, you just kind of just let it be, just let it go bright, right? And if you feel like the wall is a little bit too bright, you want a different color of wall, it's perfectly fine to adjust it as well. Just make sure you want to adjust it a bit more consistently. And here, I think you might want it to be like some kind of window, so you can allow the shadows to kind of go like this, right? This is what you want, so I'll leave it that way. And then if you want, let's say, like a window design like this, right? You can just drop the shadows across like this if you want, right? You can drop the shadows across like this, right? Of course, they're going to depend on the surface they're hitting, right? It's not going to be perfect, but if I were to draw it very roughly for you, right? Maybe it will look something like this, right? Maybe it will look something like this. Now, of course, right? This could probably not be your preference, or otherwise you can leave it like this. Or you can also darken this area, the upper shelf area, if you want the light to come in from a bit of a lower angle, right? To kind of focus on your characters a bit more, right? You can darken this area. Allow the back of the character to show its curvature, so you don't have to force the whole back to be bright, right? Allow the back of the character to show a little bit of curvature here, right? So something like this, right? Something like this could be, once again, could be what you're looking for. So I'll leave it like such. So this is kind of my edit. Right, very, very quick edit on my end. Hopefully it does help you see some areas that you might want to change, rather than helping you change the whole thing. So yeah, once again, I really appreciate you submitting this and allowing me to mess around with it. So yeah, this one, the floor one. I want the floor to be a little bit brighter. Right, this area here you can be decisive because the light is just streaming in straight, right? Allowing the shadows to be a bit longer can counterintuitively make a scene feel more organized. So that's something that I think bears repeating. Yeah, so something like this, right? Allowing the shadows to really stretch across, I think is good. So I'm going to post this up as my paint over. Once again, thanks again, HappyFlipFlop, for submitting your work. Hopefully my paint over helps, since you really kind of hit the point on what I was thinking about as well, right? Because focusing on the shadow, on the shape of the lights can be something that is really difficult to manage consistently. So here, I think what you really want to do is to get the codes, like get the cold tones really into the shadows very consistently. As you can see, here you went a little bit too much on the warm shadows, right? Where here is cold as it should be. Whereas in my edit, I kind of collectively made these areas a little bit colder, allow the items on the shelf to also cast a little bit of light. So hopefully this has been helpful to you as well. And generally allow the shadows to just stretch out a little bit longer. Maybe I'll go as far as to lighten up the wall here a little bit more, but once again, right, so much of it depends on you. So just a little bit of a helping hand from me. Hopefully it's helpful. But yeah, don't worry about things getting messier. It's really how your eyes are starting to see the piece. So yeah, once again, appreciate the submission. And next we have Taoro. Happy 4th anniversary, sir. Well, there's no need to call me sir, but I appreciate it nonetheless. It took me a very long time, but I learned from many artists over the years, including from my lessons or your lessons. Thank you for your efforts and dedication to sharing your knowledge. Currently, I've been struggling with age-old burnout, but I will prevail. Now, that's the spirit. So we're just trying to showcase some fan art here, so we won't be giving too much feedback. Pretty good fan art, I think. I love the amount of effort he puts into it. I think that's something that I really look out for. I really appreciate people, whether it's original art or they're drawing fan art of something. I just like it when they're just putting in so much effort into it. I really appreciate it. And then we have like a pretty interesting selection of colors and light as well. We have a swimming pool, very classic wet t-shirt. We have a driving scene, pretty interesting as well. Seems to be a mix of photos and painting. Interesting technique as well. I approve. And lastly, we have this one. So once again, right, unfortunately, I'm not a very anime and manga cultured person. I'm like, my age is probably showing, and it's not that I don't like it. It's like I generally don't have time to catch up with all the new stuff coming out. So I can only recognize stuff from like other people's fan art that I just come across on Twitter. So I do apologize if I can't say anything super relatable, but I do appreciate that you're taking all these more realistic elements and then just combining it with an illustration. It's really cool. So great work, Taoro. Thank you for sending in your fan art. I think you're doing very well, and yeah, Don't worry, I'm sure you'll prevail over the burnout. And so keep it up. And next we have Kulths, who says, "Hi Grace, here are my recent artworks. I hope I made it on time. Don't worry, you absolutely did. I appreciate your work and always glad to have you reviewing mine." So let's review it. Since he said it, there's no feedback tag. So I'm gonna do a medium review, right? Wow, this is really nice. I love the neon colors here. Something that I am terrible at. I love the design on this as well, right? Like, wow, this guitar is amazing. Well, this is really cool. I have to learn from this design work here. Yeah, so very cool pose, very cool character design. Maybe it's a fan art, maybe it's original. I'm not sure. But nonetheless, once again, right, love that you went to the effort of capturing all these different elements very carefully. So amazing work here. This one maybe it's a little bit more original work. I don't really recognize the character, but I love the lighting as well, right? We have the bright yellow light coming from the back. We have the foreground here. Maybe I might even steal this lighting setup. Honestly, it's really good. Like, I love the warm yellow light coming from below and behind, right? It's just such a cool scene. Yeah, it's amazing. Thanks for sharing these with me. And in terms of review, I love the lighting here. I really do. It just has such a nice warm feeling in the middle of the night, and then you kind of have this sort of kind of a more of an innocent vibe, I would say, right? Something a bit more peaceful. I love the details in the background as well, right? The flowers, the buildings, and the character and pose. I think you just did some really good work here. This one's really sharp, right? I think it's really nice that you went to the effort of just drawing things so sharply here. Yeah, just great work all around, cool. Amazing work, and hope to see more of it next year, or maybe I'll come across it sometimes on the internet. But yeah, great work. Appreciate you sharing it with us. Next, we have Kasta, who says, "Most recent art pieces. Thank you for sharing your knowledge with us, and happy 4th year anniversary. Wishing all the best in your artistic journey." Thank you so much, Kasta. Let's take a look at your work. Wow, this is... Ooh, what an impact. I love the swirl here from the dragon. Once again, right, this... I do apologize if this is a reference to an existing character. I have no idea. I like how he has a human arm. It's super cool. Like, he's just jacked. He's like huge delts. He goes to the gym so much. I love the purple hair kind of going out like this. This is so incredibly unique. I love this so much. This is really good. Like, the teeth as well. Like, it's just very stylized. Yeah, I really like it. It feels like when you drew this, you just kind of looked at it and be like, this is the way I want to draw a dragon, and so this is the way I'm going to draw it, right? And this is just perfect. This is just perfection. I really like it. I like the character as well, coming in from the other side, right? Swinging a big sword on the... Oh, big sword on the chain as well, on the hand swinging the chain. Like, wow, this is really cool. And I'm not sure how the chain is going to work, if he's going to pull the sword like underneath her left leg and then swing it towards there. But either way, loving the composition. I think you have a really unique art style. It's really cool. Love the pose on this one as well. Moving off a galactic theme. Yeah, overall, really great work, Kasta. Just amazing work. Thank you for sharing your stuff with us. And next, we have Luluring with "Everyone's Sword Works is so beautiful. Thank you to our Lord Grace for organizing this event." Very, very kind words that you have said, but this is really good work. I really like it. I really like it a lot. Like, this is so cool. Like, wounded centaur. The concept is just amazing. Like, I could never come up with something like this. Like, no way. Like, I'm just not... Like, wow. I love the effects here as well. Really well done. It's like a mix of smoke and gas kind of escaping. Love the use of the reds. Love this bloody effects. Like, that perfect mixture of opacity, right? For me, I'm not good at drawing these effects either. So yeah, really amazing. Love the hooves on it. Love the hooves on this centaur as well. Wow, it's really good. And then this scene, I also really like it. It feels like somewhat of more of like a Renaissance painting. It just feels so unique. It's really cool. We have like some kind of dessert. We have a bunch of dessert. We have a bunch of bread. We have like meat. We have like grapes, which are very oddly detailed. Like, these are really oddly detailed, right? Are these like semi-photo bashed? right? It's not that I mind, but it's really cool, right? It's kind of just like you decided I wanted to assemble a whatever effect you're going for here. I think you nailed it. I think it's perfect. Feels like something you'll see in like an art gallery, like for real. I like the grape. I like how the grapes are also a little bit stretched too. Like I don't know how you do this, but it's pretty damn cool. And this one, I love the use of colors here as well. Combination of browns in a landscape like this is always nice. I always want to use this one as well. Hopefully I have a chance soon. Right, love the combination of character designs, very contrasting. And yeah, great work. No feedback tag, so I just leave it here. Thanks again, Luluring, for sharing your work. Very, very amazing. Uh, and next, we have Kaki, who shared a fan art of Riven from League of Legends. They didn't say much, but let's take a look at the work. Loving the lighting here. Definitely can tell that you definitely went in with a goal in mind, right? The shadow of the sword cast across the shoulder. I believe that's what it is. Yeah, and they asked for a little bit of feedback. So overall, it's really lovely. Love how you've also highlighted the nose a bit. One thing that I might add is perhaps, well, seeing as this situation is about light coming kind of from above to below, I think. Yeah, from above to below, maybe the hair would be slightly obscured by the sword as well. Like very minor things like that. But otherwise, I love the fact that you kind of capture this sort of angle. It's really good angle to capture. You know, like triceps and anatomy around elbow is always challenging to draw. But yeah, I think you did really nicely in capturing the overall effect. Just great work. I also like this little bit of blue here, right? A little bit of blue here to showcase the light come in from the side, right? Maybe you could add a little bit of blue on the other side as well, right? Small things like that kind of help the drawing feel more complete, and not to say that this isn't already, but yeah, just really small things I could say, because I feel like this is really stylized. And I think you've just executed what you wanted, you know, really well. So great work, Kaki. Thanks for sharing it with us. We have Voixu. Hopefully I got that right. Hi guys, I'd like to get feedback on how I can improve my work. I feel like some of my characters fall into the uncanny valley and gives us a look that I'm not going for. Also, I struggle with how to approach backgrounds and lighting. I've been watching your cinematic illustrations course, and the fourth illustration, White Hair Lady, is one working with tips from the lesson. Well, it's the same lady in the 4 scenes, so I think I know what you mean. The one where she's sitting at the edge of the stairs, right? Is that it? I think that should be it, right? Any feedback would be great. Thank you for your time. So let's kind of take a look. Okay. This one feels like you use a little bit of reference. Once again, nothing wrong with that, but it feels like you definitely have a closer grasp on of forms here, rather than here, right? Here it definitely feels like lighting feels a little bit too flat, right? I see you have captured the proportions pretty well, but in terms of lighting, it feels a little bit too flat. Whereas this one, right, if let's say you were to do this for a bit of a study, I think it would be a good one, because, right, it kind of gives you a good idea of where light should fall if the light comes from a particular angle. Right, this one is from Fatal Frame. My age is showing once again, I think. So I like kind of this more blurry art style almost, so I don't think there's anything really wrong with it. And the last one, I think you've drawn the features pretty well as well. And if you are talking about if you feel like the characters fall into a bit of an uncanny valley, I think one of the things you can do is to kind of be really sure of what kind of style you want to achieve. Because, for example, if you want to draw eyes like this, right, they certainly look uncanny, but not because you're drawing it badly, but really just because of how the style is, right? Dark, completely large, empty pupils are pretty scary, even in real life, as you can imagine. So I would say that may be something that is kind of holding you back a bit, if that's what you're worried about. Otherwise, I would say to continue doing more studies. I believe this one's a study. I want to be brutally honest here. I think this one's a bit more of a study, which once again is fine, right? There's nothing wrong with studying. It's all about learning. So I think what I would like you to do is to keep focusing on studies with lighting, right? But rather than just learning from it more directly, I want you to, let's say, find a lighting like this and then try to draw this character in that lighting. Or try to find a pose where a character or person stands like this and the light comes from a certain different angle. So I think that is one way that you can really try to, at the same time as you draw your OCs, learn lighting and practice lighting as well. So overall, I think you've gotten proportions down pretty well, right? I don't see anything wrong with the proportions too much at all. But I would like you to focus in a little bit more on the lighting and just kind of study a bit more diligently. So, and that's the same thing, right? And the fourth illustration you're talking about, where she's kind of sitting outside the store, that one really is, once again, a bit more of a lighting piece. The lighting really carries scenes like that. And so I hope that, once again, right, I think your proportions are okay. I just like you to work a little bit more of form and lighting. But otherwise, I think I really like the submissions you have here. It shows that you're definitely working pretty hard on kind of just not only studying, but also creating your own works and trying hard on this. I really want to appreciate the effort that goes into this, because I know sometimes where we're starting out in art and we're still learning, our own performance from doing studies versus our own performance from kind of just drawing freely, they can vary quite a bit. So it can be demoralizing sometimes. But I just want you to keep going, right? Eventually, those two things are eventually going to close. The gap between those is going to get closer and closer until eventually you're able to kind of just draw your own stuff, and then it's going to look really good. Not necessarily to other people or based on other people's standards, but to yourself, right? You want to be constantly looking out where you can improve, and that's why I'm so pretty glad to hear that you feel like something is wrong, because that shows that you're starting to kind of get a feel of what you might want to improve on, and I'm just glad to be here to just give you that little bit of a push, a little bit of a cue in terms of how you might want to check out lighting a bit more. So once again, thank you Voixu for your submission. And then we have Lilac here with 4 pieces. So we have a magazine cover design here, very interesting. Is it a gacha game? I'm not sure. But loving the pose, loving the design of the loving the design of the cover as a whole and the character. How the shadow kind of goes onto the cover is really cool. How the lettering kind of gets unaffected is also pretty interesting. Also, we can see some pretty cute details here. She's not responsible for any damage caused by fire. I'm assuming she's like kind of a fire type character then. This one's pretty cool as well. Liking the pose a lot. Right, nice use of light in the foreground and the background. Like, I really like the kind of shape. Is that supposed to be like kind of a black hole or something? Right, you kind of usually see this, right, when we see visualizations of black hole in media. So very cool. Love the sharpness that you have put in. This one's an interesting pose as well, right? Sitting on a sofa eating snacks. Like, this is a really torn up tie. Like, I hope she gets a new tie next time. Like, this is really torn up. But yeah, loving the pose. Loving the pose very much. Loving the poses very much. And the last one as well, right? This one, I think, is it a fan art from Hades 2? I haven't played it yet. I would love to. You can see some pumpkins on the ground too. It's kind of interesting to see pumpkins on the ground. Lots of little bits of grass here and there. Once again, I'm like very uncultured in terms of pop stuff in the modern day, so I'm sure there are plenty of very cool references. But I love this kind of like semi-gel hand. That's very cool. Love the material that you were able to execute here. Overall, I think some really, really good work. Thanks for your submission. I like. And next we have one from Rick BW1, who asks for a little bit of feedback. Definitely painting in more of a abstract style. This is really unique. Feels like something, once again, you'll see in an art gallery, right? We have creatures swimming around. We have very red eyes, very red lips, a very painterly style. This one we have something that feels a little bit more realistic, right? Like we have the blues coming in, the kind of blue light coming in from the left. We have the warm light coming in from the right. Overall, I think there's really nothing too much for me to critique on, right? I'm just appreciating it here. Because it just feels very different from the stuff I usually do. So honestly, I'm not sure how I could better advise you on improving on this one. So yeah, very unique and abstract representation of these people. And then we have 3 of this. Once again, right, all these feels like they came from an art gallery. It's really cool, and I feel very unqualified to comment on this too much. But either way, glad you shared this. It's really cool. Like, I've opened my eyes to some things that are that I've never really paid attention to before. So yeah, appreciate the unique submissions. Next, we have Tichu, who says, "Hello, I've been teaching myself how to draw since 2020, and you're one of my main motivators with your amazing work. I have here a painting of my Final Fantasy character, one of Toka from Tokyo Ghoul by Sui Ishida. I actually like the Toka one I like the Toka one more because of how messy and not as rendered it is, and was wondering if any tips on how not to over-render, which I feel like I do all the time. Thank you for taking your time with this." So let's take a look. This is pretty cool. I love the armor, love the dedication to the separation in material. The background is very stylized. But the face, I feel like this could be what you talk about when you say over-rendering, maybe, because you're putting this in comparison. I would say the issue with over-rendering isn't so much that it's over-rendered, but rather that sometimes as you make yourself render, and you're not completely experienced in rendering, or rendering really is the case, as I explained 5 hours ago in this video, is really about just kind of, how do I quite put it? It's about bringing out the details bit by bit, right? Bringing out the forms bit by bit and understanding all of that all together. So let's say if you're not too aware of how to draw a nose in this particular situation, right, you might find it a little bit difficult to render it out. So in situations where you can kind of get away from drawing it, right, you feel a bit more comfortable just kind of going with it, right? I would say this is what it is. So rather than not over render, I would say a more important thing to do is that if you want to render things to a greater level of detail, it would be good to really kind of pay attention to form and really kind of build up your fundamentals bit by bit via studies, via using references actively as you go. And for example here, right, if our pauldron is very tight to the character's chest, there shouldn't be any cast shadows here, right? Because it should be tight to his cloak below. So small things like that, right? Very small things like that that kind of come out as you try to render. So yeah, one of those things that I think artists who are a little bit newer, or artists who are more exploring their style, they kind of run into that situation where they feel like sometimes as they render, they lose that bit of expressiveness they have, and it feels like they go wrong. So that's kind of my take on it. But either way, I think as long as you have fun, I don't think there's any really wrong way to do art. I'm not some kind of art police I will never ever say like, hey, this is under rendered, that is over rendered. I will only ever say like, hey, if you feel like you want to render it more, then I will try to give you these tips. Or if you feel like it's under rendered, right, like maybe I could try and elucidate the reason as to why. So once again, right, I'm not a police here. I'm not going to judge you on any of your art choices. And I only wish to encourage people to just like make the art they love the way they like it, right? And that's just me. So once again, Tichu, thanks so much for your submissions. I do understand how you feel, and I think if you like this style, I think you just continue with it. There's no real reason to be like, oh, I have to do rendered. But if you ever do want to render things out a bit more, then go for it. But do understand that there's quite a bit of fundamentals that comes together with this. But as far as I can see, I think you've got quite a bit of it down. Just sometimes you need to close that gap a little bit more to kind of just seal the deal, right? So just a little bit more, and I think you'll be there. But once again, thanks again for your submission, and keep up the good work. And next, we have a submission by Magnus, who says, "Hello, Guays. It's not an insane artwork like other people's here, but here's what I'm capable of doing. I really admire your work, and I'm wondering if you have any tips to improve like you did. I'm currently focusing on my fundamentals, and I know I don't allow myself to draw for me. Meanwhile, because I want to be decent before that, I assume. What should I focus on while working on my fundamentals? Thanks for your time." So firstly, Magnus, there's no shame in starting here. I'm pretty sure this is a better drawing than some of the stuff that I have in my first book. As in the beginner when I just started drawing time. So this is pretty good, because as you mentioned yourself, right, you're just beginning. So rather than giving you feedback directly on this piece, which I'm sure you have outgrown by now that I'm speaking, I'm recording this. Now you want to mention, you asked about how to improve like I did. Well, the kind of truth is that everyone improves in a different way, and as a disclaimer, right, the way I kind of build on myself is not really a model that, it's not really a model that I want to say, hey, this works for me, so please do this, right? I can only share it from my own perspective. But from my own perspective, what really helped was to draw for myself, really. And here you mentioned that you don't allow yourself to draw for me. I will actually encourage the opposite. I want you to draw for yourself, right? Especially when you're just starting out, you want to reward yourself. You want to be able to express yourself in whatever capacity you can. Just draw for yourself, right? No one's going to judge you, and the people who judge you for that are just worthless, like douchebags. Like, just do you. Like, seriously, just do you. If you like drawing a character, just go for it, right? There's no right or wrong. And the worst thing that can happen is not that you draw a character and then the character isn't so great. The worst thing that can happen is that you don't draw the character, you force yourself to practice certain things, and as a result of that, you lose interest in the entire whole drawing altogether. That's what I feel is really, really terrifying. So, yeah, of course, right? You are studying fundamentals. That's really good. I would like you to also draw characters while studying fundamentals. Apply the fundamentals to the characters you want to draw, and that's going to make the drawing process and studying process so much more fun. In fact, that's what I'm doing every single time I draw. I'm still learning fundamentals. I'm just drawing my own work. I'm learning each time I draw anything, right? I'm like, okay, I'm going to pay really close attention to the structures here. How does the shadows here work? You know, how does the arm connect to that? How does the proportions work? Does it look right in perspective? Right? All these things are constantly ongoing. So there's no need to sort of segregate like technical practice away from just drawing for you, right? Artwork is for you, for yourself, right? So don't ever deny yourself that. So that's all I wanted to say. But you know, thanks Magnus for submitting this, right? It may be that you're a new artist, but there is no shame in that, right? If anything, you have more energy than all of us who are really getting on in our drawing experience. So, you know, there's positive things, there's a lot of potential at every stage of where you are. So kind of take pride in that, kind of take pride in the ability to keep drawing what you love. And yeah, just keep going, keep it up. And next we have Koa, who says, "Hi guys, I may not have much to say here, but you and your work have been a major inspiration source for me for a while, pushing me to create my OCs and really go for personal compositions now I deeply look forward to working with. These are just two fan arts, two personal OC pieces from a while ago, and I just did a study recently. You may even know the reference. I plan to push my rendering in the direction of the recent study, so critique on that is much appreciated. Final note, thanks for your work. It's a pleasure being following you so far." So thanks again, Koa, for the very kind words. I'm very glad you found a personal composition style that you like, that you look forward to working at. That's really good. So let's take a look. I know this one, lots of fan art of Makima from Chainsaw Man. Love the lighting here. Another one, right? This one's from a bit more of a stairwell type of deal, right? Love stairwells. I love stairs. If those of you who have listened to my courses or me rambling on processes, I love stairs. Here we have something that I believe are OCs, right? Very good. I love duos as well. Kind of show them interacting. And then here we have some dialogue. "Why are you smoking? I thought that sign said no smoking. I hold no respect for this place, but you're smoking in front of me. So pretty cute interaction. I love that you're just enjoying this. It's pretty fun. that emoji face, like it's pretty fun. I'm glad you're having fun doing this. And the last one is a study that you said you wanted to emulate, right? I'm actually really glad that you kind of did this one yourself, like fully yourself, like eyeballed it and be like, let me try to draw it. So you wanted a bit of advice on how you want to push your rendering in this direction. Once again, right, the thing about rendering isn't so much of a case of in this direction, but rather simply a combination of drawing realistically, understanding all the forms that appear, and just casting a light a certain way. It's just like that. It's almost like rendering, like literally rendering something in a 3D software. It's just about putting in all the structures, all the forms, and then allowing the light to kind of play across it naturally. So rather than saying how you can achieve this look, I would just say that it's about how much of the structure and fundamentals you're willing to incorporate and how much of it you're going to learn and put into your drawings in that sense, right? Beyond that, it's all about just choosing the lighting, right? So it's combining lighting, your choice of lighting with your fundamentals, and it's going to create the effect that you want. So that's just basically it, right? There's no real way to expedite it, right? Other than by constantly observing, understanding why each part is the color it is, understanding why the shadow is here, understanding why this part is a bit brighter, right? All those things kind of come with the knowledge, and I think you're doing pretty well so far, and I love that you are just doing stuff that you enjoy doing, and yeah, just keep going. You're going in a very good direction, and I hope you find more success. So thanks again for sharing, Koa. And finally, at this end of this like 6-hour recording session, and by Angelo, very professional work here. Hello, guys. I'm late for the submission. Yes, you are, but I'm still here. These are my artworks. This is my second time posting for anniversary and feedback. Welcome back. I don't have OC yet. I'm leaning towards fan arts first. I haven't really received feedback from great artists aside from you on 2023, but I hope you will give my artworks a feedback. I'm still stuck whether my art is on a professional level or not, but maybe getting a feedback from you could help me improve my art more since I'm aiming to becoming professional for games, mostly gacha games because their illustration got my interest. And thank you, Grace, for creating art. You're the artist that made me start creating illustrations and my favorite ever since. Happy drawing, Grace. So thank you, Angelo, for the very kind words. Happy drawing to you too. And you're wondering whether these are professional level, and I would say, yeah, you're getting really, really close. You're getting really close. I love for you to start working on your line work. Once again, right, because these are more of the art style that you see in gacha games, which I see, which I don't really draw, but I see a lot of in just generally on the internet. I would say you're definitely at that level. But the thing is that sometimes you just need something to really push yourself a bit more, because the unfortunate reality is that there are many people drawing in this style. And I don't mean to say this in a way to demean your work. I'm sure there are lots of people drawing semi-realistically as well, like I do. But the thing is that the reality is that if you're competing for a job position, you're going to have to really push yourself to create something that really shows that you stand out. So one of those things that can happen in various ways is that you might be trying to gain more followers on social media. That could be one way to allow companies who are focused on gacha games to hire you. That's one way. Generally, they hire by that method. If you have like a couple 100K followers, they'll definitely contact you. So that's one of those metrics. So in a way, right, I would say in terms of technicals, you're very, very close. Just a very, like, I think this one is like, this one could definitely just be a professional work. There's nothing missing from here that I can see. Like, it's perfectly fine. So is this one. It's perfectly fine, right? All this, I think, can just be at a professional level, right? There are gacha games who have art, like, worse than this. And yeah, so why want you to really just kind of just keep doing it? Like, learn from more, how do I put it? Well, of course, right, there's room to improve. So what I'd like you to do is to kind of take more inspiration from things you like. Films, movies, games, things you like. Not just other gacha art, but things you genuinely like movies. It could be a color style, it could be a coloring style that's completely detached from the usual way gacha games are presented. I want you to kind of incorporate more of that into your work here, right? Incorporate more of what you genuinely like, because what that's going to help you going to do is to help you differentiate yourself from others. So that's one thing I can give, right? Just try and be more yourself, even though you're drawing fan art, but it's still possible to be yourself while doing it. And that's just kind of a method that I feel works well for me. Overall, I really like it. In terms of technicals, I really don't have any complaints, so I apologize if I don't say too much. I just think it's perfectly fine. But rather, my advice will come in the form of trying to incorporate more of your true personal interest into it, right? Like, don't bend towards what they already have, because they can just contact the person to do it again. They don't need you, right? But if you're able to incorporate more of yourself into it, right, rather than just drawing directly and emulating the style closely, you're going to become unique. And if you're continuing to draw the fan art of these games that you would like to work on, chances are they are more likely to pick up on your work and allow you to get the momentum rolling. So that is what I mean. Yeah, but once again, Angel, thank you for submitting the work. Certainly, it's on a professional level. Of course, there is room to improve, but I would like to see you put more of yourself into it. Even though you're just still doing fan art, that's perfectly fine. Other people's characters, that's fine. But a little bit more of yourself into it will help you break out into the market, I think, a lot easier than if you were just to follow the sort of more mainstream trends, I would say. And yeah, thank you everyone. I finally come to the end of this gigantic video. I don't know how long it's going to be. Chances are I might not even fit on Patreon. I'm not even sure my computer could render it at this point. Like, my goodness. So I'm gonna go off and render this. I'm gonna lie down on my bed and not move for a couple of hours. This has been like a 6-hour recording across the whole day. But I'm really glad I did this. I'm really glad I did it super properly this time. I know the previous couple of ones I started to up the pace a little bit, but today I really wanted to get everything done very properly. And I'm so glad I reviewed everyone's stuff. I did quite a bit of paint overs for those who really requested for it. And yeah, just want to say thank you so much for participating. It has been my honor to review your work. And yeah, and my own work is coming out pretty soon. So I have 4 more works that are going to be going to Osaka in next month, in almost exactly a month's time, that is. So they'll be coming out over the next couple of weeks. And finally, I'll be able to start doing my own stuff. Well, this is also my own stuff, but more relaxed, I guess. Because once again, Osaka stuff is made for like printing on a really large size. So the details, I really went pretty crazy with it. So yeah, hopefully you're looking forward to seeing that, because I'm looking forward to seeing that. And yeah, once again, thank you so much for celebrating our 4th anniversary here on Patreon. Patreon has been a bit of a lifeline for me. It's been something that I can always fall back on, and there's a sense of like existential security thanks to you guys that I have. So this is just the least I could do to kind of pay back that just a little bit. So once again, thank you so much for being here with me for this giant video. Hopefully the timestamps are all up so you can see where your own part is. And yeah, thanks again, and I'll see you very soon with my own work coming up on Patreon and everywhere as usual. So once again, thanks, and I'll see you soon. Bye bye.